The Aab by Edward W. Ludwig. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Aab by Edward W. Ludwig. The cool Martian wind crept across the rust-red expanse of desert. Occasionally its soft touch stirred the thorny leaves of devil's eggs, the squat black plants which peppered the silent monotony. Here and there a wisp of sand spiraled upward into the bright, thin morning. The wind felt clean and new on Monk O'Hara's coarse, blonde-stubbled face. He chuckled as noisily as a man buried neck-deep in sand can chuckle. "Nothing to worry about," he muttered. "Not a goddamn thing." It was uncomfortable, of course. No man would relish being beaten by hysterical Martian tribesmen, spat on, and buried to roast in the 100-degree Martian noon, or freeze in the 50-below-zero night. Yet the summer wind from the melting polar ice cap would ensure an endurable temperature through the day. Monk's lungs, enlarged and sensitized after 2 years of prospecting for devil's egg seed, were accustomed to the plant's scant atmosphere. Destruction of his oxygen mask presented no menace. "Idiots," he mumbled. "The fool Martians made off with the sand car like kids with ice cream, and left enough egg seed to buy 1,000 cars. He was able to turn his head just enough to glimpse the heavy, fat sacks that the tribesmen had dumped out of the sand car. The sacks bulged with the fine black seed that, properly processed, made the deadliest, costliest, and most habit-forming narcotic in the system. The sacks were symbols of a shining future for Monk O'Hara, symbols of fine clothes, beauteous women, choice whiskey, and most important of all, a return to Earth. Of course, it was too bad about the old man. The white-bearded, toothpick-slim Martian trader and his black-haired daughter had pitched their tent next to his camp last night. The girl had been amazingly full-bodied for a Martian. Her round, firm body and sensual lips made him suspect that she was a half-breed, a delightful combination of Martian grace and earthly sultriness. Monk smiled as he saw her again in his mind's eye. She slid off her antelope-like lozelle and came to him slowly with her small, naked feet swishing through the sand. "Is it all right for us to camp by you?" she asked, her eyes wide. "We will not bother you." "Not at all," Monk answered, his heart pounding. After all, it had been 6 months since he'd even seen a woman, any kind of woman. "What is your name?" the girl asked. "Monk, they call me. Monk O'Hara." He could feel the blood pulsing through his temples. "I am Thule," she curtsied. "You like me?" "Yeah," Monk breathed. "I like you a lot." Later, through the ports of his sandcar, he watched her lithe movements as she and her father set up their tent. Throughout the night his sleep was thin and restless, his mind on fire with the vision of the dark, lovely face. So early this morning he'd gone to her again. "How about some coffee, kid? Got plenty in the sandcar." She crinkled her nose teasingly. "Yes, I like Earth coffee. My Boko can come?" "No, just you, kid. Your old man's busy taking down the tent." She nodded eagerly, smiling. "Yes, I come. I like you." What greater invitation did a man need? But in the sandcar the little fool screamed. The old Martian darted into the car, yanked Monk away from Thule, and descended on him like an enraged beast. Monk hadn't meant to kill the old Martian. He had meant only to silence his shrill screams and stop the frenzied flailing of his fists. How could he have known that the thin neck would snap like a rotten stick under his first blow? Monk's smile faded. No, he thought, he hadn't acted too wisely. He'd expected the frightened girl to leap out of the sandcar and race away on her lozelle, and she had. But he hadn't expected her to return an hour later with a dozen revenge-hungry tribesmen. His mistake had been in letting her escape. He cursed silently. Then he spat. After all, it was over and done. The Martians had trussed him, buried him, and left him to die. But he'd at least been wise enough not to reveal his ace in the hole. His partner, old Stardust Luke, had left yesterday in the auxiliary sandcar to get fresh supplies from Chandler Field. Old Stardust was as honest as a baby and methodical as a clock. He had returned today, late in the afternoon, just as he'd done a dozen times. There was no doubt about the punctual arrival of Stardust, and Stardust would save him before the freezing descent of the Martian night. Monk thought for a moment, then chuckled again. His glee more than overshadowed the inconvenience of his neck-deep burial. for the rescue would be the last good deed of Stardust Luke's life. In fact, it would be his last deed, period. The old space rat had outlived his usefulness. If he persisted in wandering over unexplored Martian terrain, he'd probably end up in a freezing or sweltering grave anyway. So it wouldn't be murder. Not exactly. It would only be giving a bit of impetus to what already seemed inevitable. Monk strained his neck muscles to gaze at the sacks of seed. They would all be his soon, not half as now, but all. He sucked the cool air deep into his lungs. "Everything is going to be okay," he murmured. No, not okay, but perfect. He closed his eyes, at peace with the universe. He could forget the pressure of sand on his chest, forget the heat that was beginning to shower down on his thick, sweat-matted mop of hair. He could imagine himself in a cool, dark bar on Earth, surrounded by smiling women, sipping iced drinks. "Ah," he breathed, opening his eyes. Then he saw the Aab. It squatted on a small, irregular-shaped dune some 3 feet from him in the jagged, sharp-edged shadow of a devil's egg. Its eyes, like shiny pinheads of obsidian, were on level with his. It was a red-scaled creature about 3 inches long, combining the most significant characteristics of an earth crab and an earth ant. Its claws were tiny, razor-edged traps on the ends of wire-thin appendages. Even at this distance, Monk saw that its mouth was open. Whether in awe or in anticipation of a meal, he did not know. The Aab rose on its 6 rear legs as if trying to stretch its dark red body into a position of better vision. It rubbed its foreclaws together. Sharpening them, perhaps? Monk shivered. For the first time since his arrival on Mars 12 years ago, Monk felt fear. Till now, he'd met no adversary that his strong, bull-necked body could not subdue. Ordinarily, he'd dispose of an Aab by a squishing stomp of his boot, and he'd flour the naked grave with a squirt of tobacco juice. But now it was as if he were bodiless. His broad shoulders, sinewy arms, and barrel chest seemed buried 1,000 miles deep in the very bowels of the planet. He was a helpless freak, a living, sliced-off head on an endless platter of red sand. Fear was an icy bauble in his mind, rising, swelling, forcing out all other thought. "Go away!" he yelled. The Aab's claws fell to the sand. Monk saw the menacing glint of the needle-like tongue in the creature's black, open mouth. Aabs were carnivorous, he knew. They especially relished the soft, tender places of the human body, the lips, eyes, tongue. 10 minutes of attack by 100 Aabs would transform a man into a white, clean skeleton. About the bones, the Aabs would lie prostrate, too suffered to move, their bodies swollen to thrice their normal size. "Get out of here!" he screamed. The Aab retreated a few inches, backing into the shadow of the devil's egg. "Go on, and keep going!" The Aab turned and began to creep away. It responded readily to Monk's commands, for Aabs were gifted with a rudimentary, if unpredictable type of telepathy. No interplanetary circus was complete without its complement of the deadly creatures controlled by an expert human telepath. The Aab continued to needle a path through the sand. It passed through the shadow of the devil's egg. It was now some 6 feet from Monk, a tiny red ball half buried in the desert. Suddenly a thought echoed in Monk's mind, ever so faintly, like the barely distinguishable sound of trickling water far away. "I will come back. Many of us will come." Monk paled. Damn, he'd forgotten. The Aabs, according to biological reports, sent out scouts in search of food. The Aab before him was a scout. The fear welled up within him, stronger than ever. His body was held motionless in his tight prison, yet inside him he was trembling. "No, don't go, come back!" He repeated the words over and over in his mind, knowing that the Aab would respond only to the mental impulse, not the sound of words. Aabs were deaf to the human voice. The Aab paused. "Don't go, don't. Slowly, like a revolving wheel, the Aab turned. Its black, pinhead eyes seemed to bore into Monk's. "I'm going. You cannot stop me." The thoughts, not words, filtered into Monk's consciousness. "You are not going," Monk telepathed. He gritted his teeth, funneling all his strength into the mental command. The Aab was struggling to break away from the hypnotic chain. Its body was grotesquely twisted, its claws digging into the sand, its head bobbing absurdly. "Let me go. Let me go." "You can't go. I've got you." "Let me go. Let me go." The Aab struggled furiously. Damn you, I won't let you go, Monk hurled the thought at the creature in a fire of desperate fury. The Ahab fell, exhausted. 5, 10, 15 minutes passed. The wind blew. The hot Martian sun transformed the desert into a sea of glittering scarlet. A mist of sand settled on the inert body of the Ahab, camouflaging it. How many minutes more till the arrival of Stardust Luke? It must be close to noon. There'd be perhaps 5 more hours. 60 minutes in an hour, and 5 hours. The Ahab stirred. It began to rise. Monk concentrated on the thought. You can't move. I've got you. You can't rise. The Ahab stopped rising. Monk licked the perspiration from his upper lip in a futile effort to quench his thirst. But there was nothing to worry about, nothing at all. His head jerked back. The Ahab was rising again. It was defying his last command. Monk bit his lip. Of course, his mind was tiring just as muscles tire. He couldn't hope to hold the Ahab here all afternoon. The Ahab somehow must be disposed of. But how? Out of the heat, out of his fear and desperation came a plan. It was simple and direct. It gave Monk his only chance for survival. He quickly pressed it into the depths of his unconscious mind so that the Ahab would not detect it. Come here, he said. I won't hurt you. You will hurt me. You will dispose of me. Monk cursed. Ahabs weren't intelligent, but they possessed some reasoning power. No, I won't hurt you, he telepathed. Come here, let me see what you look like. I am afraid. You have a plan. This time Monk relaxed. He tried to emanate only thoughts of love and friendliness. I won't hurt you, I promise. The Ahab hesitated. I command you to come here. You will not be hurt. Slowly the Ahab crawled forward. 1 inch, 2, 3, 6, a dozen. It was only 5 feet from him now, and in the shadow of the devil's egg again. That's it. Come on. Closer. I am afraid of you. Let me go. Let me go get the others. The Ahab suddenly braked its advance by digging its foreclaws into the sand. But you don't want to go back to the others. Monk's lips quivered as he spoke. His words to human ears would have been unintelligible. You want to stay here. You want to come closer to me. His attempt at telepathic hypnotism brought a small, silent reply. I must call the others. It is my duty to call the others. The others are hungry. A shudder passed through Monk's hot, tight body. A few minutes ago he had delighted in the coolness of the desert. Now the heat seemed to be pressing down upon him like the fiery hand of Satan. You're a scout, aren't you? He asked. You find food for the others. You go back and tell the others what you found? I tell the others. The others are hungry. But you're hungry too. Why share what you found? Why not take it all for yourself? No reply appeared in Monk's mind. He continued, Come closer. Look at me. You're hungry. You're too hungry to waste time calling the others. The Ahab came closer. It passed out of the shadow of the devil's egg. It came within 2 feet of Monk. It crossed the small dune. Slowly, slowly, its legs labored through the thin sand. At last it stopped some 6 inches from Monk's face. It appeared immense, like a lumbering, scaly giant from the planet's billion-year-ago past. It rubbed its claws together threateningly. Its black mouth opened, closed, opened, closed. Its needle tongue twisted like a silver snake. I am hungry, came the thought. So very hungry. But I should call the others. Combined fear and hope hung over Monk like an omnipresent shower of fire and ice. Sweat dripped into his hot eyes, obscuring his vision. He opened his mouth. Look, he said, you are hungry. He wriggled his tongue as a fisherman would cast out bait. Hungry, 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 came the tiny voice. An eternity passed. Monk's heart was a monstrous hammer pounding in the depths of his body and in the depths of the planet. The Ahab was motionless save for the restless, uncertain moving and blinking of its eyes. Then its 4 legs lifted. It drew itself forward. 1 inch, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Monk beckoned the creature on with his wriggling, twisting tongue. That's it, he telepathed. Closer, closer. The Ahab entered Monk's open mouth. Crunch! Monk chewed and spat and chewed and spat. He grimaced hideously. He coughed and choked. The Ahab tasted like a combination of paprika and oil. He thought he was going to retch, but did not, and it was over. Monk breathed the cool air. His weary mind thought of the stupid white-bearded Martian and of his lovely daughter. He thought of what he was going to do to that idiot space rat Stardust Luke. His gaze traveled to the empty red desert where, in about 4 hours, Stardust's sand car would appear. It shifted to the sacks of priceless devil's egg seed, and he began to chuckle. And last his gaze turned to the black pinpoint eyes and the moving foreclaws of the 2 Aabs which squatted some 3 feet away from him in the jagged, sharp-edged shadow of a devil's egg. End of The Aab by Edward W. Ludwig. Read by Elsie Selwyn.
The Aggravation of Elmer by Robert Arthur. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Girgis. The Aggravation of Elmer by Robert Arthur. The world would beat a path to Elmer's door, but he had to go carry the door along with him. It was the darndest traffic jam I'd ever seen in White Plains. For 2 blocks ahead of me, Main Street was gutter to gutter with stalled cars, trucks, and buses. If I hadn't been in such a hurry to get back to the shop, I might have paid more attention. I might have noticed nobody was leaning on his horn, or that at least a quarter of the drivers were out peering under their hoods. But at the time it didn't register. I gave the tie-up a passing glance and was turning up the side street toward Biltom Electronics, Bill Tom, get it, when I saw Marge threading her way to the curb. She was leading a small blonde girl of about 8 who clutched a child-size hat box in her hand. Marge was hot and exasperated, but Small Fry was as cool and composed as a vanilla cone. I waited. Even flushed and disheveled, Marge is a treat to look at. She is tall and slender, with brown eyes that match her hair, a smile that first crinkles around her eyes, then sneaks down and becomes a full-fledged grin. But I'm getting off the subject. "Honestly, Bill," Marge said as she saw me, "the traffic nowadays. We've been tied up for 15 minutes. I finally decided to get off the bus and walk, even though it is about 100 in the shade." "Come along to the shop," I suggested. "The reception room is air-conditioned, and you can watch the world's first baseball game telecast in color. The Giants versus the Dodgers, Carl Erskine pitching." Marge brightened. "That'll be more fun than shopping, won't it, Doreen?" she asked, looking down at the kid. "Bill, this is Doreen. She lives across the street from me. Her mother's at the dentist, and I said I'd look after her for the day." "Hello, Doreen," I said. "What have you in the hat box? Doll clothes?" Doreen gave me a look of faint disgust. "No," she piped in a high treble, "an unhappy genie." "An unhappy—" I did a double take. "Oh, an unhappy genie. Maybe he's unhappy because you won't let him out." Even to myself, I sounded idiotic. Doreen looked at me pityingly. "It's not a he. It's a thing. Elmer made it." I knew when I was losing, so I quit. I hurried Marge and Doreen along toward our little 2-story building. Once we got into the air-conditioned reception room, Marge sank down gratefully onto the settee, and I switched on the television set with the big 24-inch tube Tom had built. Biltom Electronics makes TV components, computer parts, things like that. Tom Kennedy is the brains. Me, Bill Rollins, I do the legwork and tend to the business details. "It's uncanny the way all those cars suddenly stopped when our bus broke down," Marge said as we waited for the picture to come on. "Any day now, this civilization of ours will get so complicated, a bus breaking down someplace will bring the whole thing to a halt. Then where will we be?" "Elmer says civilization is doomed," Doreen put in happily. The way she rolled the word out made me stare at her. Marge only nodded. "That's what Elmer says, all right," she agreed, a trifle grim. "Why does Elmer say civilization is doomed?" I asked Doreen. "Because it's getting hotter." The kid gave it to me straight. "All the ice at the North Pole is going to melt. The ocean is going to rise 200 feet. Then everybody who doesn't live on a hill is going to be drowned. That's what Elmer says, and Elmer isn't ever wrong. Doreen, they call her. Why not Cassandra? The stuff kids spout these days. I gave her a foolish grin. I wanted Marge to get the idea I was really a family man at heart. That's very interesting, Doreen. Now look, there's the baseball game. Let's watch, shall we? We weren't very late after all. It was the top half of the second inning, the score 1-1, Erskine in trouble with 2 men on and only 1 down. The colors were beautiful. Marge and I were just settling back to watch when Doreen wrinkled her nose. "I saw that game yesterday," she announced. "You couldn't have, sweetheart," I told her, "because it's only being played today. The world's first ball game ever broadcast in color." "There was a game on Elmer's TV," Doreen insisted. "The picture was bigger and the colors prettier, too." Absolutely impossible. I was a little sore. I hate kids who tell fibs. There never was a game broadcast in color before, and anyway, you won't find a color tube this big any place outside of a laboratory. "But it's true, Bill." Marge looked at me, wide-eyed. "Elmer only has a little 7-inch black and white set his uncle gave him, but he's rigged up some kind of lens in front of it, and it projects a big color picture on a white screen." I saw that she was serious. My eyes bugged slightly. "Listen," I said, "who is this Elmer character? I want to meet him." "He's my cousin from South America," Doreen answered. "He thinks grown-ups are stupid." She turned to Marge. "I have to go to the bathroom," she said primly. "Through that door," Marge pointed. Doreen trotted out, clutching her hat box. "Elmer thinks grown-ups are stupid?" I howled. "Listen, how old is this character who says civilization is doomed and can convert a black and white broadcast into color?" "He's 13, Marge told me. I goggled at her. 13, she repeated. "His father is some South American scientist. His mother died 10 years ago." I sat down beside her. I lit a cigarette. My hands were shaking. "Tell me about him. All about him." "Why, I don't know very much," Marge said. "Last year Elmer was sick, some tropic disease. His father sent him up here to recuperate. Now Alice, that's his aunt, Doreen's mother, is at her wit's end. He makes her so nervous." I lit another cigarette before I realized I already had one. "And he invents things? A boy genius? Young Tom Edison and all that?" Marge frowned. "I suppose you could say that," she conceded. "He has the garage full of stuff he's made or bought with the allowance his father sends him. And if you come within 10 feet of it without permission, you get an electric shock right out of thin air. But that's only part of it. She gave a helpless gesture. "It's Elmer's effect on everybody. Everybody over 15, that is. He sits there, a little, dark, squinched-up kid wearing thick glasses and talking about how climatic changes inside 50 years will flood half the world, cause the collapse of civilization." "Wait a minute," I cut in. "Scientists seem to think that's possible in a few thousand years, not 50. "Elmer says 50, Marge stated flatly. "From the way he talks, I suspect he's figured out a way to speed things up and is going to try it someday just to see if it works. Meanwhile, he fools around out there in the garage, sneering about the billions of dollars spent to develop color TV. He says his lens will turn any ordinary broadcast into color for about $25. He says it's typical of the muddled thinking of our so-called scientists, I'm quoting now, to do everything backward and overlook fundamental principles." "Brother," I said. Doreen came trotting back in then with her hat box. "I'm tired of that game," she said, giving the TV set a bored glance. And as she said it, the tube went dark. The sound cut off. "Damn," I swore. "Must be a power failure." I grabbed the phone and jiggled the hook. No dice. The phone was dead, too. "You're funny," Doreen giggled. "It's just the unhappy genie. See?" She flicked over the catch on the hat box, and the picture came back on. The sound started up. "Swings and misses for strike 2." The air conditioner began to hum. Marge and I stared, mouths open, wide. "You did that, Doreen?" I asked it very carefully. "You made the television stop and start again?" "The unhappy genie did," Doreen told me. "Like this." She flicked the catch back. The TV picture blacked out. The sound stopped in the middle of a word. The air conditioner whispered into silence. Then she flipped the catch the other way. "Fouls the second ball into the screen," the announcer said. Picture okay, air conditioner operating. Everything normal except my pulse and respiration. "Doreen, sweetheart," I took a step toward her. "What's in that box? What is an unhappy genie?" "Not unhappy." You know how scornful an 8-year-old can be? Well, she was. "Unhappen. It makes things unhappen. Anything that works by electricity, it stops. Elmer calls it his unhappen genie, just for fun." "Oh, now I get it," I said brightly. "It makes electricity not work. Unhappen, like television sets and air conditioners and automobiles and bus engines." Doreen giggled. Marge sat bolt upright. "Doreen, you caused that traffic jam? You and that gadget of Elmer's?" Doreen nodded. "It made all the automobile engines stop, just like Elmer said. Elmer's never wrong." Marge looked at me. I looked at Marge. "A field of some kind," I said. "A field that prevents an electric current from flowing, meaning no combustion motor using an electric spark can operate. No electric motors, no telephones, no radio or TV." "Is that important?" Marge asked. "Important?" I yelled. "Think of the possibilities just as a weapon. You could blank out a whole nation's transportation, its communications, its industry." I got hold of myself. I smiled my best "I love children" smile. "Doreen," I said, "let me look at Elmer's unhappen genie." The kid clutched the box. "Elmer told me not to let anybody look at it. He said he'd statuefy me if I did. He said nobody would understand it anyway. He said he might show it to Mr. Einstein, but not anybody else." "That's Elmer, all right," Marge muttered. I found myself breathing hard. I edged toward Doreen and put my hand on the hat box. "Just one quick look, Doreen," I said. "No one will ever know." She didn't answer, just pulled the box away. I pulled it back. She pulled. I pulled. "Bill," Marge called warningly. Too late. The lid of the hat box came off in my hands. There was a bright flash, the smell of insulation burning, and the unhappen genie fell out and scattered all over the floor. Doreen looked smug. "Now Elmer will be angry at you. Maybe he'll disintegrate you or paralyze you and statuefy you forever." "He might at that, Bill," Marge shuddered. "I wouldn't put anything past him." I wasn't listening. I was scrambling after the mess of tubes, condensers, and power packs scattered over the rug. Some of them were still wired together, but most of them had broken loose. Elmer was certainly one heck of a sloppy workman. Hadn't even soldered the connections, just twisted the wires together. I looked at the stuff in my hands. It made as much sense as a radio run over by a truck. "We'll take it back to Elmer," I told Doreen. speaking very carefully. "I'll give him lots of money to build another. He can come down here and use our shop. We have lots of nice equipment he'd like." Doreen tossed her head. "I don't think he'll wanna. He'll be mad at you. Anyway, Elmer is busy working on Aggravation now." "That's for sure," Marge said in heartfelt tones. "Aggravation, eh?" I grinned like an idiot. Well, well, I'll bet he's good at it. But let's go see him right away." "Bill," Marge signaled me to one side. "Maybe you'd better not try to see Elmer," she whispered. "I mean, if he can build a thing like this in his garage, maybe he can build a disintegrator or a paralysis ray or something. There's no use taking chances." "You read too many comics," I laughed it off. "He's only a kid, isn't he? What do you think he is, a Superman?" "Yes," Marge said flatly. "Look, Marge," I said in feverish excitement, "I've got to talk to Elmer. I've got to get the rights to that TV color lens and this electricity interrupter and anything else he may have developed." Marge kept trying to protest, but I simply grabbed her and Doreen and hustled them out to my car. Doreen lived in a wooded, hilly section a little north of White Plains. I made it in 10 minutes. Marge had said Elmer worked in the garage. I kept going up the driveway, swung sharp around the big house, and slammed on the brakes. Marge screamed. We skidded to a stop with our front end hanging over what looked like a bomb crater in the middle of the driveway. I swallowed my heart down again while I backed away fast. We had almost plunged into a hole 40 feet across and 20 feet deep in the middle. The hole was perfectly round, like a half section of a grapefruit. "What's this?" I asked. "Where's the garage?" "That's where the garage should be." Marge looked dazed. "But it's gone." I took another look at that hole scooped out with geometrical precision and turned to Doreen. "What did you say Elmer was working on?" She sobbed. Aggravation." She began to bawl in earnest. "Now he's gone. He's mad. He won't ever come back, I betcha." "That's a fact," I muttered. "He may not have been mad, but he certainly was aggravated. Marge, listen. This is a mystery. We've just got to let it stay a mystery. We don't know anything, understand? The cops will finally decide Elmer blew himself up, and we'll leave it at that. One thing I'm pretty sure about. He's not coming back." So that's how it was. Tom Kennedy keeps trying and trying to put Elmer's unhappened genie back together again, and every time he fails, he takes it out on me because I didn't get to Elmer sooner. But you can see perfectly well he's way off base, trying to make out I could have done a thing to prevent what happened. Is it my fault if the dumb kid didn't know enough to take the proper precautions when he decided to develop anti-gravitation and got shot off, garage and all, someplace into outer space? What do they teach kids nowadays anyway? End of The Aggravation of Elmer by Robert Arthur. Recording by Peter Girgis.
The Battle of the Bells by Jerome Bixby. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Battle of the Bells by Jerome Bixby. It would happen maybe once or twice a week, never much more, because things had to be just right. For example, it had to be daytime for it to work. At night, nobody was likely to notice the chain hanging down with the handle on the end of it. And naturally, the victims had to be city folk. Had to be used to just reaching up and grabbing and pulling without a thought. Because when you stop to think about it, a chain like that, in a place like that is about the most unlikely thing in the world. But it worked. It worked often enough to bring grins to the faces of any men who were around at the time, and enough to make the town women sometimes a little cool toward Charlie Mason when they went in to buy things at his store, because it was strictly a man's joke, and he was the man. Owensville is a small town in western Pennsylvania. It sits low in one end of a green-sided valley, just a few frame houses and stores strung along a main street. And that main street is on the one and only road that leads through the valley. A road that all the maps show to be a convenient and dependable connection between the Penn Turnpike and several other major routes, should you be heading south. So a lot of people drive through Owensville every week, upwards of 200 or so. And there's always one or two of them in the mood to spend a little time in a restroom. The last Howard Johnson's is 20 miles back along the turnpike, and the road down into the valley is a bumpy one besides, and you know what that does to your innards. So they come driving around the bend under the trees, and their car wheels thump across the old wooden bridge across Miller's Creek. And once in a while, one of them would pull off the road into the yard beside Charlie Mason's general store, because they'd spot his crescent-doored outhouse standing there. Charlie always kept it painted up so it'd be easier to see, clean white with a red roof, and over the door he'd lettered, big enough to see from the bridge, public restroom. Then somebody'd get out of the car and go in, and a few minutes later the chain that came up through the roof would yank down as whoever was inside reached up and pulled the handle. And then the big old cowbell on the roof, the biggest and noisiest Charlie had been able to find, would dance around in the mounting he'd made out of an angle iron and go blongle, blongle, block. After a minute, the door would open and the city folk would come out looking puzzled and kind of sneaky. They'd give a glance up at the roof and see the cowbell mounted there. Some of them might grin at the way they'd been had, but mostly they'd get in their car and drive off maybe a little faster than they would have ordinarily. If it was a woman, it was 5 times as funny, because some of the older men were always sitting around on the porch of Charlie's store playing pinochle, or lounging down by the bridge just talking. And when the woman would come out, they'd all grin at her, and those who had mustaches might twiddle them a bit, and she'd get redder than a bushel of tomatoes. Women drove off faster than anybody, usually. Some townspeople said it wasn't a very good way to advertise Owensville to passersby. But Charlie said that a town of 32 people didn't have to worry about advertising one way or the other. It just needed diversion. And since it was on his property, the cowbell stayed up. It was just a gag. It never really hurt anybody. Charlie, who can incline to philosophy when it suited him, said that the only person it could hurt was somebody who was plain ashamed of being human. And on the personal side, he admitted he got a kick out of seeing them all flustered up that way. Probably the outhouse and the bell'd still be there, and Charlie'd still be getting his laughs, if the fat lady in the green convertible hadn't decided to do some praying. It was a late July afternoon and plenty hot. The sun was reflecting like yellow-green fire off the hills around, and everybody was sitting in the shade. Charlie Mason and Sam Knudsen were sitting on the store porch playing gin, and Luke Yates was just coming up the steps when they heard a car approaching. Charlie and Sam paused in their game, and Luke turned his gray head to look. "Maybe this time," Charlie said. Luke Yates studied the dust cloud moving toward town above the tops of the trees. "Coming pretty fast," he said. "Bet they drive right on through." $1, said Charlie. "You bounce harder when you drive fast." "It's on," said Luke. Waiting, Charlie Mason leaned back in his chair and half closed his eyes. A lean, bald man in shirt sleeves, the hand holding his cards relaxed in his lap. They could hear the murmur of the creek carrying away the runoff from last night's rain, and the air was sweet with the breath of the fields off down the valley. "Rich man," said Charlie, looking across the yard at his outhouse. "Poor man, beggar man, thief. In there you're all alike in the eyes of God, I guess." Sam Knudsen nodded thoughtfully. "In the eyes of something, at any rate." "All alike," said Luke Yates. "Can't see your wallet from there," Charlie said. "Your brains either," said Luke. After a moment, Charlie said, "Some people's brains, maybe." They all nodded. A green convertible driven by a fat woman came around the bend, trailing dust, and rattled across the bridge. "New York license plates," Luke said, squinting. "Yup," said Charlie. "Maybe she'll bite." "If she stops," Charlie said, "maybe she will." The green convertible swerved off the road and pulled to a halt beside the store. The fat lady got out and looked around for a moment, blinking in the sun. She saw the three old men up on the porch and seemed to hesitate. Then she went around the back of the car and headed for the outhouse, walking a little defiantly, head up, her steps steady and deliberate. The men exchanged glances. Luke handed Charlie a $1 bill. "Do her some good, maybe," Charlie said. "Shy type." "Like we didn't know how it was," Sam said, shaking his head. "Or maybe," Charlie said, "because we do." Funny. Luke sat down on the bottommost step and scuffed the dirt of the yard with a toe. They watched the cowbell atop the outhouse and listened to the murmur of the creek and heard a bird sing in the big elm out back of the store and waited. The chain that came up through the outhouse yanked down. The cowbell went blongle, blongle, block. Charlie puffed his pipe in satisfaction. Luke and Sam grinned. They waited for the fat lady to emerge. When she did, a moment later, it was looking puzzled as usual. But there was a difference. She stalked 10 feet away from the outhouse, about-faced, and stared up at the cowbell. The men saw the back of her neck get red and redder still. Then she turned and came toward the porch. Her eyes were narrowed. Her hands were clenched into fists. Her mouth was a determined slash. She marched across the yard and stood facing the 3 men on the porch. She put her fists on her hips and glared. Luke and Sam stopped grinning. Charlie's pipe drooped. The sun beat down on the valley, the town, the yard, the outhouse, the fat woman. Her brow was shiny with perspiration. She stood there, turned her cold blue glare on one man after another, like you'd sweep a Gatling against enemy ranks. Luke said uncomfortably, "Howdy, ma'am." "You old lechers," said the fat woman tightly. Charlie and Luke and Sam exchanged dismayed looks. "Now, ma'am," Charlie began. "Don't say anything, you old lechers," the fat woman spat. "I don't want to hear your gloating, oily voices. Of all the lecherous, salacious, lascivious things to do." Charlie said doubtfully, "I guess we're a little old to be all those things." "You're never too old to be evil-minded," she snapped. "Even if your bodies are too old for ungodliness." Her positive and indicating gaze raked them up and down, and she saw the cards which Charlie held in his lap. "Playing cards, too," she said, her lips curling. "Well, I guess that follows." "Follows what, ma'am?" Luke asked puzzledly. She saw the brown beer bottle resting on the box beside Charlie's chair. "Alcohol," she hissed. She stood glaring up at them, her breath coming fast and shallow, in a half-crouch that led Charlie Mason to wonder if she planned to climb right over the porch rail and lace into them physically. Then, as they watched in wary silence, her anger seemed to abate a little. Over a period of 5 seconds, her fist slowly unclenched. Her breath slowed. She straightened. She said in a low voice, "It's the work of the devil. Anger is not the answer." "The devil, ma'am?" Charlie asked. "He has made you do this. It is a device to keep lewd and licentious thoughts uppermost in your minds and corrupt your immortal souls. I suppose I shouldn't blame you for listening to him. So few of us are able to resist his honeyed mouthings." "Ma'am," Luke said, "I don't think you should get so excited on a hot day like this. Maybe a cold Coke?" "I'll pray," the fat lady said. "I'll pray for the Lord to undo this devil's work. I'll pray that your souls be cleansed of the evil thoughts the Dark One has put there." Her pale blue eye seemed a trifle fixed, and now she smiled, looking through the men who watched her worriedly. I'm almost proud that I should have suffered this humiliation in order to help him in his work. It is a small price to pay, to have been the object of your lustful thoughts. If I can save your souls by telling the Lord what you are doing and seeing to it that he stops you." She gave them a pitying, sympathetic look. "You hate me now," she said, "but when you are pure, you will thank me." She turned away and walked toward her car, head bowed. After a moment, Luke got up from the steps and sank into a chair on the porch. "Does lust mean what I think it means?" he asked. "Guess it does," Charlie said. "Well, back when I could lust, I wouldn't ever have lusted her." They watched her get in and drive off, head still down in an attitude of prayer, eyes up so she could drive. The car reached the other end of the main street, followed the road into the trees, and vanished. Charlie stared contemplatively across the yard at his outhouse. "Work of the devil, huh?" he mused. "Well, now doesn't that beat all? I bet heaven would kick that prayer right out of court." "No," said a firm voice. It was heard. The 3 old men turned and saw a tall, handsome, blond young man, dressed in a neat and utterly clean white suit, standing in the center of the yard. His face wore an expression of perfect peace and abounding love. Actually, he wasn't quite standing in the yard yet. When they turned, his feet were about 4 feet above the ground. As they watched, he floated slowly down until he was standing straight and tall and smiling a little. At that moment, timelessness descended upon the scene, upon Charlie Mason's store, the yard, the outhouse. Timelessness bounded the area from one edge of Charlie's yard to the other, and from the road clear to the woods out back. And that timelessness extended downward to a perfect point at the very center of the earth, and extended upward in a perfect cone to heaven. And within its boundaries, nothing that happened was visible to the outside world, or indeed even happened as far as the outside world was concerned. For it all happened in timelessness, in one of those particles of time substance which exists between microseconds on Earth's time continuum. Particles so small that they are of use only to angels, who in their work must often get between people in their intended deeds faster than seems possible. The young man's calm eyes looked into the minds of the 3 old men on the porch, and saw no evidence there of lewd or lascivious thoughts of the magnitude reported by the fat lady in her prayer. This did not surprise him, for exaggeration is the backbone of prayer, and the heavenly workers are used to it. In particular, are they used to nuisances like the fat lady, who continually turn in false alarms. Closing his eyes, the young man contacted his secretary cherubim in his office in heaven. The cherubim immediately returned the dossiers of Luke and Sam and Charlie Mason to the heavenly files, with no additional notations on the debit side. That done, for nothing is so urgent in the eyes of heaven as the latest data on souls, the young man turned his attention to the outhouse. He saw the cowbell, and his lips pursed. He left the porch, walking lightly, and crossed the yard to the outhouse. The three old men watched him dreamily, unmoving, comprehending, gripped by timelessness and a sense of wonder. The young man opened the crescented door and went in. The chain yanked. The cowbell went blongle, blongle, block. The young man reappeared in the door and looked at the old men on the porch. He pursed his lips again and shook his head reprimandingly. He disappeared again. A second later, the cowbell and chain and angle iron disappeared too. The young man came out, dusting his hands with a white handkerchief. He came back across the yard and mounted the steps. He seated himself on the porch railing where he could face the three old men. "Shame on you," he said. The men cast their eyes downward. "The lady's accusations were somewhat excessive," the young man said. "Your motive seemed not to have been primarily lascivious, and I have so informed heaven, but still, don't you think you should be ashamed of yourselves?" He paused. "You may nod, if you wish." The men nodded, eyes dreamy. "After all," the young man said, "isn't that rather a snide trick to play on tired travelers who seek your hospitality?" Charlie Mason's mouth worked. His Adam's apple bobbed. "Speak," said the young man. "Gosh," Charlie said in a low voice. "It was just a little joke. We never had nothing else in mind." "I know," the young man said. "I have discounted that element. I am speaking of the unkindness of the prank, the discomfiture which you impose on its victims." "Oh," said Charlie, Gosh, it just embarrassed him a little bit, that's all. I mean, that's all, isn't it?" "No," said the young man sternly. "There is more. Think a moment, humans, upon that common structure in the yard. Think deeply, and you will realize that there is much more to it than meets the eye." "Guess so," mumbled Charlie. "It is a haven, a place of wondrous solitude, a refuge for those who would contemplate without interruption, as many a weary traveler yearns for." "Guess so." "In what other situation can you be so completely alone? In a perfect isolation not only permitted but sanctioned by your society? Why, humans, I could tell you of the most extraordinary moments of piety, of philosophical reflection, of artistic conception, which we have recorded as occurring under such circumstances." "I never thought of it that way, I guess," Charlie said slowly. "I always did sort of think it leveled you off, though." The young man eyed them soberly. "In late afternoon," he said, "in the confines of the rustic outhouse, settled happily, hearing the quaint and natural sounds of the insects in the field, the fluttering of birds from branch to branch. Do you know that in this day it is the only waking place where one may flee for the inner life?" The old man looked down guiltily. "It is ever a reminder of one's mortality," the young man said. "It is man in his true aristocratic state," he said. "And yet at his most humble," he said. "And now I will leave," he said. "I hope you have seen the light, and will no longer impose your crude, cruel joke on those who trust you for a moment's peace." He stood up. "I hardly think that it was the work of the devil, however, as the lady seemed to think." A cloud seemed to come over the sun, but there were no clouds, so perhaps the sun dimmed. The birds in the trees were suddenly silent. Even the rustling leaves seemed to pause. It grew still darker, and a chill breeze sprang up. A head, whose face was dark and sharp and saturnine, appeared in the center of the yard. As the young man and the three old men watched, a tall, dark, gaunt man in a neatly tailored black suit rose from the ground and stood eyeing them mockingly. "Wasn't it?" he said in a thin, dry voice, and laughed. The young man's lips tightened. He said nothing. The three old men were shrunken back in their chairs, staring. The devil, or perhaps the man in black was only part of the devil, for mysterious and complex are the ways he influences from his bronze throne in the exact center of Midwestern Gehenna, turned and sauntered to the outhouse. He entered. A moment later, the cowbell and chain and angle iron reappeared, though not quite as they had been. The chain seemed a little heavier, the cowbell a little larger and more shiny. The chain was yanked. The cowbell went blungle, blungle, block, block, a metallic sound of triumph. The man in black came out smirking. He made his way across the yard and mounted the porch steps. The young man frowned and lifted a shoulder so the fabrics of their clothing would not touch. The man in black went to the opposite end of the porch and sat down in a chair there. He looked out over the bridge and the murmuring creek and the trees beyond and took a pipe from a pocket. From another pocket he took a live coal, which he dropped into the pipe. He puffed, and sulphur smell filled the air. The young man got up, sighing and bracing his hands on his knees. He stood for a moment regarding the man in black levelly. Then he went down the steps and across the yard and into the outhouse. Chain, cowbell, and mounting vanished. The man in black rose, still smiling. He passed the three old men, trailing sulphur smoke from his pipe. They shrank back, eyes wide. He went down into the yard and toward the outhouse. When he was halfway there, the young man emerged. They locked eyes. The young man's cool and determined, the other's hot and mocking, and quite as determined. They passed each other, saying not a word. As the young man reached the porch steps, there came from the outhouse a loud blungle, 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 block, block. And he paused, one foot on the steps, lips thinned. He seated himself deliberately, and only then did he look around. The new bell was twice as large as the former. The chain was heavier. It hung from a heavy cast-iron mounting. The man in black came out. He sauntered back to the porch and seated himself. Half a non-existent hour passed. Non-existent because it passed in timelessness. The young man sat quietly, seeming to ponder. The man in black sat as quietly, smoking his sulphur. The three old men sat like mice, their eyes shuttling back and forth between the two antagonists. At last, the young man got up and walked slowly to the outhouse. The cowbell and its paraphernalia vanished, this time with a flash of white light. The man in black dropped a new lump of smoking sulphur into his pipe and tamped it down with his thumb. He walked to the outhouse and replaced the bell with a still bigger one. He yanked at the chain, and raucous bell sound filled the yard. He came back, and they sat around a while longer. The young man went out. The new bell vanished with a flash like diamond blue lightning. The man in black sauntered out. In an enormous mounting atop the outhouse appeared a 3-foot church bell. Its chain yanked down. Bung, bung, bung. The young man hurried across the yard, shoulders stiff. so quickly that the man in black, eyes mocking, was forced to stand aside at the very door of the outhouse to permit him to enter. The church bell and mounting vanished with a clap of indignant thunder. The man in black resumed his chair on the porch. The young man came slowly back across the yard and sat on the steps. After a few minutes, the young man said, "That wasn't very funny. I hardly expected you to think so. This can go on for an awfully long time, you know." "I have," said the man in black, "an awfully long time. So do you." "I think it's rather a silly thing for you to be concerning yourself with," the young man said. "After all, it failed to incite these humans to any thoughts which could really be called sinful." "Then it is an equally silly thing for you to concern yourself with, isn't it?" "I do so because it disturbs humans at a time when they may be nearest to God." "I concern myself for the same reason." A non-existent half-hour passed. The young man sat on the steps, his white suit impeccable, face thoughtful. The man in black sat and smoked and smirked. The three old men waited. Out in the yard, the outhouse stood, a battleground of good and evil. Its coat of white paint gleamed in the sun, which still stood high as a result of timelessness. Its red roof was a challenge. To the young man, staring moodily, the crescent in the door seemed a mocking, lopsided smile. On the roof stood a new and larger mounting containing a new and larger cowbell, from which hung a new and heavier chain. Once the young man looked upward as if for guidance. Once he sighed and shook his head as if discouraged. "One of us must win," he said finally. "Always?" The man in black nodded. "If I destroy that bell, you will replace it." "With a bigger one?" "If you replace it, I shall destroy it." "And then I shall replace it again." "Do you really feel," asked the young man, "that so small a purpose is worth such an effort?" "I might ask you the same question. Tiny building blocks may build a great edifice. The removal of one may contribute to its ruin." The creek murmured. Out in back of the store, the bird in the elm sang a hesitant note, and then was silent. Charlie Mason cleared his throat. The man in black turned his hot, mocking gaze on Charlie. Charlie closed his mouth so hard his teeth clicked. The young man said, "You need not fear him, mortal, only his temptations." "Mister," Charlie said hesitantly. "Yes?" "Something sorta has me wondering." "Yes?" "Well, I've been watching you two go at it, and, well, it sorta looks like this other feller has the edge on you right down the line. I mean, like he was all confident, and you just don't know how to get around him." The young man nodded somberly. "I have been waiting for you to make that observation, human. It is true. Evil only has only to exist for its work to be half done. It is a pit. You only have to fall into it. While to be good, you must exert yourself to climb out of the pit." He looked sadly at the smirking man in black. "He walks confidently, for he requires no more than your acceptance of him, your tolerance, your passivity, your apathy. How can such a dynamic imbalance threaten him? He must only be to be strong. You must act to make him weak." The young man got up and stretched his arms. He looked upward at the sky again and seemed to be listening. He shrugged a little. "It has been pointed out to me," he said, "that I have demonstrated sufficiently. Now there are other matters to be attended to. I will destroy the bell once again, but mark these words well, humans. The Dark One will create another, and it, like all his creations, will be a potential for evil. Not a large evil, perhaps, in this case, nor an evil in itself by the simple fact of its existence. Rather, his creations represent the potential of evil within yourselves. After he goes, I urge that you take down the bell and throw it away, destroy it, for as you have seen, he is powerless to prevent that. If he creates another, cast it aside also. Keep doing so. The bell is but the symbol, the temptation. The conquest of evil can take place only in your own souls. You must act in the face of that temptation. The battleground is not this town, nor this yard, nor that structure, but in yourselves. In you is the pit. In you must be the strength and will to escape it. Do you understand? 3 nods. The young man looked into their minds for the last time to assure himself of their purity. And in Charlie Mason's mind he saw a tiny, half-hidden thought that struck him so forcibly that he almost smiled. Deep in Charlie's mind, beneath all his awe and wonder at the present situation, almost on a subconscious level, Charlie's sense of humor was still working. The sense of humor that had come up with the cowbell joke in the first place. Now, in Charlie's mind, was a solution for the present difficulty. Not a solution actually, for the realities of the problem were already solved. Solved in the minds of the 3 old men in their firm resolve to do nothing ever again that would precipitate this kind of heavenly and satanic tug-of-war in the arena of their souls. But it would end this business of bell no bell very nicely. And not inappropriately, the young man thought. He would arrange the situation just as Charlie was mentally picturing it. And seeing what Charlie had in mind, finally brought a smile to the young man's face. He walked across the yard and entered the outhouse. The bell and chain and mounting vanished. This time, the young man was gone from sight just a little longer than any time previously, and when he came out, he looked just a tiny bit expectant. He waved in friendly fashion at the 3 men on the porch and rose into the sky, faster and faster, until he disappeared into the sun. The man in black got up from his chair and knocked out his pipe on a heel, or rather where a heel should have been, for it was now evident for the first time that he had black hooves instead of feet. The wad of sulfur fell to the boards and smoked and stank. "He was right, you know," he said. "The battle was in yourselves, and I suppose I've lost. I seem to be losing more and more these days, though I'm by no means through. I suppose if I put up another bell, you'll just take it down?" He sighed and stretched out his long, black-clad arms wide as the young man had done. "Well, it's been diverting. I think I will put up another bell just for the hell of it." He went down the steps, across the yard, into the outhouse. An enormous cowbell appeared on the roof. A prince of cowbells, a cowbell fit for the neck of Babe, the giant blue ox of Paul Bunyan. From it hung an inch-thick chain. The chain yanked down, the cowbell went blungle, blungle, block, block, block. And Charlie's plan, which the young man had arranged before leaving the confines of the outhouse, became evident. There was a loud flushing sound, a Herculean flush. The walls collapsed inward with a giant roar, and an enormous swoosh, and a gargantuan gurgle. A moment later, there was only a deep hole in the ground where the outhouse had stood, and then the sides of the hole crumbled in to form a shallow pit. Timelessness ended. Luke scratched his head and stared from Sam over to Charlie. Did you two dream the same thing I did? His voice was odd. Sam pointed over to where the pit made a raw scar in the ground. Weren't no dream. Or if it was, we're still asleep. Charlie had a laughing glint in his eye. We're not asleep, and it wasn't any dream, especially the ending. Luke and Sam looked at him puzzled for a moment. Then they both laughed, and Charlie joined them. Bet that flush was the damnedest joke Satan ever had played on him. Luke gasped, holding his sides. One hell of a joke, Charlie, Sam choked. What I wouldn't give to have seen his face. Charlie agreed. He began to laugh even harder as he wondered if there was any soap and water down in Ghana. He had an idea Satan might be praying for some. End of Battle of the Bells by Jerome Bixby. Read by Paul Hampton.
Brain Transference by Robert Duncan Milne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Brain Transference. How it resulted in changing the natures of its subjects. By Robert Duncan Milne. There is a certain private asylum in the vicinity of Oakland, the location of which it is not necessary for me to mention, as I am dealing not with names or places, but with facts. However, its identity will be apparent to many when I say that it is presided over by a gentleman who, besides being a physician and surgeon of acknowledged skill in his profession, holds a high rank not only in our local philosophic and scientific circles, but also in those of the world at large. Some might term Dr. G an enthusiast, and upon certain questions no doubt he is. Others might term him an empiric, and in the best acceptation of that term, that is to say, insofar as empirician deals with the endeavor to demonstrate the truth of theory by experiment, he is certainly open to the charge. The patients of Dr. G are of the better class. They pay well for their accommodation, and in turn receive the best attention which medical skill can afford. The number of cures which the doctor has effected in acute cases of hypochondria and mania, as well as in graver ones of almost hopeless insanity, attest alike the accuracy of his diagnosis and the wisdom of his treatment. That is one reason why his name as a man of science is as high as it is, and also explains why his establishment is patronized by the elite of the state. There is nothing about the appearance of Dr. G's residence in consonance with the conventional idea of the private asylum, sanitarium, or maison de santé. On the contrary, it looks like the mansion of an affluent gentleman, situated within its own ample grounds, which are set out with lawns, flower-beds, and shrubbery in the usual fashion. Only the initiated would understand the significance of the more than ordinarily high and strong iron railing which surrounds the grounds, and the apparent needlessness of the lodge-keeper who opens the gates to visitors. I have had the honor of Dr. G's acquaintance for several years past, and frequently take the advantage of a standing invitation to visit him on Sunday. Some 6 weeks ago I paid him one of my accustomed visits, and was ushered as usual into the doctor's private study. While I waited, my eye ran over the multitudinous and heterogeneous details of the apartment with which I was already so familiar. Cabinets filled with curious surgical instruments, other cabinets, the shelves of which contained numberless bottles of drugs and chemicals, others again reserved for chemical apparatus, mineralogical and botanical specimens, and what not. The walls covered with physiological and anatomical plates, the tables littered with the latest scientific magazines in all languages. In short, just such a study as is characteristic of a specialist and man of science combined. Presently the door opened, and the doctor entered. He greeted me warmly as usual, but I thought I could detect a peculiar glitter of the eye, an unwonted flush of the cheek, and a certain preoccupation of manner which seemed to indicate that something unusual was engaging his attention, or ideas. "I am glad you have come," he said, after the customary greetings. I am about to perform a peculiarly interesting and novel experiment, and though it is not particularly hazardous to the patient, still I prefer to have the presence of a witness on whose discretion I can rely, and who also knows how to appreciate the true nature of such an experiment, in case—" Here the doctor paused, as if at a loss for an expression. "In case what?" I remarked interrogatively. "Well, in case," resumed the doctor slowly, "the matter should become the subject of an official or judicial investigation. Mind you," he proceeded with greater emphasis, "you are perfectly irresponsible for whatever may occur. You are merely an onlooker, that is all." "But," said I, not feeling altogether reassured by the doctor's language, "you have not told me the nature of this experiment." The doctor paused again, as if studying the best way to reply. "You have read, I presume," he said at length, "of a very beautiful piece of surgical work performed the other day in New York, in which the cranium of a cat and that of a dog were simultaneously opened, and a portion of the brain matter of each having been extracted, an interchange was effected?" "Yes," said I recollect reading about some such operation." "Well," continued the doctor, "no evil results followed, no inflammation set in. The brain matter thus interchanged settled quite naturally into place. A complete junction was effected. A successful graft was made." I assented. "Now," continued the doctor, "what is good of one animal is good of another, is it not? If this interchange of cerebral matter can be effectually accomplished on the higher species of mammalia, such as the cat and dog unquestionably are, why not equally so in the case of the human mammal?" "Pardon me, doctor," I interpolated. "Are we right in drawing such absolute conclusions from one, or even from a few scattered instances? Dr. Koch be— that is to say," interrupted the doctor, "Dr. Koch is not the only practitioner who is an experimenter also. I wouldn't give a fig for one who couldn't use big chances if he had them. What though a few worthless elements are sacrificed in the pursuit of knowledge? Are these at all comparable to the benefit that may spring from their sacrifice to the race in general?" "Do you mean, then—" I interjected, but before I could proceed, the doctor— he is a very powerful man— brought his right fist down on the table before him, or before us, I should say, as we happened to be seated vis-a-vis at the round center table of the study, with such emphasis as to momentarily rob me of the power of speech. "I mean this," he said to the accompaniment of the blow on the table. "I mean that you shall witness, whether you will or not, the experiment I am about to perform." The first thought that struck me when I heard these words was, can the doctor be mad? Is it possible that his mental faculties can have become impaired, contaminated, so to speak, by long association with those under his charge? The peculiar dilation and brilliancy of his eye, a feature which I had never before noticed, led me to think that such might indeed be the case. Then again, I had heard of mad doctors going mad through association. My train of thought was, however, very summarily interrupted by the doctor eyeing me as he lay back in his easy chair in, as I thought, a highly supercilious manner, and remarking, in the calmest possible voice, "Calm yourself, my dear friend. No harm can possibly befall you. You are simply hypnotized, that is all." As the words fell from his lips, I at last directly realized my position. I could write a volume on my sensations, but they can be succinctly summed up in the statements that I had not the will to leave the easy chair in which I was seated. There was the most thorough and accurate perception of all that was going on around me, but it was of a passive character. The power of volition was gone. I thoroughly realized the humiliating and dependent position in which I was placed, robbed of my personality, robbed of my individuality, robbed of all that goes to make up responsibility and identity, yet the sensation was rather pleasing than otherwise. "Now," observed the doctor as he rose from his seat with a triumphant glare and walked toward one of the bookcases, "now that I have secured you for a witness, I will explain still further the drift of my meaning as to the experiment we were talking about." Stepping to the bookcase, He took down one of the books, turned over its leaves, and said, In order that you may fully realize the purport of the momentous experiments I am about to make, an experiment, my dear sir, before which Dr. Koch's victory over the microbes and bacilli will pale its ineffectual fires, I must make you thoroughly aware of what the science of phrenology drives at and teaches. Here it is. What is phrenology but a theory of mental philosophy, founded on the observation and discovery of the functions of the brain, insofar as it is concerned in intellectual and emotional phenomena? Dr. Gall, for instance, was at last led to conclude, first, that the brain is the aggregate of many parts, each serving for the manifestation of a particular mental faculty, and second, that all other conditions being equal, the size of each of these cerebral organs is a measure of the power of its function. There, went on the doctor triumphantly, what do you think of that? The size, mark you, the size of each of these cerebral organs is a measure of the power of its functions. Now suppose we reduce or increase the size of these organs. What then? We shall see. Here the doctor got up from his seat, walked over to one of the cabinets, that in which the surgical instruments were kept, opened it, and took thence one that looked like that known to carpenters as a bit-stock or brace, only that instead of the ordinary boring bit at its lower extremity, there was what seemed to be a small hollow cylinder, about an inch in diameter, the lower rim of which was serrated with extremely fine teeth like a saw. The doctor held it up and examined it with an eye of critical approval, and ran his forefinger along the points of the saw teeth to test their sharpness. This, said he, tapping the instrument, is a trephine, and it is used for trepanning, otherwise boring holes in skulls, just the thing to get at the brain, he added absently. A hideous thought flashed across my brain. Did he mean to experiment on me? I felt that if he did, I was in his power. He seemed to divine what was passing in my mind. Don't be alarmed, he remarked. I could have no object in practicing upon you, when I have infinitely better material at hand. You are simply here as a witness. So saying, he touched a handbell, which was presently answered by a servant. Go and tell Mr. Wyatt and Mr. Andrews that I would like to see them in my study, said the doctor. The servants withdrew, and returned presently, accompanied by two gentlemen, one past middle age, the other still a young man. The bearing of the former was meek, almost to subservience, while the young man carried himself with an air of inflated dignity and pride, indicating at once from what peculiar form of monomania he suffered. Will your Imperial Majesty please be seated, said the doctor to the younger man with a low bow, at the same time pointing to a seat. Mr. Wyatt, he added parenthetically to myself, merely imagines himself to be the Tsar of Russia. Perfectly harmless hallucination. Mr. Andrews, on the other hand, is afflicted with exactly the opposite delusion. He is the essence of humility and veneration. Imagines himself a medieval saint, St. Simeon Stylites, by preference. He rarely assumes any but a kneeling or standing position. On this occasion, however, he will take a seat. St. Simeon, addressing the older gentleman, as a mortification of the flesh, for the nonce, it behoveth thee to sit. The old gentleman, crossing his hands upon his breast, dropped into a chair, which the doctor set close beside that of his companion. There are several of my patients, went on the doctor, over whom I exert a habitual hypnotic influence, which it only requires a word to bring into action. We shall now proceed to business. So saying, the doctor wheeled a small table close to the seated men, and arranged upon it several shallow porcelain dishes, together with some surgical instruments, besides sponges, lint, plaster, a razor, and a lathing pot. Taking up the scissors, he stepped close to the younger man, and began clipping the hair close upon a knob or protuberance, which jutted abnormally from the top of the back of his head. After cropping the hair as short as he could with the scissors, he next lathered and shaved the spot over a circular area about the size of $1, the subject meanwhile giving no external evidence that he knew what was going on. The same operation was then gone through with the older man, though in his case the spot shaved was exactly on the top of the head, which towered upward like a miniature dome. He, too, remained perfectly passive. Now perhaps you may begin to understand what I am about, observed the doctor. This gentleman, indicating the younger man, has an abnormal development of brain in the region of the organ of self-esteem. St. Simeon, on the other hand, suffers from an excess of brain matter where the bump of veneration is located. I am simply going to equalize matters, that is all." The doctor now took up the instrument described as looking like a carpenter's brace, terminating in a small cylindrical saw, which I saw was pivoted upon a central pointed pin. This he carefully adjusted to the center of the shaven space at the back of the head of the younger man. "We shall now proceed to take the conceit out of the Tsar of Russia," he said with a grim smile, as the brace turned swiftly in his practiced hand, and the keen teeth of the trephine ground their way through the crunching skull, the subject or patient meanwhile betraying no symptom of uneasiness or even appreciation of the matter. In a very few seconds the doctor desisted, laid down the trephine, and took up a silver forceps, with which he deftly removed a circular disc of bone, about the size of $50, which he placed upon one of the porcelain capsules on the table. Turning quickly to his other patient, he performed the same operation upon him. Then, putting down the trephine, he took up a metal spatula, which he proceeded to insert first into the one cavity, then into the other, extracting from each a small portion of brain matter of the same size and shape, which he deposited side by side upon another capsule, letting them remain there, however, only for a moment, the interchange of Mr. Wyatt's brain to Mr. Andrews' skull, and vice versa being effected with all possible speed. The discs of skull were then carefully replaced, each in its respective cavity, with the usual adjustment of antiseptics, bandages, etc. All this I watched with a critical eye, as if it was the most natural operation in the world. "Now," said the doctor coolly, as he adjusted the last bandage, "we can congratulate ourselves that the operation has been most successfully performed. These gentlemen will never know what has happened unless they are told, and even then they would not be able to appreciate its significance. They can stay where they are for an hour or two yet, till their brains get settled. Let us go to dinner." This incident, as well as the peculiar circumstances under which I witnessed it, made a very deep impression upon my mind, but it was not till nearly a month afterward that I again visited the establishment of my friend the doctor. I found him in an unusual state of elation. Not only had a perfect junction of the brain matter thus transferred and interchanged from the one patient to the other been effected, but a most marvelous result had also taken place in their moral natures. The younger man, Mr. Wyatt, whose peculiar hallucination had arisen from his abnormal bump of self-esteem, and who had imagined himself the Tsar of Russia, was becoming quite rational, and bearing himself like an ordinary mortal, while Mr. Andrews, on the other hand, was no longer posing as St. Simeon Stylites, but was beginning to exhibit decided symptoms of a healthy accretion of self-esteem. The doctor, however, is not going to give the result of his experience to the world as yet, but will wait till time shall have proved it, in either case, beyond the possibility of a relapse. End of Brain Transference by Robert Duncan Milne.
The Chasm by Bryce Walton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. It was a war of survival, children against old men, and not a chance in the world to bridge the chasm by Bryce Walton. The old man's face was turning gray with fatigue under the wrinkled brown. He was beginning to get that deadly catching pain in his left chest, but he forced himself to move again, his ragged, dusty uniform of the old home guard blending into the rubble the way a lizard merges with sand. He hobbled behind a pile of masonry and peered through the crack. He angled his bald head, listening. His hands never really stopped quivering these days, and the automatic rifle barrel made a fluttering crackle on the concrete. He lowered the barrel, then wiped his face with a bandana. He'd thought he heard a creeping rustle over there, but he didn't see any sign of the children. He'd been picked to reconnoiter because his eyes were only comparatively good. The truth was, he couldn't see too well, especially when the sun reflecting on the flat, naked angles of the ruined town, made his eyes smart and water. And now his head was beginning to throb. A dust devil danced away, whirling a funnel of dust. Sal Lemon looked at it, and then he slid from behind the rubble and moved along down the shattered block, keeping to the wall of jagged holes and broken walls that had once been the main street of town. He remembered with a wry expression on his face that he had passed his 94th birthday 8 days back. He had never thought he could be concerned with whether he'd live to see his 95th, because there had always been a feeling that by the time he was 94, he would have made his peace with himself and with whatever was outside. He moved warily like a dusty rabbit, in and out of the ruins, sinking through the sun's dead noon glare. He stopped and crouched in the shade behind a pile of slag that had once been an iron statue of some important historical figure. He contacted Captain Murphy on the walkie-talkie. "Don't see any signs of children. Max says he saw some around there," Murphy yelled. "Max is getting too old. Guess he's seeing things. He saw them right around there somewhere. Haven't seen him either. We haven't heard another word from Max here, Sal." The old man shrugged. "How could the children have gotten through our post defenses?" He looked away down the white glare of the street. "You're supposed to be finding out," Murphy yelled. He had a good voice for a man 2 months short of being 100. He liked to show it off. Then Sal thought he saw an odd fluttering movement down the block. "I'll report in a few minutes," he said, and then he edged along next to the angled wall. A disturbed stream of plaster whispered down and ran off his shoulder. Near the corner he stopped. "Max," he said. He whispered it several times. "Max? That you, Max?" He moved nearer to the blob on the concrete. Heat waves radiated up around it, and it seemed to quiver and dance. He dropped the walkie-talkie. There wasn't even enough left of Max to take back in or put under the ground. He heard a metallic clank, and the manhole cover moved, and then he saw them coming up over the edge. He ran, and behind him he could hear their screams and cries, and their feet striking hard over the blisters, cracks, and dried-out holes in the dead town's skin. He dodged into the rubble, and fell, and got up, and kept on running. The pain was like something squeezing in his belly, and he kept on running because he wanted to live and because he had to tell others that the children were indeed inside the post defenses. He knew now how they had come in, through the sewers, under the defenses. He began to feel and hear them crawling, digging, moving, all over beneath the ruins, waiting to come out in a filthy, screaming stream. Sal was still resting at the corner of the old warehouse by the river. The lantern hung on a beam, and the dark floor was covered with deep, moving shadows. Captain Murphy was pacing in a circle, looking like something sewn together by a nervous seamstress. Dr. Cartley sat on a canvas chair, elbows on knees, chin in his hands. He kept looking at the floor. He was in his early 80s, and sometimes seemed like a young man to Sal. His ideas, maybe. He thought differently about the children and where things were going. "We're going to get out tonight," Captain Murphy said again. "We'll get the barge loaded, and we'll get out." Saul sat up a bit. The pills had made his heart settle down a bit, and his hands were comparatively calm. "Is the barge almost loaded now?" "It better be," Saul said. "They'll attack any minute now. I know that much." "Another hour's all we need. If they attack before then, we can hold them off long enough to get that barge into the river. Once we get into the river with it, we'll be safe. We can float her down and into the sea. Somewhere along the coast we'll land, and whatever it is will be fine for us. We'll have licked the children. They know we've got the only edible food stores in God knows how many thousands of miles in this goddamn wasteland. They can't live another month without this stuff, and we're taking it all down the river. That's right, isn't it, Doc? Cartley looked up. But as I said before, squeezing a little more life out of ourselves doesn't mean anything to me. What do we want to get away and live a little longer for? It doesn't make sense, except in a ridiculous, selfish way. So we live another month, maybe 6 months, or a year longer. What for? Saul glanced at Murphy, who finally sat down. We want to live, Murphy said thickly, and he gripped his hands together. Survival, it's a natural law. What about the survival of the species? Cartley asked. By running out and taking the food, we're killing ourselves anyway. So I don't think I'll be with you, Murphy. What are you going to do, stay here? They'll torture you to death. They'll do to you what they did to Donaldson and all the others they've caught. You want to stay for that kind of treatment? We ought to try. Running off, taking all this food that means they're sure to die inside a few weeks. They might catch a few rats or birds, but there aren't even enough of those around to sustain life beyond a few days. So we kill the future, just so we can go on living a little longer. We've got no reason to live when we know the race will die. My wife refused to fight them. They killed her, that's true, but I still think she was right. We've got to make one more attempt to establish some kind of truce with the children. If we have that, then we might be able to start building up some kind of relationship. The only way they can survive, even if they had food, is to absorb our knowledge. You know that. Without our knowledge and experience, they'll die anyway, even if they had 1,000 years of food supplies. It can't be done, Murphy said. Cartley looked at the shadows for a long time. Finally, he shook his head. I don't have any idea how to do it, but we should try. We can't use discipline and power because we're too weak and too outnumbered. We'd have to do that first in order to teach them, and we can't. So there has to be some other way. Faith? Sal said. He shook his head. They don't believe in anything. You can't make any appeal to them through faith or ethics or any kind of code of honor. Nothing like that. They're worse than animals. Cartley stood up wearily and started to walk away. They hate us, he said. That's the only thing we're sure of. We're the means and they're the ends. We made them what they are. They're brutalized and motivated almost completely by hatred. And what's underneath hatred? He fumed back toward Murphy. Fear. Sal stood up. I never thought of them as being afraid, he said. That doesn't matter, Murphy said. It's the hate and the vicious brutality we have to deal with. You do whatever you want to do, Cartley. We've voted, and we voted to move the stuff out tonight on the barge. The world we helped make is dead, Cartley. The children grew up in a world we killed. We've all got bad consciences, but we can't do anything about it. The chasm between them and us is too wide. It was wide even before the bombs fell, and the bombs made it a hell of a lot wider. Too wide to put any kind of bridge across now. Just the same, we ought to die trying, Cartley said. When he went outside, Sal followed him. The barge was about loaded. All outer defense units had been pulled in and were concentrating on the head of the pier behind the walls of sandbags. Burp guns and machine guns were ready, and the barge lay alongside the pier in the moonlight, like a dead whale. There were several sewer openings near the head of the pier. Men were stationed around these sewers with automatic rifles, hand grenades, and flamethrowers. Sal walked to where Cartley stood leaning against the partly closed door of the rotting warehouse. Jagged splinters of steel and wood angled out against the sky. After a while, Sal said softly, "Well, what would we try to do, Doc?" Cartley turned quickly. Some of the anguish in his eyes had gone away, and he gripped Sal's shoulders in hands surprisingly strong for so old a man. "You want to help me try?" "I guess I do. Like you said, we only have a little time left anyway. If we can't help the children, what's the good of it?" They stood there in the shadows a while, not saying anything. "This way," Cartley said. He led Sal down away from the pier and along the water's edge. Dry reeds rustled, and mud squished under their shoes. "Here," Cartley said. There was a small, flat-bottomed rowboat, and in it were several cartons of food supplies, all in cans. There were also several large tins of water. "We'll need a little time," Cartley said. "We'll have to wait. I figure we'll row upstream maybe a few 100 yards and hole up in one of those caves. We can watch, Sal. We can watch and wait and try to figure it out." "Sure," Sal said. "That seems the only way to start." Cartley sat down on the bank near the boat, and Sal sat down too. "The children," said Cartley, "never had a chance to be any other way. But we're the oldsters, and we've got this obligation, Sal. Man's a cultural animal. He isn't born with any inherent concepts of right or wrong, or good or bad, or even an ability to survive on an animal level. We have to be taught to survive by the elders, Sal, and we're the elders." He hesitated. "We're the only ones left." A flare of horrid light exploded over the warehouse, downriver, and it lit up Cartley's face and turned it a shimmering crimson. His hands widened to a perfect roundness, and he raised his hands in a voiceless scream to stop the sudden explosions of burp guns, grenades, machine guns, and rifles. Looking downriver then, Saul could see the flames eating up through the warehouse. The pier, the barge, everything for 100 square yards was lit up as bright as day, and the flare spread out over the river and made a black, ominous shadow of the opposite bank. "They're getting away," Cartley said. Saul watched the barge move out. The children came screaming out of the blazing warehouse, overran the pier, streamed into the water. But a steady blast of fire from the barge drove them back, and in a few minutes the barge dissolved downriver into darkness. Cartley's hands were shaking as he gripped Saul's arm. "Let's go now. We need time. Time may help us a lot, Sal. We have to wait and watch. We can figure something out." Saul heard the screams and mocking, savage cries coming up over the water, and then the jagged cries of some oldsters who hadn't managed to get away. Still looking downstream toward the blazing pier, Sal pushed Cartley into the rowboat, and they shoved off. Sal started rowing, but he kept looking back. "They should have put them in the same shelter with us," Sal said. "That would have made a difference. But they put us in separate shelters." Only the oldsters and the youngsters had been saved. The old out of pity because they were helpless and had been granted the safety of shelters. The young because they were symbols of hope and had been granted shelters too. "No," said Cartley. "It started long before that. The chasm was built up long before the war. This alienation between the youth and the old, between the son and the seed. That's what we have to bring back, Sal, Between us, we have stored up 179 years of human culture. There isn't a kid back there, Sal, that's more than 12 years old." "We'll find a way," Sal said. The rowboat was about 15 feet from the thick reeds growing in the marshy ooze of the bank. Cartley heard the sound first and turned, his face white. When Sal looked toward the bank, he saw a girl. She came on out from the curtain of reeds and looked at them. She was perfectly clear in the moonlight, standing there. She wore a short, ragged print dress, and she had long hair that seemed silken and soft and golden in the moonlight, even though it, her dress, her little legs and her face, were streaked with mud. Sal hesitated, then pulled heavily on his left oar, and the boat nosed toward her. Up close, Sal could see her face, the clear blue eyes wet, and the tears running down her cheeks. The girl reached out and asked in a sobbing breath, "Grandpa? Is that you, Grandpa?" "Oh, God! Oh, God!" Cartley said. He was crying as he picked her up and got her into the boat. He was rocking her in his arms, and half crying and half laughing as Sal rowed the boat upstream. "Yes, yes, honey," Sal heard Cartley say over and over. "I'm your grandpa, honey. Don't cry. Go to sleep now. I'm your grandpa, and I've been looking for you, honey. And now everything's going to be all right." It's funny, Sal thought, as he kept rowing upstream. It's a funny thing how one little girl remembered her grandpa, and now maybe that was the beginning of the bridge across the chasm. The end of The Chasm by Bryce Walton.
Contamination Crew by Alan E. Norse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Glenn Carruthers. Contamination Crew by Alan E. Norse. The following is taken from the files of the Medical Disciplinary Board, Hospital Earth. From the preliminary hearings read The Profession versus Samuel B. Jenkins, Physician, First Court, Medical Affairs, Final Action Pending. ComCod S221VB73 Voroshilov Sector, 4th Galactic Period 22-23-41, General Survey Ship Mercy to Hospital Earth, via fastest possible routing, priority unassigned. To Lucius Darby, Physician Grade 1, Black Service Director of Galactic Periphery Surfaces, Hospital Earth, from Samuel B. Jenkins, Physician Grade 6, Red Service General Practice Patrol Ship Lancet, attached GSS Mercy Pro Tem. Sir, the following communication is directed to your attention in hopes that it may anticipate various charges which are certain to be placed against me, as a physician of the Red Service, upon the return of the General Survey Ship Mercy to Hospital Earth, expected arrival 4 months from above date. These charges will undoubtedly be preferred by one Tervold Nielsen, Physician Grade 2 of the Black Service and Commander of the Mercy on its current survey mission into the Voroshilov sector. Exactly what the charges will be I cannot say, since the Black Doctor in question refuses either audience or communication with me at the present time. However, it seems likely that treason, incompetence, and mutinous insubordination will be among the milder complaints registered. It is possible that even malpractice might be added, so you can readily understand the reasons for this statement. The following will also clarify my attached request that the GSS Mercy, upon arrival in orbit around Hospital Earth, be met immediately by a decontamination ship carrying a vat of hydrochloric acid, concentration 3.7%, measuring no less than 20 by 30 by 50 feet, and that quarantine officials be prepared to place the entire crew of the Mercy under physical and psychiatric observation for a period of no less than 6 weeks upon disembarkation. The facts in brief are as follows. 3 months ago, as crew of the General Practice Patrol Ship Lancet, my colleague Green Dr. Wallace Stone and myself began investigating certain peculiar conditions existing on the 4th planet of Morkai, Voroshilov Sector Class 1 Medical Service Contract. The entire population of that planet was found to be suffering from a mass psychotic delusion of rather spectacular proportions, namely that they and their entire planet were in imminent danger of being devoured in toto by an indestructible non-humanoid creature which they called a hlorg. The Morakivi were insistent that a hlorg had already totally consumed a non-existent outer planet in their system and was now hard at work on neighbouring Morkai 5. It was their morbid fear that Morkai 4 was next on its list. No amount of reassurance could convince them of the foolishness of these fears, although we exhausted our energy, our patience, and our food and medical supplies in the effort. Ultimately, we referred the matter to the Grey Service, feeling confident that it was a psychiatric problem rather than medical or surgical. We applied to the GSS Mercy to take us aboard to replenish the ship's supplies and provide us a much-needed recovery period. The Black Doctor in command approved our request and brought us aboard. The trouble began 2 days later. There were 3 classes of dirty words in use by the men who travelled the spaceways back and forth from Hospital Earth. There were the words you seldom used in public, but which were colourful and descriptive in private use. Then there were the words which you seldom used even in private, but which effectively relieved feelings when directed at mirrors, inanimate objects, and people who had just left the room. Finally, there were those words that you just didn't use, period. You knew they existed, you'd heard them used at one time or another, but to hear them spoken out in plain Earth English was enough to rock the most space-hardened of the galactic pill peddlers back on his well-worn heels. Black Dr. Torvald Nielsen's Earth English was spotty at best, but the word came through without any possibility of misinterpretation. Red Dr. Sam Jenkins stared at the little man and felt his face turning as scarlet as the lining of his uniform cape. "But that's ridiculous," he finally stammered, quite aside from the language you used to suggest it. "Ah, so the word still has some punch left, eh? At least you puppies bring something away from your medical training, even if it's only to booze." The Black Doctor scowled across the desk at Jenkins' lanky figure. "But sometimes, my good doctor, it is better to face a fact than to wait for that fact to face you. Sometimes we have to crawl out of our ivory towers for a minute or two, you know." Jenkins reddened again. He had never had any great love for physicians of the Black Service, who did, but he found himself disliking this short, blunt-spoken man even more cordially than most. "Why implicate the Lancet?" he burst out. "You've landed the Mercy on plenty of planets before we brought the Lancet aboard her. But we did not have it with us before the Lancet came aboard, and now we do have it. The implication is obvious. You have brought aboard a contaminant." He said it again. Red Dr. Jenkins' face darkened. "The Green Doctor and I have maintained the Lancet in perfect conformity with the sterility code. We've taken every precaution on both landing and disembarking procedures. What's more, we spent the last 3 months on a planet with no mutually compatible flora or fauna. From Hospital Earth's viewpoint, Morkai 4 is sterile. We made only the briefest check stop on Morkai 5 before joining you. It was a barren rock, but we decontaminated again after leaving. If you have a contaminant on board your ship, sir, it didn't come from the Lancet, and I won't be held responsible." It was strong language to use to a Black Doctor, and Sam Jenkins knew it. There were doctors of the Green and Red Service who had spent their professional lives on some god-forsaken planetoid at the edge of the galaxy for saying less. Red Dr. Sam Jenkins was too near the end of his internship, too nearly ready for his permanent planetary appointment with the rank, honour and responsibility it carried to lightly risk throwing it to the wind at this stage. But a Red Doctor does not bring a contaminant aboard a survey ship, he thought doggedly, no matter what the Black Doctor says. Nielsen looked at the young man slowly, then he shrugged. "Of course, I'm merely a pathologist. I realize that we know nothing of medicine, nor of disease, nor of the manner in which disease is spread. All this is beyond our scope. But perhaps you'll permit one simple question from a dull old man, just to humour him?" Jenkins looked at the floor. "I'm sorry, sir." "Just so. You've had a very successful cruise this year with the Lancet, I understand." Jenkins nodded. On most successful crews, 4 planets elevated from Class 4 to Class 2 contracts, they all tell me more or 2 elevated from Class 6 to Class 1, with certain special riders. A plague panic averted on Setman 1, and a very complex virus-bacteria symbiosis unravelled on Orb 3. An illustrious record. You and your colleague from the Green Service are hoping for a year's exemption from training. I imagine... The Black Doctor looked up sharply. You searched your holds after leaving Morkai planets, I presume? Jenkins blinked. Why, no, sir. That is, we decontaminated according to... I see. You didn't search your holds. I suppose you didn't notice your food supplies dwindling at an alarming rate? No. The Red Doctor hesitated. Not really? Ah. The Black Doctor closed his eyes wearily and flipped an activator switch. The scanner on the far wall buzzed into activity. It focused on the rear storage hold of the Mercy where the little Lancet was resting on its landing rack. Look closely, Doctor. At first Jenkins saw nothing. Then his eyes caught a long, pink, glistening strand lying across the floor of the hold. The scanner picked up the strand, followed it to the place where it emerged from a neat pencil-sized hole in the hull of the Lancet. The strand snaked completely across the room and disappeared through another neat hole in the wall into the next storage hold. Jenkins shook his head as the scanner flipped back to the hole in the Lancet's hull. Even as he watched, the hole enlarged and a pink blob began to emerge. The blob kept coming and coming until it rested soggily on the edge of the hole. Then it teetered and fell splat on the floor. Friend of yours? The Black Doctor asked casually. It was a pink heap of jelly just big enough to fill a scrub bucket. It sat on the floor, quivering noxiously. Then it sent out pseudopods in several directions, probing the metal floor. After a few moments it began oozing along the strand of itself that lay on the floor, and squeezed through the hole into the next hold. Ugh, said Sam Jenkins, feeling suddenly sick. The hydroponic tanks are in there, the Black Doctor said. You've seen one of those before? Not in person, Jenkins shook his head weakly. Only in pictures. It's a log. We thought it was only a Morkovi persecution fantasy. This thing is growing fast for a persecution fantasy. We spotted it 8 hours ago, demolishing what was left of your food supply. It's twice as big now as it was then. Well, we've got to get rid of it, said Jenkins, suddenly coming to life. Amen, Doctor. I'll get the survey crew alerted right away. We won't waste a minute, and my apologies. Jenkins was hurrying to the door. I'll get it cleared out of here fast. I do hope so, said the Black Doctor. The thing makes me ill just to think about it. I'll give you a clean ship report in 24 hours, the Red Doctor said confidently as he could, and beat a hasty retreat down the corridor. He was wishing fervently that he felt as confident as he sounded. The Morkivi had described the log in excruciating detail. He and Green Dr. Stone had listened and smiled sadly at each other day after day, marvelling at the fanciful delusion. Flogs indeed, and such creatures to dream up, eating, growing, devouring plant, animal, and mineral without discrimination. And the Morkivi had stoutly maintained that this log of theirs was indestructible. Green Doctor, Wally Stone, true to his surgical calling, was a man of action. You mean there is such a thing? He exploded when his partner confronted him with the news. For real? Not just somebody's pipe dream? There is, said Jenkins, and we've got it, here, on board the Mercy. It's eating like hell and gone, and doubling its size every 8 hours. Well, what are you waiting for? Toss it overboard. Fine. And what happens to the next party it happens to land on? We're supposed to be altruist, remember? We're supposed to worry about the health of the galaxy? Jenkins shook his head. Whatever we do with it, we have to find out just what we're tossing before we toss. The creature had made itself at home aboard the Mercy. In the spirit of uninvited guests since time immemorial, it had established a toehold with remarkable asperity, and now was digging in for the long winter. Drawn to the hydroponic tanks like a flea to a dog, the Thlorg had settled its bulbous pink body down in their murky depths with a contented gurgle. As it grew larger, the tank levels grew lower, the broth clearer. The fact that the 25 crewmen of the Mercy depended on those tanks for their food supply on the 4-month run back to Hospital Earth didn't seem to bother the Thlorg a bit. It just sank down wetly and began to eat. Under Jenkins' whip hand, and with Green Dr. Stone's assistance, the survey crew snapped into action. Survey was the soul and lifeblood of the medical services supplied by Hospital Earth to the inhabited planets of the galaxy. Centuries before, during the era of exploration, every Earth ship had carried a rudimentary survey crew, a physiologist, a biochemist, an immunologist, a physician, to determine the safety of landings on unknown planets. Other races were more advanced in technological and physical sciences, in sales, in merchandising, but in the biological sciences, men of Earth stood unexcelled in the galaxy. It was not surprising that their casual offerings of medical services, wherever their ships touched, had led to a growing demand for those services, until the first medical services contract with Daneb 3 had formalized the planetary specialty. Earth had become Hospital Earth, physician to a galaxy, surgeon to 1,000 worlds, midwife to those susceptible to midwifery, and psychiatrist to those whose inner lives zigged when their outer lives zagged. In the early days, it had been a haphazard arrangement, but gradually district services appeared to handle problems in medicine, surgery, radiology, psychiatry, and all the other functions of a well-appointed medical service. Under the direction of the Black Service of Pathology, hospital ships and survey ships were dispatched to serve as bases for the tiny general practice patrol ships that answered the calls of planets under contract. But it was the survey ships that did the basic, dirty work on any new planet taken under contract, outlining the physiological and biochemical aspects of the races involved, studying their disease patterns, their immunological types, their susceptibility to medical, surgical, or psychiatric treatment. It was an exacting service to perform, and the survey did an exacting job. Now, with their own home base invaded by a hungry pink jelly blob, the survey crew of the Mercy dug in with all fours to find a way to exercise it. The early returns were not encouraging. Bowman, the anatomist, spent 6 hours with the creature. He'd go after the functional anatomy first, he thought, as he approached the task with gusto. Special organs, vital organ systems. After all, every Achilles had its heel. Functional would spot it if anything would. 6 hours later, he rendered a preliminary report. It consisted of a blank sheet of paper and an expression of wild frustration. "What's this supposed to mean?" Jenkins asked. "Just what it says. But it says nothing." "That's exactly what it means." Bowman was thin, wistful-looking man, with a hawk nose and a little brown moustache. He subbed as ship's cook when things were slow in his specialty. He wasn't a very good cook, but what could anyone do with the sludge from the harvest shelf of a hydroponic tank? Now, with the Thlorg incumbent, there wasn't even any sludge. "I drained off a tank and got a good look at it before it crawled over into the next one," Bowman said. "Ugly bastard. But from a strictly anatomical standpoint, I can't help you a bit." Green Dr. Stone glowered over Jenkins' shoulder at the man. "But surely you can give us something." Bowman shrugged. "You want it technical? Any way you like. Your Thlorg is an ideal anamorph, a nothing, protoplasm, just protoplasm." Jenkins looked up sharply. "What about his cellular organization?" "No cells," said Bowman, "unless they're submicroscopic, and I'd need an electron peeker to tell you that." "No organ system?" "Not even an integument. You saw how slippery he looked? That's why. There's nothing holding him in but energy." "Now look," said Stone, "he eats, doesn't he? He must have waste materials of some sort." Bowman shook his head unhappily. "Sorry, no urates, no nitrates, no CO2. Anyway, he doesn't eat because he has nothing to eat with. He absorbs, and that includes the lining of the tanks, which he seems to like as much as the contents. He doesn't bore those holes he makes, he dissolves them." They sent Bowman back to quarters for a hot bath and a shot of Happy-O, and looked up Frunter, the biochemist. Frunter was glaring at a paper of electrophoretic patterns and pulling out chunks of hair around his bald spot. He gave them a snarl and shoved a sheaf of papers into their hands. "Metabolic survey?" Jenkins asked. "Plus," said Frunter, "you're not going to like it either." "Why not?" "If it grows, it metabolizes. If it metabolizes, we can kill it. Axiom number 17, paragraph number 4. "Oh, it metabolizes all right. But you'd better find yourself another axiom pretty quick." "Why?" "Because it not only metabolizes, it consumes. There's no sign of the usual protein, carbohydrate, fat metabolism going on here. This baby has an enzyme system that's straight from hell. It bypasses the usual metabolic activities that produce heat and energy, and gets right down to basic. Jenkins swallowed. "What do you mean?" "It attacks the nuclear structure of whatever matter the creature comes in contact with. There's a partial mass-energy conversion in its rawest form. The creature goes after carbon-bearing substances first, since the sea seems to break down more easily than anything else. Hence its preference for plant and animal material over non-sea stuff, but it can use anything if it has to." Jenkins stared at the little biochemist, an image in his mind of the pink creature in the hold growing larger by the minute as it ate its way through the hydroponics, through the dry stores, through... "Is there anything it can't use?" "If there is, I haven't found it," Runter said sadly. "In fact, I can't see any reason why it couldn't consume this ship and everything in it, right down to the last rivet." They walked down to the hold for another look at their uninvited guest, and most wished they hadn't. It had reached the size of a small hippopotamus, although the resemblance ended there. 20 hours had elapsed since the survey had begun. The Hlorg had used every minute of it, draining the tanks, engulfing dry stores, devouring walls and floors as it spread out in search of food, leaving trails of eroded metal wherever it went. It was ugly in its pink shapelessness, ugly in its slimy, half-sentient movements, in its very purposefulness, but its ugliness went even deeper, stirring primordial feelings of revulsion and loathing in their minds as they watched it oozing implacably across the hold to another dry storage bin. Wally Stone shuddered. It's grown. Too fast. Bowman charts it as a geometric progression. Stone scratched his jaw as a lone pink pseudopod pushed out of the floor toward him. Then he leaped forward and stamped on it, severing the strand from the body. The severed member quivered and lay still for a moment. Then it flowed back to rejoin the body with a wet gurgle. Stone looked at his half-dissolved shoe. "Egotropism," Jenkins said. "Bowman played around with that too. A severed piece will rejoin if it can. If it can't, it just takes up independent residence, and we have 2 Hlorgs. What happens to it outside the ship?" Stone wanted to know. "Falls dormant for several hours, and then splits into 1,000 independent chunks. One of the boys spent half of yesterday out there gathering them up. I tell you, this thing is equipped to survive." "So are we," said Dr. Stone grimly. "If we can't outwit this free-floating glob of obscenity, we deserve anything we get. Let's have a conference." They met in the pilot room. The Black Doctor was there, so were Bowman and Hunter. Chambers, the physiologist, was glumly clasping and unclasping his hands in the corner. The geneticist, Piccione, drew symbols on a scratch pad and stared blankly at the wall. Jenkins was saying, "Of course, these are only preliminary reports, but they serve to outline the problem. That's not just an annoyance any longer. It's a crisis. We'd all better understand that." The Black Doctor cut him off with a wave of his hand, and glowered at the papers as he read through them minutely. As he sat hunched at the desk with the black cowl of his office hanging down from his shoulders, he looked like a squat black judge, Jenkins thought, a shadow from the Inquisition, a passer of spells. But there was no medievalism in Black Dr. Nielsen. In fact, it was for that reason, and only that reason, that the Black Service had come to be the leaders and the whips, the executors and directors of all the manifold operations of Hospital Earth. The physicians of the General Practice Patrol were fledglings, newly trained in their specialties, inexperienced in the rigorous discipline of medicine that was required of the directors of permanent planetary dispensaries in the heavily populated systems of the galaxy. On outlying worlds, where little was known of the ways of medicine, the temptation was great to substitute faith for knowledge, cant for investigation, nonsense rituals for hard work. But the physicians of the Black Service were always waiting to jerk wandering neophytes back to the scientific disciplines that made the service of Hospital Earth so effective. The Black Doctors would not tolerate sloppiness. "Show me the tissue, doctor," they would say. "Prove to me that what you say is so. Prove that what you did was valid medicine." Their laboratories were the morgues and autopsy rooms of 1,000 planets, the temples of truth from which no physician since the days of Pasteur and Lister could escape for long and retain his position. The Black Doctors were the pragmatists, the gadflies of Hospital Earth. For this reason, it was surprising to hear Black Dr. Nielsen saying, "Perhaps we are being too scientific just now. When the creature has exhausted our food stores, it will look elsewhere for food. Perhaps we must cut at the tree and not at the root." "A frontal attack," said Jenkins. "Just so. Its enzyme system is its vulnerability. Enzyme systems operate under specific optimum conditions, right? And every known enzyme system can be inactivated by adverse conditions of one sort or another. A physical approach may tell us how in this case. Meanwhile, we will be on emergency rations and hope that we don't starve to death finding out." The Black Doctor paused, looking at the men around him. "And in case you are thinking of enlisting help from outside, forget it. We have this thing isolated, and we're going to keep it that way as long as I command this ship." They went gloomily back to their laboratories to plan their frontal attack. That was the night that Hunter disappeared. He was gone when they came to wake him from his sleep period. His bunk had been slept in, but he wasn't in it. In fact, he wasn't anywhere on the ship. "But he couldn't just vanish," the Black Doctor burst out when they told him the news. "Maybe he's hiding somewhere. Maybe this business was working on his mind." Green Dr. Stone took a crew of men to search the ship again, even though he considered it a waste of precious time. He had his private convictions about where Hunter had gone. So did every other man on the ship, including Jenkins. The Lorg had stopped eating, huge and round and wet and ugly, it squatted in the afterhold, quivering gently, without any other sign of life. Surfeited, like a fat man after a turkey dinner. Jenkins reviewed progress with the others. No stone had been left unturned. They had sliced the Lorg and squeezed it. They had boiled it and frozen it. They had dropped chunks of it in acid vats and covered other chunks with desiccants and alkalis. Nothing seemed to bother it. A cold environment slowed down its activity, true, but it also stimulated the process of fission. Warmed up again, the portions sucked back together again and resumed eating. Heat was a little more effective, but not much. It stunned the creature for a brief period, but it would not burn. It hissed frightfully and gave off an overpowering stench, and curled up at the edges, but as soon as the heat was turned off, it began to recover. In Hunter's lab, chunks of the Lorg sat in a dozen vats on tables and in sinks. Some contained antibiotics, some concentrated acids, some desiccants. In each vat, a blob of pink protoplasm wriggled happily, showing no sign of discomfiture. On another table were the remains of Hunter's unsuccessful attempt to prepare an anti-Lorg serum, but no Hunter. "He was down there with the thing all day," Bowman said sadly. "He felt it was his responsibility, really. Hunter thought biochemistry was the answer to all things, of course. Very conscientious man. But he was in bed. He claimed he did his best thinking in bed. Maybe he had a brainstorm and went down to try it out, and..." "Yes," Jenkins nodded sourly, "and..." He walked down the row of vats. "You'd think that at least concentrated sulfuric would desiccate it a little, but it's just formed a crust of coagulated protein around itself, and sits there." Bowman peered over his shoulder, his moustache twitching. "But it does desiccate." if you use enough long enough. How about that concentrated hydrochloric? Same thing, maybe a little more effective, but not enough to count. Okay, next we try combinations. There's got to be something the wretched beast can't tolerate. There was, of course. Green Dr. Stone brought it to Jenkins as he was getting ready to turn in for a sleep period. Jenkins had checked to make sure double guards were posted in the Hawk's vicinity, and jolted them with sleep knot to keep them on their toes. All the same, he tied a length of stout cord around his ankle just to make sure he didn't do any sleepwalking. He was tying it to the bunk when Stone came in with a pan in his hand and a peculiar look on his face. "Take a look at this," he said. Jenkins looked at the sticky brown mass in the tray, and then up at Stone. "Where did you find it?" "Down in the hold. Our Hawk has broken precedent. It's rejected something that it ate." "Yeah, what is it?" "I don't know. I'm taking it to Nielsen for paraffin sections, but I know what it looks like to me." I know." Jenkins felt sick. Stone headed up the path lab, leaving the Red Doctor settled in his bunk. 10 minutes later, Jenkins sat bolt upright in the darkness. Frantically, he untied himself and slid into his clothes. "Idiot," he growled to himself. "Seventh son of a seventh son." 5 minutes later, he was staring at the vats in Hunter's laboratory. He found the one he was looking for. A pink blob of log wiggled slowly around the bottom. Jenkins drew a beaker of distilled water and added it to the fluid in the vat. It hissed and spluttered and sent up quantities of acrid steam. When the steam had cleared away, Jenkins peered in eagerly. The pink thing in the bottom was turning a sickly violet. It had quit wiggling as Jenkins watched. The violet colour changed to mud grey, then to black. He prodded it with a stirring rod. There was no response. With a whoop, Jenkins buzzed Bowman and Stone. "We've got it," he shouted to them when they appeared. Look at it." Bowman poked and probed and broke into a wide grin. The piece of log was truly and sincerely dead. It inactivates the enzyme system and renders the base protoplasm vulnerable to anything that normally attacks it. "What are we waiting for?" They began tearing the laboratory apart, searching for the right bottles. The supply was discouragingly small, but there was some in stock. The three of them raced down the corridor for the hold where the log was. It took them 3 hours of angry work to exhaust the supply. They whittled chunks off the log, tossed them in pans of the deadly fluid. With each slice they stopped momentarily to watch it turn violet, then black as it died. The log, dwindling in size, sensed the attack and slapped frantically at their ankles, sending out angry plumes of wet jelly, but they ducked and dodged and whittled some more. The log quivered and gurgled and wept pinkish goo all over the floor, but it grew smaller and weaker with every whack. Hunter must have spotted it and come down here alone. Jenkins panted between slices. Maybe he slipped, lost his footing, I don't know. They continued to work until the supply was exhausted. They had reduced the log to a quarter of its previous size. "Check the other labs, see if they have some more," said Stone. "I already have," Bowman said. "They don't. This is it." "But we haven't got it killed. There's still—" He pointed to the thing quailing in the corner. "I know. We're licked. That's all. There isn't any more of the stuff on the ship." They stopped and looked at each other suddenly. Then Jenkins said, "Oh, yes, there is." There was silence. Bowman looked at Stone, and Stone looked at Bowman. They both looked at Jenkins. "Oh, no. Sorry. I decline." Stone shook his head slowly. "But we have to. There's no other way. If the enzyme system is inactivated, it's just protoplasm. There's no physiological or biochemical reason." "You know what you can do with your physiology and biochemistry," Bowman said succinctly. "You can also count me out." He left them, and the hatchway clanged after him. "Wally?" "Yeah." "It'll be months before we get back to Hospital Earth. We know how we can hold it in check until we get there." "Yeah." "Well," Green Dr. Wally Stone sighed. "Greater love hath no man," he said wearily. "We'd better tell Nielsen, I guess." Black Dr. Turvold Nielsen's answer was a flat, unequivocal no. "It's monstrous and preposterous. I won't stand for it. Nobody will stand for it." But you have the proof in your own hands, Jenkins said. You saw the specimen that the Green Doctor brought you. Nielsen hunched back angrily. I saw it. And your impression of it, as a pathologist? I fail to see how my impression applies one way or the other. Doctor, sometimes we have to face facts, remember? All right. Nielsen seemed to curl up into himself still further. The specimen was stomach. Human stomach. Human stomach. But the only human on this ship that doesn't have a stomach is Hunter, said Jenkins. So the log ate him. Most of him, not quite all. It threw out the one part of him it couldn't eat, the part containing a substance that inactivated its enzyme system. Dilute hydrochloric acid, to be specific. We used the entire ship's supply and cut the log down to 3/4 size, but we need a continuous supply to keep it whittled down until we get home. There's only one good, permanent, reliable source of dilute hydrochloric acid on board this ship. The Black Doctor's face was purple. I said no, he choked. My answer stands. The Red Doctor sighed and turned to Green Dr. Stone. All right, Wally, he said. From the files of the Medical Disciplinary Board, Hospital Earth, Op. Sit. I am certain that you can see from the foregoing that a reasonable effort was made by Green Dr. Stone and myself to put the plan in effect peaceably and with full approval of our commander. It was our conviction, however, that the emergency nature of the circumstances required that it be done with or without his approval. Our subsequent success in containing the log to at least reasonable and manageable proportions should bear out the wisdom of our decision. Actually, it had not been as bad as one might think. It had been necessary to confine the crew to their quarters and to restrain the Black Doctor forcibly, but with liberal use of hapio, we can occasionally convince ourselves that it is rare beefsteak, and the Green Doctor, our pro-tem cook, has concocted several very tasty sauces such as mushroom, onion, etc. We reduce the log to half its size each day, and if thoroughly heated, the chunks lie still on the plate for quite some time. No physical ill effects have been noted, and the period of quarantine is recommended solely to allow the men an adequate period for psychological recovery. I have only one further recommendation, that the work team from the Grey Service be recalled at once from their assignment on Morkai 4. The problem is decidedly not psychiatric, and it would be one of the tragedies of the ages if our excellent psychiatric service were to succeed in persuading the Morkavi out of their delusion. After all, Hospital Earth cannot afford to jeopardize our contract. Samuel B. Jenkins. Physician, Grade 6, Red Service, GPP Ship Lancet attached GSS Mercy Pro Tem. End of Contamination Crew by Alan E. Norse. Read by Glenn Carruthers, Ghana Country.
The Eyes Have It by Philip K. Dick. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Eyes Have It by Philip K. Dick. It was quite by accident I discovered this incredible invasion of Earth by life forms from another planet. As yet I haven't done anything about it. I can't think of anything to do. I wrote to the government, and they sent back a pamphlet on the repair and maintenance of frame houses. Anyhow, the whole thing is known. I'm not the first to discover it. Maybe it's even under control. I was sitting in my easy chair, idly turning the pages of a paper-bagged book someone had left on the bus, when I came across the reference that first put me on the trail. For a moment I didn't respond. It took some time for the full import to sink in. After I'd comprehended, it seemed odd I hadn't noticed it right away. The reference was clearly to a non-human species of incredible properties, not indigenous to Earth. A species, I hastened to point out, customarily masquerading as ordinary human beings. Their disguise, however, became transparent. In the face of the following observations by the author, it was at once obvious the author knew everything, and was taking it in his stride. The line, and I tremble, remembering it even now, read, "His eyes slowly roved about the room. Vague chills assailed me. I tried to picture the eyes. Did they roll like dimes? The passage indicated not. They seemed to move through the air, not over the surface, rather rapidly, apparently. No one in the story was surprised. That's what tipped me off. No sign of amazement at such an outrageous thing. Later, the matter was amplified. His eyes moved from person to person. There it was in a nutshell. The eyes had clearly come apart from the rest of him and were on their own. My heart pounded, and my breath choked in my windpipe. I had stumbled on an accidental mention of a totally unfamiliar race, obviously non-terrestrial, yet to the characters in the book it was perfectly natural, which suggested they belonged to the same species. And the author? A slow suspicion burned in my mind. The author was taking it rather too easily in his stride. Evidently he felt this was quite a usual thing. He made absolutely no attempt to conceal this knowledge. The story continued. Presently his eyes fastened on Julia. Julia, being a lady, had at least the breeding to feel indignant. She is described as blushing and knitting her brows angrily. At this, I sighed with relief. They weren't all non-terrestrials. The narrative continues. Slowly, calmly, his eyes examined every inch of her. Great Scott! But here the girl turned and stomped off, and the matter ended. I lay back in my chair, gasping with horror. My wife and family regarded me in wonder. "What's wrong, dear?" my wife asked. I couldn't tell her. Knowledge like this was too much for the ordinary run-of-the-mill person. I had to keep it to myself. "Nothing!" I gasped. I leaped up, snatched the book, and hurried out of the room. In the garage, I continued reading. There was more. Trembling, I read the next revealing passage. He put his arm around Julia. Presently she asked him if he would remove his arm. He immediately did so, with a smile. It's not said what was done with the arm after the fellow had removed it. Maybe it was left standing upright in the corner. Maybe it was thrown away. I don't care. In any case, the full meaning was there, staring me right in the face. Here was a race of creatures capable of removing portions of their anatomy at will, eyes, arms, and maybe more, without batting an eyelash. My knowledge of biology came in handy at this point. Obviously, they were simple beings, unicellular, some sort of primitive, single-celled things, beings no more developed than starfish. Starfish can do the same thing, you know. I read on, and came to this incredible revelation, tossed off coolly by the author, without the faintest tremor. Outside the movie theater, we split up. Part of us went inside, part over to the cafe for dinner. Binary fission, obviously, splitting in half and forming two entities. Probably each lower half went to the cafe, it being farther, and the upper halves to the movies. I read on, hands shaking. I had really stumbled onto something here. My mind reeled as I made out this passage. I'm afraid there's no doubt about it. Poor Bibney has lost his head again, which was followed by, and Bob says he has utterly no guts. Yet Bibney got around as well as the next person. The next person, however, was just as strange. He was soon described as totally lacking in brains. There was no doubt of the thing in the next passage. Julia, whom I had thought to be the one normal person, reveals herself as also being an alien life form, similar to the rest. Quite deliberately, Julia had given her heart to the young man. It didn't relate what the final disposition of the organ was, but I didn't really care. It was evident Julia had gone right on living in her usual manner, like all the others in the book, without heart, arms, eyes, brains, viscera, dividing up in two when the occasion demanded, without a qualm. Thereupon she gave him her hand. I sickened. The rascal now had her hand as well as her heart. I shudder to think what he's done with them by this time. He took her arm. Not content to wait, he had to start dismantling her on his own. Flushing crimson, I slammed the book shut and leaped to my feet, but not in time to escape one last reference to those carefree bits of anatomy whose travels had originally thrown me on the track. Her eyes followed him all the way down the road and across the meadow. I rushed from the garage and back inside the warm house, as if the accursed things were following me. My wife and children were playing Monopoly in the kitchen. I joined them and played with frantic fervor, brow feverish, teeth chattering. I had had enough of the thing. I want to hear no more about it. Let them come on. Let them invade Earth. I don't want to get mixed up in it. I have absolutely no stomach for it. End of The Eyes Have It by Philip K. Dick. Recording by John S. Whitman. Moving target jsw.blogspot.com.
The Incredible Aliens by William Bender Jr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Incredible Aliens by William Bender Jr. Read by Quartertone. It was only a tiny dot on the view screen when the military lookout on the armed cruiser identified it as an alien spaceship and sounded the general alert. Technicist 9th Class Neurant, chief psychanalyst aboard, studied its approach with a rebellious, almost passionate hope that the impossible was at last going to happen. Or was it impossible? They were the first men to visit this planetary system. Why couldn't they expect to encounter a truly superior race for a change? Intently, Neurant examined the course of the alien craft. Rather mischievously, he hoped the stranger would suddenly adopt evasion tactics, showing it had detected their presence in the black void between the 6th and 7th planets of the star Restus. That would certainly be a sign of superiority. And what a blow to Central Scientific Headquarters back home. The anti-detection shield was one of their proudest accomplishments. And yet, though still wishful, Neurant realized deep in his heart that such hopes were blighted, illogical and improbable. No people in the universe could even compare with them. Explorers and merchants and military ships and privateers had prowled all the great planetary systems of the galaxy. They and their technology reigned supreme everywhere. Indeed, the accumulated evidence of their supremacy even formed the irrefutable foundation of Central Scientific's dogma on selective breeding. "I must ask you to leave the bridge now, Doctor." The voice, crisp and authoritative, crackled over Neurant's shoulder. Commander Carruthers had entered the control room during Neurant's brief reverie in front of the viewing screen. An able and successful combat officer still in his early 30s, Carruthers wore the lightweight space armor the regulations prescribed for moments of impending action. Even if the enemy blasted a hole in the control room itself, that armor could protect Carruthers long enough to save or disintegrate the cruiser, as the case might be. "Commander," Neurant suddenly blurted, "one request. I should like to remain this one time and observe your tactics right here." "Denied." Carruthers explained brusquely that only combat personnel were allowed in the central control room during contact with a strange vessel. "But," he ended, patronizingly, "you can watch from the observation room. When we have made the capture, I'll be happy to review my operations with you." When we had made the capture. The commander's abundant self-confidence only served to further depress Neurant. Out there in the void rode a space vessel of an altogether unknown race, and there was no question in Carruthers' mind but that their cruiser would take the alien. Not if we make the capture, simply when. It was a small solace for Neurant to recall that he himself had firmly established self-confidence as one of the highest-rated mental traits for military command. It had been one of his major projects as a psychanalyst 4th class. As he left the bridge, the airlock rumbled shut behind him, sealing off the control room from the rest of the ship. Neurant climbed the spiral staircase into the observation room. One entire wall was a thick quartzite pane overlooking the control center. You could see as much from up here as down below, but somehow it wasn't the same. Other technicists with non-combat specialties were already strapped to seats in the room, prepared to watch the show on which their very lives might depend. The VM lamp winked slowly on and off, its orange glow warning against possible violent maneuvers. Nourant found a seat and obediently fastened the safety harness. He studied the view screen on the bridge below. The alien ship, seemingly unaware of the danger that now threatened it, still followed its initial course. Nourant tried to concentrate on the scrambling activity in the control center, but his rebellious mind would have none of it. Unwanted memories rose up to haunt him. He had been assigned to this trip mainly to purge those thoughts from his mind with work and action, but the cure appeared no cure at all. 3 months ago, his final request for the marriage permit had returned disapproved. The accompanying explanation had been a masterpiece of scientific doggerel. It analyzed the genetic composition of Nourant and technicist third-class Melda. It presented carefully worked-out tables of probability regarding the nature and potential achievement of the offspring of such a union. It called attention to the low probability rate of Melda and Nourant begetting a genius. Therefore, it had concluded, it is not in the best interest of the intended participants, nor will it serve to build a race, if the aforementioned are joined in matrimony. There followed a rare bit of sterilized philosophy. It is to be hoped that each party mentioned in the above will readily find another individual in whom to repose his and her natural emotional interest. Nourant felt, with a startling sense of the primeval, that if he should find the person who phrased that report, he would delightfully club him to death. But of course, emotionalism was absurd. The whole thing had been handled dispassionately. Certain basic factors had been fed into the banks of electronic calculators, and a few microseconds later, the resultant statistical data came out. It simply failed to measure up. There was no arguing or quibbling about the results, for the calculators were mechanically infallible. However, Nourant had taken one more step, an application for random mating. But the retention drums of the master calculators had accumulated a far too overwhelming amount of information about the advantage of scientific breeding. So that application, too, had been refused. And shortly after, Nourant found himself assigned to this cruiser bound for Restus. A report that the inhabitants had begun spaceflight, a distant but conceivable threat to the security of the home planet. He knew the assignment resulted from some scientific effort to mollify his disappointment. So he left home. But he took with him the forlorn hope that on this voyage, or the next, or the one after that, he would find somewhere in the vast reaches of space an advanced people who still practiced random mating. That he might find them, analyze them, and feed that information back to the master calculators. For only by placing hard new facts into the brain could there be any chance of changing the decision. In the sealed combat control center, Commander Carcine finished strapping himself into the anthropometric chair in front of the view screen. A subordinate lowered the master control panel into position. Nourant perked up with new interest. A specialist of Carcine's class, he realized, could manipulate that control panel with the consummate skill of a master musician at a great organ. The battery of keys, buttons, and switches built into the panel gave Carcine complete domination over the thousands of small engines and servo mechanisms, tens of thousands of electric tubes, and the millions of electrical synapses that comprise the fighting apparatus of the space cruiser. Abruptly, the VM signal began flashing more rapidly, its color changing from orange to red. A siren whooped through the ship. Carcine's voice, somewhat metallic over the speakers, gave the imminent combat alert. The ship was going into action. Nourant felt the straps pull at his chest. In the view screen below, the alien vessel began to swell rapidly. A low hum permeated the observation room. Nourant glanced out the nearest port. Glistening metallic spines were expanding outward from the body of the cruiser. At the tip of each bulged the glowing cone of the force and detection heads, the cruiser's most potent tools of attack and defense. "Engine room!" Carcino's peremptory voice snapped through the speakers. "Engine room standing by. For 10 seconds only, do not, repeat, do not act on manual signal control. This is a test only. Read them off." "Yes, sir. Reading test signals. Fire 8. Fire 6. Fire 9. Fire 1. Fire main." The voice paused. "Is that all, sir?" "The 10 seconds are up," reproached Carcino. Henceforth, his every command would have to be acted upon instantly. "Divert 70% of main power supply into the armament system." "Yes, sir." "Check spinal extension." "Extended and locked. All force heads burning, Commander." Another voice had answered this time. "Good." Carcino's brief acknowledgement for an efficient crew. "Activate the combat calculator." "In action, sir." There, Narant realized, was another dehumanizing achievement of Central Scientific. Years ago, in the war with the repulsive exoskeletal inhabitants of Sirius 13, Earth's military commanders had gone into battle with terrible ardor. To destroy the Sirians, they had taken frequent unnecessary risks, and in doing so had sacrificed dozens of brand new combat ships. So a special calculator had been designed for all craft except humble merchantmen. It kept a running check on the enemy's tactics, his power output, his course, speed, and relative aggressiveness. It measured the power consumption of its own ship in countering enemy weapons, and a score of other factors. Once activated, the brain computed the mathematical probabilities of ultimate success at each instant of the battle. If the scale ever tipped in favor of the enemy craft, the calculator instantly selected the best evasion course, fired auxiliary rockets, and broke off the engagement. Narant unconsciously shook his head in disapproval. He wondered if he was getting old. Such efficiency disturbed him more than he cared to admit. Only in the histories, it seemed, could you find those thrilling battles where human ingenuity played the decisive role, where a handful of courageous men could face outrageous odds and win through to victory by wit and resourcefulness. Yes, only in the histories. Nowadays, warfare, like love, revolved about mathematics and probability curves and trillions of electrons chasing themselves through a maze of wires and throwing switches and making decisions that once had been the prerogative of man alone. Narant yearned for man's lost freedom to make an honest error. Suddenly, Carcino's harsh voice came blasting over the loudspeaker. "Prepare to grapple!" Narant glanced quickly out through the port into the black sky. The alien ship, its bright metal reflecting the light of the distant sun, floated a mile away, motionless, or so it seemed against the unchanging stellar background. It possessed hard, sleek lines, pointed nose, flaring tail vanes. Its designers, he guessed, must still be thinking in terms of atmospheric flight. It hardly seemed the type of craft that could cross the broad interstellar reaches. Probably had been built simply to plot about its neighboring planets. It must be an early development, for spaceships had never before been detected in the Restus system. More than likely, the ship had not even become aware of their presence. Small wonder Carcino had decided to grapple. The force heads on Narant's side of the cruiser began to shimmer under the surge of power being fed to them. They grew red-hot, almost translucent. They would hold fire until the beam became powerful enough to withstand tremendous forces. Sometimes in grappling, an enemy craft had been known to discharge its main rocket batteries in an effort to wrench loose. But any second now... "Execute grapple!" Carcino ordered. The cruiser shuddered. Lights dimmed as the force heads sucked at every available bit of power. With a blinding flash, a blue-white ribbon of energy streaked across the mile-wide void to the alien ship. It flicked the nose of the Restus craft, gripped, and swept over the entire hull like a glittering cocoon. "Tension indicator 98.8, reported a too-casual voice over the speaker. "Enemy ship secured." "Opposing force?" "Negative." Carcine cautiously studied his dials, alert for the first sign of a counterblow. Nothing happened. A minute dragged by. The tension indicators remained constant. Detection heads 0. And then, "Bring it alongside!" The grappling beam slowly began to contract, bringing the alien ship closer. As it passed through the invisibility screen, multicolored de-action rays focused upon it, nullifying virtually every weapon known to man. Narant's hopes dissolved. The emptiness left only an aching futility. As usual, the capture had been simple and complete. "Advanced parties prepare to go aboard," commanded the loudspeaker. A man behind Narant unbuckled his straps, got up, and stretched. "Here we go again," he said, and then to nobody in particular, "I used to get a kick out of investigating strange creatures. Now it's work. Just work." Narant looked over his shoulder at the cruiser's anthropometrist. He would have to board the ship right behind the combat team, analyze the tools, controls, living conditions of the crew. Perhaps he too experienced this ennui of persistent success. Narant had ended his preparations in the psych examination chamber by the time they brought the first of the alien people to him. Narant stared in sudden amazement. The creature was humanoid. It had a well-formed head with a squat shrunken nose and steep brows. There were prehensile arms and hands with 5 fingers. But the man was hairy and, Narant winced, immodestly naked. The humanoid was still in the grip of the paralytic when they took him into the examination chamber and strapped him to the table. Narant judged the alien a little taller, give or take a few inches, than a normal human being. His interest began to perk up. It always did when he could study another creature that had learned to conquer space. For perhaps the first time in 3 months, thoughts of Melda were overshadowed by the immediate prospect of exploring the mysteries of an alien mind. As the attendant came back out of the chamber, Narant secured the door. "How many of them?" he asked. The attendant shook his head in evident amazement. 4. I don't know how they do it, but that ship had only a 4-man crew." "Impossible!" Narant exclaimed. "That's all there are," the man insisted. "We've covered the whole ship." "But how could they—" "The engineers are working on that now. I heard one of them remark about the great number of automatic controls, but even so, isn't that one for the book?" That, Narant agreed, was one for the book. 4 men. The space vessels he knew usually held scores of crewmen and specialists to handle the manifold emergencies that arose in flight. His imagination soaring, Narant turned rapidly to begin his experiments. He started the automatic recorder that would code his findings on a thin strip of tape, and then, more excited than usual, began the examination. Inside the chamber, a giant multifaceted crystal began to rotate slowly in the gimbals which held it suspended from the ceiling. Sharp individual beams of light swept over the face of the alien being on the table. One by one, the lights flickered over him and passed on, each one probing, measuring, comparing with universal norms, and then recording its findings on both dial and tape. Long before the 5-hour examination was over, the hopes of Technicist 9th Class Narant far transcended any he had experienced in the past 3 months. The aliens had almost human potential. They were fun-loving, kindly, clannish. Their resourcefulness and their ingenuity were literally unsurpassed. But then the most amazing fact of all revealed itself. The time lapse since this race had been entirely primitive was fantastically short. In one brief, almost abrupt transition, they had gone from jungle to the conquest of space. The mind, the racial background, and the obvious achievements of these creatures presented such a picture of rapid advancement as to stagger the imagination. Once he had transmitted the coded tapes to Central Scientific, Narant sought out the anthropometrist. His lingering doubts vanished when the two compared findings. Everything inside the spaceship had been designed expressly for these strange creatures with the 5 fingers and the prehensile hands and arms. As the cruiser finally pointed toward home, Narant was a new man. Of course, their information would set the scientific world spinning on its collective ear. But more important, it would have vast personal significance. According to the crystal, the mating pattern of these surprisingly progressive beings was entirely one of random selection. Already, that data would be digesting inside the master calculators. The knowledge would become a part of all future decisions. Probability rates would change strikingly, especially those that govern the issuance of random mating licenses. For Narant, the voyage had been a tremendous success. However, in the space experimental laboratories near the Nevada desert on the third planet of the sun Restus, no such optimism existed. 24 hours had passed since the SX-2 had vanished. They had had a precise fix on it as it blistered through the void on an elliptic course that would return it automatically to Earth. Everything had seemed to be going perfectly. All the bugs of the first space rocket experimental had evidently been straightened out in making the 2. And then, some 250,000 miles beyond Saturn, it had disappeared, just like that. Dr. Gordon Bassett glanced distastefully at the telephone on his desk. Then he began thumbing through the Metropolitan Directory for a number. The hands that held the directory were strong, supple. They would have been a revelation to Technicist 9th Class Narant if he had seen them. But then Technicist 9th Class Narant himself would have been something of a revelation to Dr. Gordon Bassett, what with his 20 claw-like extensors. Bassett found the number, dialed, and waited for the connection.
Hello, Dr. Farrell? Bassett here. I've got bad news on the SX-2. No details yet, but the ship has broken contact. Yes, I must presume it's lost. I'll file a complete report as soon as possible. What's that? I suppose you're right. We'll have the SPCA on our necks for sacrificing 4 more test animals. What the hell? They can't expect us to send men on these experimental flights.
Bassett talked for a moment longer, and then replaced the phone. He sighed. Another report, another failure, another requiem to be written for a lost ship, and 4 chimpanzees. End of The Incredible Aliens by William Bender, Jr.
Jack of No Trades by Evelyn E. Smith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Jack of No Trades by Evelyn E. Smith. I walked into the dining room and collided with a floating mass of fabric, which promptly draped itself over me like a sentient shroud. "Oh, for God's sakes, Kevin," my middle brother's voice came muffled through the folds. "If you can't help, at least don't hinder." I managed to struggle out of the tablecloth, even though it seemed to be trying to wrap itself around me. When Danny got excited, he lost his mental grip. "I could help," I yelled as soon as I got my head free. "If anybody would let me, and what's more, I could set the table a damn sight faster by hand than you do with kinesis." Just then, Father appeared at the head of the table. He could as easily have walked downstairs as teleported, but I belonged to a family of exhibitionists, and Father tended to show off as if he were still a kid. Not that he looked his age. He was big and blond like Danny and Tim and me, and could have passed for our older brother. Boys, he reproved us. "Danny, you ought to be ashamed of yourself picking on poor Kev." Even if it hadn't been Danny's fault, he still would have been blamed. Nobody was ever supposed to raise a voice or a hand or a thought to poor afflicted Kev, because nature had picked on me enough, and the nicer everybody was to me, the nastier I became, since only when they lost their tempers could I get, or so I believed, their true attitude toward me. How else could I tell? Sorry, fella, Dan apologized to me. The tablecloth spread itself out on the table. Wrinkles, he grumbled to himself. Wrinkles. And I had it so nice and smooth before. Mother will be furious. If she were going to be furious, she'd be furious already, Father reminded him sadly. It must be tough to be married to a deep-probe telepath, I thought, and I felt a sudden wave of sympathy for him. It was so seldom I got the chance to feel sorry for anyone except myself. But I think you'll find she understands. She knows, all right, Danny remarked as he went on into the kitchen. But I'm not so sure she always understands. I was surprised to find him so perceptive on the abstract level, because he wasn't what you might call an understanding person either. There are tensions in this room, my sister announced as she slouched in, not quite awake yet. And hatred. I could feel them all the way upstairs. And today I'm working on the Sleep Sweet mattress copy, so I must feel absolutely tranquil. Everyone will think beautiful thoughts, please. She sat down just as a glass of orange juice was arriving at her place. Danny apparently didn't know she'd come in already. The glass bumped into the back of her neck, tilted, and poured its contents over her shoulder and down her very considerable décolletage. Being a mere primitive, I couldn't help laughing. "Danny, you fumbler!" she screamed. Danny erupted from the kitchen. "How many times have I asked all of you not to sit down until I've got everything on the table? Always a lot of interfering busybodies getting in the way." "I don't see why you have to set the table at all," she retorted. "A robot could do it better than faster than you. Even Kev could." She turned quickly toward me. "Oh, I am sorry, Kevin." I didn't say anything. I was too busy pressing my hands down on the back of my chair to make my knuckles turn white. Sylvia's face turned even whiter. "Father, stop him! Stop him! He's hating again! I can't stand it!" Father looked at me, then at her. "I don't think he can help it, Sylvia." I grinned. "That's right. I'm just a poor atavism with no control over myself at all." Finally, my mother came in from the kitchen. She was an old-fashioned woman and didn't hold with robo-cooks. One quick glance at me gave her the complete details, even though I quickly protested. "It's illegal to probe anyone without permission." "I used to probe you to find out when you needed your diapers changed," she said tartly. "And I'll probe you now. You should watch yourself, Sylvia. Poor Kevin isn't responsible." She didn't need to probe to get the blast of naked emotion that spurted out from me. My sister screamed, and even Father looked uncomfortable. Danny stomped back into the kitchen, muttering to himself. Mother's lips tightened. "Sylvia, go back upstairs and change your dress. Kevin, do I have to make an appointment for you at the clinic again?" A psychiatrist never diagnosed members of his own family. That is, not officially. They couldn't help offering thumbnail diagnoses any more than they could help having thumbnails. "No use," I said, deciding it was safe to drop into my chair. "Who can adjust me to an environment to which I'm fundamentally unsuited?" "Maybe there is something physically wrong with him, Amy," my father suggested hopefully. "Maybe you should make an appointment for him at the cure-all." Mother shook her neatly coiffed head. "He's been to it dozens of times, and he always checks out in splendid shape. None of us can spare the time to go with him again, just on an off chance, and he could hardly be allowed to make such a long trip all by himself. Pity there isn't a machine in every community. But then, we don't really need them." Now that the virus diseases had been licked, people hardly ever got sick anymore, and when they did, it was mostly psychosomatic. Life was so well organized that there weren't even many accidents these days. It was a safe, orderly existence for those who fitted into it, which accounted for more than 95% of the population. The only ones who didn't adjust were those who couldn't, like me, psi deficients, throwbacks to an earlier era. There were no physical cripples because anybody could have a new arm or a new leg grafted on. But you couldn't graft psi powers onto an atavism, or, if you could, the technique hadn't been developed yet. I feel a sense of impending doom brooding over this household, my youngest brother remarked cheerfully as he vaulted into his chair. You always do, Timothy, my mother said, unfolding her napkin. And I must say, it's not in good taste, especially at breakfast. He reached for his juice. Guess this is a doomed household. And what was all that emotional uproar about? The usual, Sylvia said from the doorway before anyone else could answer. She slid warily into her chair. Hey, Dan, I'm here, she called. If anything else comes in, it comes in manually, understand? Oh, all right. Dan emerged from the kitchen with a tray of food floating ahead of him. The usual? Trouble with Kev? Tim looked at me narrowly. Somehow my sense of ominousness is connected with him. Well, that's perfectly natural, Sylvia began, then stopped as Mother caught her eye. I didn't mean that, Tim said. I still say Kev's got something we can't figure out. You've been saying that for years, Danny protested, and he's been tested for every faculty under the sun. He can't telepath or teleport or telekinesthesize or even teletype. He can't precognize or prefix or prepossess. He can't. Strictly a bundle of no talent. That's me, I interrupted, trying to keep my animal feelings from getting the better of me. That was how my family thought of me, I knew, as an animal, and not a very lovable one either. No, Tim said. He's just got something we haven't developed a test for. It'll come out someday, you'll see. He smiled at me. I smiled at him gratefully. He was the only member of my family who really seemed to like me in spite of my handicap. It won't work, Tim. I know you're just trying to be kind, but he's not saying it just to be kind, my mother put in. He means it. Not that I want to arouse false hopes, Kevin, she added with grim scrupulousness. Tim's awfully young yet, and I wouldn't trust his extracurricular prognostications too far. Nonetheless, I couldn't help feeling a feeble renewal of old hopes. After all, young or not, Tim was a hell of a good prognosticator. He wouldn't have risen so rapidly to the position he held in the Weather Bureau if he hadn't been pretty near tops in foreboding. Mother smiled sadly at my thoughts, but I didn't let that discourage me. As Danny had said, she knew, but she didn't really understand. Nobody, for all of his or her psi power, really understood me. Breakfast was finally over, and the rest of my family dispersed to their various jobs. Father simply took his briefcase and disappeared. He was a traveling salesman, and he had a morning appointment clear across the continent. The others, not having his particular gift, had to take the helibus to their various destinations. Mother, as I said, was a psychiatrist. Sylvia wrote advertising copy. Tim was a meteorologist. Dan was a junior executive in a furniture moving company and expected a promotion to senior rank soon as he achieved a better mental grip on pianos. Only I had no job, no profession, no place in life. Of course, there were certain menial tasks psi negative could perform, but my parents would have none of them. Partly for my sake, but mostly for the sake of their own community standing. We don't need what little money Kev could bring in, my father always said. I can afford to support my family. He can stay home and take care of the house. And that's what I did. Not that there was much to do except call a techno whenever one of the servo mechanisms missed a beat. True enough, these things had to be watched mighty carefully because, if they broke down, it sometimes took days before the repair and or replacement robots could come. There were never enough of them because ours was a constructive society. Still, being a machine sitter isn't very much of a career. And every function that wasn't the prerogative of a machine could be done 10 times more quickly and efficiently by some member of my family than I could do it. If I went ahead and did something anyway, they would just do it all over again when they got home. So I had nothing to do all day. I had a special dispensation to take books out of the local archives because I was a deficient and couldn't receive the tele programs. Almost everybody on Earth was telepathic to some degree and could get the amplified projections even if he couldn't transmit or receive with his natural powers. But I got nothing. I had to derive all my recreation from reading, and you can get awfully tired of books, especially when they're all at least 100 years old and written by primitives. I could borrow sound tapes, but they also bored me after a while. I thought maybe I could develop a talent for composing or painting, which would classify me as a telesensitive, artistic ability being considered as the oldest, if least important, psi power. But I couldn't even do anything like that. About all there was left for me was to take long walks. Athletics were out of the question. I couldn't compete with psi boys, and they didn't want to compete with me. All the people in the neighborhood knew me and were nice to me, but I didn't need to be a path to tell what they were saying to one another when I hove into sight. There's that oldest Faraday boy. Pity, such a talented family, to have a defective. I didn't have a girl either. Although some of them were sort of attracted to me, I could see that. They could hardly go out with me without exposing themselves to ridicule. In their sandals, I would have done the same thing, but that didn't stop me from hating them. I wished I'd been born a couple of 100 years ago, before people started playing around with nuclear energy and filling the air with radiations that they were afraid would turn human beings into hideous monsters. Instead, they developed the psi powers that had always been latent in the species until we developed into a race of supermen. I don't know why I say we. In 1960 or so, I might have been considered superior, but in 2102, I was just the Faraday's idiot boy. Exploring space should have been my hope. If there had been anything useful or interesting on any of the other planets, I might have found a niche for myself there. In totally new surroundings, the psi powers geared to another environment might not be an advantage. But by the time I was 10, it was discovered that the other planets were just barren hunks of rock, with pressures and climates and atmospheres drastically unsuited to human life. A year or so before, the hyperdrive had been developed on Earth, and ships had been sent out to explore the stars. But I had no hope left in that direction anymore. I was an atavism in a world of peace and plenty. Peace, because people couldn't indulge in war, or even crime with so many telepaths running around. Not because, I told myself, the capacity for primitive behavior wasn't just as latent in everybody else as the psi talent seemed latent in me. Tim must be right, I thought. I must have some undreamed of power that only the right circumstances would bring out. But what was that power? For years I had speculated on what my potential talent might be, explored every wild possibility I could conceive of, and found none productive of even an ambiguous result with which I could fool myself. As I approached adulthood, I began to concede that I was probably nothing more than what I seemed to be, a simple psi negative. Yet, from time to time, hope surged up again, as it had today, in spite of my knowledge that my hope was an impossibility. Who ever heard of latent psi powers showing themselves in an individual as old as 26? I was almost alone in the parks where I used to walk because people liked to commune with one another those days rather than with nature. Even gardening had very little popularity. But I found myself most at home in those woodland, or rather pseudo-woodland, surroundings, able to identify more readily with the trees and flowers than I could with my own kind. A fallen tree or a broken blossom would excite more sympathy from me than the minor catastrophes that will beset any household, no matter how gifted, and I would shy away from bloody noses or cut fingers, thus giving myself a reputation for callousness as well as extrasensory imbecility. However, I was no more callous in steering clear of human breakdowns than I was in not shedding tears over the household machines when they broke down, for I felt no more closely akin to my parents and siblings than I did to the mechanisms that served and, sometimes, failed us. On that day, I walked farther than I had intended, and by the time I got back home, I found the rest of my family had returned before me. They seemed to be excited about something and were surprised to see me so calm. "Aren't you even interested in anything outside your own immediate concerns, Kev?" Sylvia demanded, despite Father's efforts to shush her. "Can't you remember that Kev isn't able to receive the tellies?" Tim shot back at her. "He probably doesn't even know what happened." "Well, what did happen?" I asked, trying not to snap. "One starship got back from Alpha Centauri," Danny said excitedly. "There are 2 inhabited Earth-type planets there." This was for me. This was it at last. I tried not to show my enthusiasm, even though I knew that was futile. My relatives could keep their thoughts and emotions from me. I couldn't keep mine from them. What kind of life inhabits them? Humanoid? Danny shook his head. And hostile. The crew of the starship says they were attacked immediately on landing. When they turned and left, they were followed here by one of the alien ships. Must be a pretty advanced race to have spaceships. Anyhow, the extraterrestrial ship headed back as soon as it got a fix on where ours was going. But if they're hostile, I said thoughtfully, it might mean war. Of course. That's why everyone's so wrought up. We hope it's peace, but we'll have to prepare for war just in case. There hadn't been a war on Earth for well over 100 years, but we hadn't been so foolish as to obliterate all knowledge of military techniques and weapons. The alien ship wouldn't be able to come back with reinforcements, if such were its intention, in less than 6 months. This meant time to get together a stockpile of weapons, though we had no idea of how effective our defenses would be against the aliens' armament. They might have strange and terrible weapons against which we would be powerless. On the other hand, our side would have the benefits of telekinetically guided missiles, teleported saboteurs, telepaths to pick up the alien strategy, and prognosticators to determine the outcome of each battle and see whether it was worth fighting in the first place. Everybody on Earth hoped for peace. Everybody, that is, except me. I'd been unable to achieve any sense of identity with the world in which I lived, and it was almost worth the loss of personal survival to know that my own smug species could look silly against a still more talented race. "It isn't so much our defense that worries me," my mother muttered, "as lack of adequate medical machinery. War is bound to mean casualties, and there aren't enough cure-alls on the planet to take care of them. It's useless to expect the government to build more right now. They'll be too busy producing weapons. Sylvia, you had better take a leave of absence from your job and come down to Psycho Center to learn first aid techniques. And you too, Kevin," she added, obviously a little surprised herself at what she was saying. "Probably you'd be even better at it than Sylvia, since you aren't sensitive to other people's pain." I looked at her. "It is an ill wind," she agreed, smiling wryly. "But don't let me catch you thinking that way, Kevin. Can't you see it would be better that there should be no war, and you should remain useless?" I couldn't see it, of course, and she knew that with her wretched talent for stripping away my feeble attempts at privacy. Psi powers usually included some ability to form a mental shield. Being without one, I was necessarily devoid of the other. My attitude didn't matter, though, because it was definitely war. The aliens came back with a fleet clearly bent on our annihilation. Even the Paths couldn't figure out their motives, for the thought pattern was entirely different from ours. And the war was on. I had enjoyed learning first aid. It was the first time I had ever worked with people as an equal. And I was good at it, because psi powers aren't much of an advantage there. Telekinesis, maybe a little, but I was big enough to lift anybody without needing any superhuman abilities. Normal human abilities, rather. "Gee, Mr. Faraday," one of the other students breathed, "you're so strong, and without kinesis or anything." I looked at her and liked what I saw. She was blonde and pretty. "My name's not Mr. Faraday," I said. "It's Kevin." "My name's Lucy," she giggled. No girl had ever giggled at me in that way before. Immediately, I started to envision a beautiful future for the two of us, then flushed when I realized that she might be a telepath. But she was winding a tourniquet around the arm of another member of the class with apparent unconcern. "Hey, quit that!" the windee yelled. "You're making it too tight. I'll be mortified." So Lucy was obviously not a telepath. Later, I found out she was only a low-grade telesensitive, just a poetess, so I had nothing to worry about as far as having my thoughts read went. I was a little afraid of Sylvia's kidding me about my first romance, but, as it happened, she got interested in one of the guys who was taking the class with us, and she was not only too busy to be bothered with me, but in too vulnerable a position herself. However, when the actual bombs, or their alien equivalent, struck near our town, I wasn't nearly so happy, especially after they started carrying the wounded into the psycho center, which had been turned into a hospital for the duration. I took one look at the gory scene. I'd never seen anybody really injured before. Few people had, as a matter of fact, and started for the door. But Mother was already blocking the way. It was easy to see from which side of the family Tim got his talent for prognostication. "If the telepaths who can pick up all the pain can stand this, Kevin," she said, "you certainly can." And there was no kindness at all in the "you." She gave me a shove toward the nearest stretcher. "Go on. Now's your chance to show you're of some use in this world." Gritting my teeth, I turned to the man on the stretcher. Something had pretty near torn half his face away. It was all there, but not in the right place, and it wasn't pretty. I turned away, caught my mother's eye, and then I didn't even dare to throw up. I looked at that smashed face again, and all the first aid lessons I had flew out of my head as if some super psi had plucked them from me. The man was bleeding terribly. I'd never seen blood pouring out like that before. The first thing to do, I figured sickly, was mop it up. I wet a sponge and dabbed gingerly at the face, but my hands were shaking so hard that the sponge slipped, and my fingers were on the raw, gaping wound. I could feel the warm viscosity of the blood, and nothing, not even my mother, could keep my meal down this time, I thought. Mother had uttered a sound of exasperation as I dropped the sponge. I could hear her coming toward me. Then I heard her gasp. I looked at my patient, and my mouth dropped open. For suddenly there was no wound at all, just a little blood, and the fellow's face was whole again, not even a scar. What happened?" he asked. "It doesn't hurt anymore." He touched his cheek and looked up at me with frightened eyes. And I was frightened too frightened to be sick, too frightened to do anything but stare witlessly at him. "Touch some of the others, quick," my mother commanded, pushing astounded attendants away from stretchers. I touched broken limbs and torn bodies and shattered heads, and they were whole again right away. Everybody in the room was looking at me in the way I had always dreamed of being looked at. Lucy was opening and shutting her beautiful mouth like a beautiful fish. In fact, the whole thing was just like a dream, except that I was awake. I couldn't have imagined all those horrors. But the horrors soon weren't horrors anymore. I began to find them almost pleasing. The worse a wound was, the more I appreciated it. There was so much more satisfaction, virtually an aesthetic thrill, in seeing a horrible, jagged tear smooth away, heal, not in days as it would have done under the cure-all, but in seconds. Timothy was right, my mother said, her eyes filled with tears. And I was wrong ever to have doubted. You have a gift, son. And she said the word son loud and clear so that everybody could hear it. The greatest gift of all, that of healing. She looked at me proudly, and Lucy and the others looked at me as if I were a god or something. I felt, well, good. I wonder why we never thought of healing as a potential psi power, my mother said to me later, when I was catching a snatch of rest and she was lighting cigarettes and offering me cups of coffee in an attempt to make up 26 years of indifference, perhaps dislike, all at once. The ability to heal is recorded in history, only we never paid much attention to it. Recorded? I asked, a little jealously. Of course, she smiled. Remember the king's evil? I should have known without her reminding me after all the old books I had read. Scrofula, wasn't it? They called it that because the touch of certain kings was supposed to cure it. And other diseases too, I guess. She nodded. Certain people must have had the healing power, and that's probably why they originally got to be the rulers. In a very short time, I became a pretty important person. All the other deficients in the world were tested for the healing power, and all of them turned out negative. I proved to be the only human healer alive. And not only that, I could work 1,000 times more efficiently and effectively than any of the machines. The government built a hospital just for my work. Wounded people were ferried there from all over the world, and I cured them. I could do practically everything except raise the dead, and sometimes I wondered whether, with a little practice, I wouldn't be able to do even that. When I came to my new office, whom did I find waiting there for me but Lucy, her trim figure enhanced by a snug blue and white uniform. "I'm your assistant, Kev," she said shyly. I looked at her. "You are? I hope you want me," she went on, coyness now mixing with apprehension. I gave her shoulder a squeeze. "I do want you, Lucy, more than I can tell you now. After all this is over, there's something more I want to say, but right now," I clapped her arm, "there's a job to be done." "Yes, Kevin," she said, glaring at me for some reason I didn't have time to investigate or interpret at the moment. My patients were waiting for me. They gave me everything else I could possibly need except enough sleep, and I myself didn't want that. I wanted to heal. I wanted to show my fellow human beings that, though I couldn't receive or transmit thoughts or foretell the future or move things with my mind, all those powers were useless without life, and that was what I could give. I took pride in my work. It was good to stop pain and ugliness, to know that if it weren't for me, these people would be dead or permanently disfigured. In a sense, they were, well, my children. I felt a warm glow of affection toward them. They felt the same way toward me. I knew because the secret of the hospital soon leaked out. During all those years of peace, the government had lost whatever facility it had for keeping secrets, and people used to come in droves, hoping for a glimpse of me. The government pointed out that such crowds outside the building might attract the enemy's attention. I was the most important individual on Earth, they told my followers, and my safety couldn't be risked. The human race at this stage was pretty docile. The crowds went away. And it was right that they should. I didn't want to be risked any more than they wanted to risk me. Plenty of people did come to see me officially. The president, generals, all kinds of big wheels bringing citations, medals, and other obsolete honors they'd revived primarily for me. It was wonderful. I began to love everybody. Don't you think you're putting too much of yourself into this, Kev? Lucy asked me one day. I gave her an incredulous glance. You mean I shouldn't help people? Of course you should help them. I didn't mean anything like that. Just, well, you're getting too bound up in your work. Why shouldn't I be? Then the truth, as I thought, dawned on me. Are you jealous, Lucy? She lowered her eyes. Not only that, but the war's bound to come to an end, you know, and it was the first part of her sentence that interested me. Why, do you mean? And just then a fresh batch of casualties arrived, and I had to tend to them. For the next few days, I was so busy I didn't get the chance to have the long talk with Lucy I'd wanted. Then, after only 4 months, the war suddenly stopped. It seemed that the aliens' weapons, despite their undeniable mysteriousness, were not equal to ours. And they had the added disadvantage of being light years away from home base. So the remnant of their fleet took off and blew itself up just outside of Mars, which we understood to be the equivalent of unconditional surrender. And it was. We never heard from the Centaurians again. Peace once more. I had a little mopping up to do at the hospital. Then I collected my possessions and went back home after a dignitary, only the vice president this time, had thanked me on behalf of a grateful country. I wasn't needed anymore. For a while, I was glad to be back home. I was a celebrity. People dropped in from all around to see me and talk to me, and my family, basking in the reflection of glory, was nice to me. For a while. I don't have any troubles making appointments with any firm, my father boasted, when I tell him I'm the father of Kevin Faraday. Mother smiled approvingly, Tim a little sadly. He was the only one who didn't seem pleased by what had happened to me, even though he had prophesied it. Sylvia slipped her arm through mine. The agency wondered whether you wouldn't give them a testimonial for pancreatic pills, Kev, she said, squeezing my arm. They'd pay a lot, and the rest of the family sure could use the money if you're too high-minded to accept it. I couldn't do a thing like that, Sylvia. It wouldn't be ethical. Why wouldn't it be? She dropped my arm. The pills couldn't possibly hurt anybody. Maybe take a little business away from Mother. But Mother doesn't mind, do you, dear? Mother frowned. But people would think the pills had my healing powers, I explained. I would be breaking faith with myself if I shilled for them. Sylvia snorted. Breaking faith with himself. Look who's talking. Sylvia, my mother said, please. But Sylvia went on. She was in an overwrought state because her guy hadn't called her, though that was no reason to take it out on me. Who needs healing power now? The machines can cope with all peacetime ailments. Better take your loot while the getting's good, Kev. Nevertheless, Kevin is right, Sylvia, my mother said. He mustn't prostitute his talent. And we don't actually need the money the testimonial could bring in, no matter how much it is, my father said, a little wistfully. I can support my family. Him sighed. The months went on. Once again, there was nothing for me to do, only it was worse for me now because I had tasted usefulness and fame. People did come for a while with their headaches and cut fingers for me to heal, and I was happy healing them until I realized they were just coming to make me feel good. They didn't really need me. Anybody who had anything seriously wrong with him went to a psychiatrist or a machine, same as always. I healed them too quickly for them to have time to take pleasure in it. They couldn't talk for days about a 3-second operation. By and by, Even the cut fingers didn't come. Maybe I hadn't been exactly gracious toward the end. Maybe the whole thing was my fault. Even the Lucy business. My mother said it was, anyhow. You see, Lucy lived quite a distance away, and we couldn't call each other up because of my not being able to use the tellies. We rode, and I went to see her a few times, and then she came to meet my family. Once. It was a ghastly evening. We all sat around stiffly, my family being excessively polite to her, thinking, I knew, that this was my only chance to get myself a wife, and so they'd better be nice to the girl, no matter what she was like. And seeing her with what I fancied to be their eyes, I realized that she wasn't outstandingly pretty, particularly bright, or even very talented. And what was she thinking? That she had got herself virtually engaged to a useless half-sense because he had a brief moment of glory as a war hero? Trapped with this imbecile and his dull, stuffy family and not being able to get out of it without being cruel? What were they actually thinking? I didn't know. But they did. Mother knew what everybody was thinking right down to the last convolution of the subconscious mind. And Sylvie knew what everyone else was feeling, and the others, they knew, or at least sensed, part of what was going on. But I was impercipient. I couldn't tell anything. I was excluded, out in the cold, and, being unable ever really to know, was forced to draw the worst conclusions. I took Lucy home that evening. They had to trust me that far alone because it would have looked absurd for Danny or Tim to come along as chaperone. And anyway, I'd been there alone before when I had gone to see her. Lucy, I said as we stood awkwardly before her door, I don't want you to feel, just because of what might have happened in a burst of patriotic fervor, that you're bound or... No, Kevin, she murmured without looking at me. I understand. I don't feel bound or committed in any way. And you mustn't feel bound either. That's good. I felt a deep sense of sorrow working its way down to settle in my viscera. And if she had had much perceptiveness, things might have been different then. But she hadn't. I took a deep breath, determined to carry my heartbreak off with dignity. Well, goodbye, Lucy. Although she had never really been close to me, in fact, I'd never so much as kissed her, I felt lonelier now without even the hope of her than I ever had before. I began to take my long walks in the park again, brooding over the power that might have been mine if only I hadn't been such a damn fool as to give freely without asking anything in return. During the war, I could have got anything I wanted in exchange for what I'd done, or rather, for what I could do. But I had been too busy healing. Now it was too late for asking. Nature, being all I had left, became closer to me than ever before. And one morning, after a violent storm the night before, I mourned over the fallen trees and smashed flowers, as I had never mourned over fallen and smashed men. First, because I hadn't cared, and then because I'd known I could help. Come to think of it, how did I know it was only people I could help? Mother, I said eagerly when I came home that evening, I can heal other things besides people, trees and shrubs and... That's nice, dear. Perhaps we can get you a job with the park department if you're tired of sitting home. And in the meantime, you better comb those leaves out of your hair. Sylvia, did you call that techno? Yes, Mother, Sylvia said gloomily. Her guy still hadn't called. Knowing now how she must feel, I could feel sorry for her. It said it'd be over as soon as it can, but it might take days. We'll have to eat synthetics for dinner if that stove isn't fixed soon, my mother said fretfully, and went off into the kitchen to mess around with the machinery and thus make certain the techno had a real hard job on its hands when it finally did show up. Oh, the devil with it, I thought. No use hoping to interest the family in any extension of my gift that had no practical value except for nature lovers. I might as well seize such meager chances as were still open to me. I wasn't going to be an idealistic idiot any longer. Sylvie, I said to my sister, I've changed my mind about that testimonial. She looked blankly at me out of her reverie. What testimonial? The pancreatic pills. She laughed and patted me on the shoulder, not unkindly, because she could probably feel a sympathy in me now that she never could before. Too late for that, honey. Your name wouldn't mean a thing anymore. So many of them owed their lives to me, and yet they had forgotten me. Tim looked at me. Be careful, Kev, he said anxiously. Careful of what? I don't know exactly. He ran his fingers through his hair. But be careful, won't you? Just at that moment, an easy chair floated in from the next room, banged into me, swerved, and crashed into a table. Danny, who had been thinking of going into interior decoration as a sideline to his business, had been making the furniture leap without looking first. I gave Tim a reproachful glance as I used my gift to heal my bruised shin. You might have been a little more explicit, I complained. I'm no path. I didn't mean, but Danny caromed into Tim on his way to inspect the damage. My whole family was so used to relying on their psi powers that they were pretty clumsy when it came to using the merely physical ones. Danny looked sadly at the wreckage. The chair was only nicked, but the table was pretty well smashed. Gee, Kev, he said mournfully, if only you could fix furniture the way you fix up people. I can heal trees, I said, and they're wood. So try the table, Sylvia proposed. It's going to cost you anything? Danny looked at me hopefully. I went over and touched the table. At first, nothing happened. And then the shattered bits of wood sort of shimmered together, and it was whole again. Danny and Sylvia's eyes bugged out. So did mine, as a matter of fact. Only Tim didn't look surprised, just a little sadder. Mother appeared from the kitchen so fast you'd think she'd caught teleportation from Father. Kevin, she cried, her eyes shining with an enthusiasm that my healing of people had never evoked in her. She was a conscientious psychiatrist, but a passionate cook. Come in here and see what you can do with the stove. My siblings treading on my heels, I went in and fixed it, like that. She looked at me with genuine mother love in her eyes. My boy, she breathed adoringly. Pianos, Danny yelped suddenly. Everyone looked at him. If you worked along with me, Kev, he explained, nobody would ever have to know if I dropped them. I could be a senior executive and no questions asked. But that wouldn't be ethical, Sylvia suggested with a sidelong glance at me. My ethical values have come down to earth, I said. Be glad to help you out, Dan. And the same goes for you, Sylvie. Use Kevin Faraday, 1,000,000 times more efficient than glue. Nothing for nothing anymore, though. I have to be as professional as everybody, and I've got a career to get started. Sylvia sighed. I wish there were other things you could fix besides people and furniture, intangibles. Like broken hearts, maybe. She smiled. Maybe. I'll try, I said, and I concentrated. Just then the telly bell rang and Tim, being youngest, went to answer it. When he came back, he was smiling. For you, Sylvie, Lenny. Lenny? Sylvia yelped joyously. She ran toward the telly, dashed back, planted a wet kiss on my cheek, and scurried off to the booth. Well, gosh, Danny said. Maybe it's going to be all right, Tim said, precognizing hard. Power doesn't necessarily corrupt. You could make that part of your service, Kev, Danny suggested. Mending broken hearts, I mean, not corrupting. Hey, where are you going? To catch a helibus, I said. There's a broken heart that needs fixing immediately, and it's for me. so nothing for nothing still goes. End of Jack of No Trades by Evelyn E. Smith. Read by Paul Hampton.
The Miniature Menace by Frank Belknap Long. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Miniature Menace, a thrilling novelette by Frank Belknap Long. Condemned without trial for his refusal to open fire on an alien spacecraft, Ralph Langford had to be free to investigate the strange menace from beyond the stars. For if the alien were an enemy, then it would be the most terrible enemy man had ever encountered. The sky was harsh with the flare of rocket jets when Captain Ralph Langford emerged from his deep space cruiser on the Mars City landing field. There was a girl standing alone at the far end of the field, and for a moment Langford thought it might be Joan, irrational as the thought was. Of course, Joan couldn't be here. He was to see her at the hospital. He started across the field, blinking in the glare, his eyes shining with a warm gratefulness to be home again. As he approached the solitary figure, he could see it was not Joan, though there was a resemblance. He was so engrossed that he didn't notice the tall, eagle-eyed young patrol officer that came striding toward him until he heard the man's voice. "You're under arrest, sir," the youth said, his hand whipping to his visor. "Commander Gurney's orders." Langford looked up suddenly, then stiffened in belligerent protest. "Hold on, Lieutenant. You can't arrest me and march me off to jail like a common criminal. Commission regulations. How long have you worn those stripes, youngster?" The youth's eyes were respectful, sympathetic. He did not appear to be offended. "I'm sorry, sir," he said firmly. "Commander Gurney went before the commission and had you certified as irresponsible." Langford flushed angrily. "So that's it," he grunted. The patrol officer hesitated. He had prepared what he intended to say, but the fame of the big man facing him had reached sunward to Mercury and outward to Pluto's frozen tundras. Langford's fist lashed out suddenly, catching the youth flush on the jaw and crumpling him to his knees. The girl, who had been a silent witness up to now, gasped, then turned and ran like a frightened rabbit. Langford did not stop to apologize. Rumor had it that deep space officers bore charmed lives, but Langford knew as he broke into a run that his life hung by a thread that might at any moment turn crimson. No part of the field was unguarded. If the guards had orders to withhold their fire, he saw a desperate chance of outwitting them. But if they had orders to blast, his fate was already sealed. As he ran, he had a vision of himself sinking down in a welter of blood and blackness, his ears deafened by the hollow chant of concussion weapons. He saw himself lying spread out on the landing field, the taste of death in his mouth, the air above him filled with a harsh, eerie crackling. He ran faster, like a man bemazed, his eyes filled with dancing motes that kept cascading down both sides of his oxygen mask. He was 100 feet from the ship when he became aware that a dozen armed guards had emerged from shadows at the edge of the field and were converging upon him. Angry curses whipped through the night, and the field seemed to tilt as the guards came racing toward him. Far off in the darkness, a siren wailed. Langford suddenly realized that he was becoming lightheaded from too much oxygen intake. His head was filled with a dull roaring and seemed to be expanding. It was filled with flashing lights as well as sound, and was leaving his shoulders as he ran. He had a sudden impulse to laugh and shout, to whoop at how ridiculous it was. His head had left his shoulders and was spinning about in the air. But before he could grasp the tube which was flooding his brain with hilarity, armed guards were all about him, raising their weapons to cover him and shouting at him to raise his arms. Unfortunately, he couldn't seem to move his arms. When he made the effort, he went plunging and skidding over the ramp with running figures on both sides of him. He was skating, cutting capers on ice.
fantastic and incredible capers. Then the ice was inside his skull, swelling up thick. His heels were together when the lights in his head went out. When the lights came on again, Langford found himself stumbling forward into a blank-walled room with a steady pressure at his back. At first he thought the room was a cell, but when his vision adjusted itself to the glare, he saw that he was facing a seated man whose head seemed to be dancing in the air. "Here he is, Commander," a harsh voice said. "He blacked out, but that didn't stop him from putting up a terrific fight." Langford had no recollection of putting up a fight, but the guard's jaw was bruised and swollen, which seemed to indicate that a struggle had taken place. A massive desk swam into view, and the head of the seated man settled down on his shoulders. Langford blinked. Facing him in the cold light was the Supreme Commander of the Solar Patrol, a thin, hollow-cheeked man of 50, whose eyes behind narrow lids glittered as cold as glass. Commander Gurney's immobility was not unlike the roll of thunder in a vacuum. There was sound and fury to it, and yet not a muscle of his face moved as he dismissed the guard with a curt nod, and waited for the massive door behind Langford to clang shut. The instant silence settled down over the room, Commander Gurney came to life. "You're under arrest, Langford," he said quietly. "If you've anything to say in your own defense, you'd better start talking. I can spare you." The patrol commander glanced at his wristwatch. "Exactly 20 minutes. "Good enough," Langford grunted. All the muscles of his gaunt face seemed to pull together as he seated himself. For an instant he remained motionless, his eyes troubled and angry, as if he could not quite accept the fact that he had been deprived of his command by the irate man opposite him. The two men who sat facing each other in the cold light were sharply divergent types. Langford was a man of enormous strength and a temper that was just a little dangerous when it got out of control. He had never once failed in his duty, and the inner discipline which he had imposed on himself showed in his features, which were as tight as a drum. But beneath his rough exterior, Langford concealed the sensitive imagination of a poet, and an immense kindliness which sometimes overflowed in strange ways, embarrassing him more than he cared to admit. Commander Gurney had never experienced such embarrassment. He had imposed his will on the Solar Patrol by becoming an absolute slave to efficiency at considerable detriment to his health. There was something rapacious and hornet-like about him, something ceaselessly alert. Now he sat regarding Langford with a stinging contempt in his stare, poised for the attack, his harsh features mirroring his thoughts like an encephalograph. "Well," he prodded. Langford wet his dry lips. Reaching inside his resplendent uniform, he removed a small shining object, which he set down at the edge of his superior's desk. "They shot this out at us when I ordered them to stand by for boarding," he said. "It was contained in a small translucent capsule which I picked up with a magnetic trawl. It's just a model in miniature, but take a good look at it, sir. Would you care to make the acquaintance of a creature like that in the flesh?" Commander Gurney's eyes widened, and his mouth twitched slightly. "In the name of all that is unholy, Langford, what is it?" he muttered. Langford shook his head. "I wish I knew, sir. It looks quite a bit like a praying mantis, a little metallic praying mantis 6 inches tall, but it doesn't behave like one." The statuette on Gurney's desk seemed chillingly lifelike in the cold light. It had been fashioned with flawless craftsmanship. Its upraised forelimbs were leaf green, its abdomen salmon pink, and its gauzy wings shone with a dull metallic luster as Langford turned it carefully about. Gurney couldn't help noticing, with a little shudder, that its mouthparts consisted of a cutting mandible and a long coiled membrane like the ligula of a honeybee. Huge compound eyes occupied the upper half of the metal insect's face. Gurney's hand had gone out and was about to close on the little statue, but something in Langford's stare made him change his mind. As his hand whipped back, he fastened his gaze on Langford's face with the ire of a peevish child denied access to a jam-pot. "What in blazes has that to do with your failure to obey orders?" he demanded with explosive vehemence. "That ship must have used an interstellar space warp drive to appear out of nowhere in the middle of the asteroid belt, and you deliberately let it slip away from you." Langford shut his eyes before replying. He saw again the myriad stars of space, the dull red disk of Mars, and the far-off gleam of the great outer planets. He saw the luminous hull of the alien ship looming up out of the void. An instant before, the viewpane had been filled with the sprinkling of very distant stars with a faint nebulosity behind them. The ship had appeared with the suddenness of an image forming on a screen, out of the dark matrix of empty space. Langford leaned forward, a desperate urgency in his stare. "Mere alienage doesn't justify the crime of murder, sir," he said. "Attacking an alien race without weighing the outcome would have been an act of criminal folly, charged with great danger to ourselves." Commander Gurney shook his head in angry disagreement. "Just how would you define murder, Langford?" he demanded. "If a highly intelligent buzzsaw came at you, would you bare your throat?" Langford ignored the question. "Violence breeds violence, sir," he said with patient insistence. "Suppose the shoe were on the other foot. Suppose the inhabitants of another planet attacked you without giving you a chance to prove your friendliness." Langford's eyes held a dogged conviction. "Remember, sir, to issue a warning is an act of forbearance. No reasonable man could mistake a warning for an aggressive act. If their weapons are superior to ours, or they are superior to us in other truly terrifying ways, they would prove their friendliness by warning us. Would you have had me attack their ship without studying that warning?" Gurney's eyes had returned to the statue. He seemed fascinated by the glitter of its folding wings. He had a sudden vision of the metal insect spreading its wings and taking off with a low, horrible droning. Suddenly there was a dull throbbing in the patrol commander's temples. A frightful dread look possessed him, so that he could hardly breathe. In his mind's gaze he saw a vast, stationary plane that seemed to hang suspended in midair above a fiery sea. Sweeping straight toward him, dark against the glow, were hundreds of flying mantis shapes with their arms upraised in the glow. Gurney shuddered and gripped the arms of his chair. He transfixed Langford with an accusing stare. "Man, if you'd engaged them in open combat, we'd at least know where we stand. We could have put the entire patrol on alert. Now they've given us the slip and may show up anywhere, armed with weapons that could wipe out civilization overnight." "I chose what I believe to be the lesser of the two evils, sir," Langford said, stepping closer to the desk. His eyes rested briefly on the metal insect. Then they returned to Gurney's face. "There were 2 metal insects in that capsule, sir. I'm going to show you exactly what happened to the one I experimented with." Langford's forefinger whipped out as he spoke, striking the little statue sharply on its folded wing membranes. For an instant nothing happened. Then, with appalling suddenness, the metal insect came to life. It spread its wings and ascended straight up into the air. Gurney leapt to his feet with a startled cry. As he did so, the flying insect's wings blurred, and another pair of wings came into view behind them. The wings were shadowy at first, but they quickly solidified, taking on a glittering sheen. Praying arms sprouted from them. Then, even more quickly, a big-eyed head and a writhing salmon-pink abdomen. The instant the second shape became a complete insect, it whipped away from its parent image with a furious buzzing. As Gurney stared up in horror, the original insect gave off 8 more buzzing replicas of itself. They darted swiftly up toward the ceiling and circled furiously about, their wings gleaming in the cold light. Suddenly there was a blinding flash of light. The flying replicas vanished, and the original insect thudded to the floor. For an instant the little horror squirmed, then lay motionless. "It's playing possum," Langford said. Langford advanced as he spoke and raised his foot. The instant he started to bring his heel down, the metal insect shivered convulsively, lifted its huge eyes, and stared up at him. Then an incredible thing happened. There was no need for him to crush the insect. Methodically and with cold deliberation, it began to dismember itself, tearing off its wings with its own sharp claws and ripping its abdomen to shreds. After a moment, it lay still. Langford turned and stared soberly at Gurney. If we want to warn them, we could send them a little mechanical man, complete in every detail, armed with miniature weapons. They simply sent us a replica of themselves, a model in miniature. It's so unbelievably complex that we could learn nothing by subjecting it to mechanical tests. But we don't have to know what makes it tick. They've warned us that they can multiply by fission so rapidly that they could overrun the Earth in a few hours. They've also warned us that if they find themselves facing impossible odds, they won't hesitate to destroy themselves. Commander Gurney had returned to his desk and stood facing Langford, his face as grim as death. "I quite agree," he said. "That was an ugly warning. Langford, letting that ship get away was worse than treasonable. Your 20 minutes are up." He was reaching for the communication disc on the far side of his desk when Langford reached inside his uniform for the second time. When the big man withdrew his hand, he was clasping an automatic pistol. Gurney took a swift step backwards, his eyes widening in alarm. "So the guards forgot to search you." "I'm afraid they did, sir," Langford said quietly. "Sit down. I'm going to ask a small favor. A port clearance permit, signed and sealed by you. If you give me your word you won't move until I've cleared the port, I won't tie you up." Gurney sat down and stared at the young space officer in scornful mockery. "Suppose I refuse to promise anything? Would you blast me down in cold blood?" Langford hesitated. His jaw tightened, and a candid defiance came to his stare. "No," he said. "Then if you're not prepared to murder me, you haven't got what it takes to exact a promise," Gurney said. Langford shook his head. "That's sheer sophistry," he pointed out. "I've just laid my cards on the table. If you take advantage of my good faith, you'll be hitting below the belt. You see, sir, there's something I've got to do. If I fail, I'll come back and give myself up." For a moment, not a muscle of Gurney's face moved. Then he shrugged and glanced at his wristwatch. "I'll sit perfectly still for exactly 15 minutes, Langford," he said. "That should give you sufficient time to clear the port." His eyes narrowed to steely slits. "But heaven help you when I move." "Fair enough," Langford said. 10 minutes later, the patrol captain was climbing into a small jet plane at the edge of the spaceport. Far to the east, the skyline of Mars City rose above the horizon like a glittering copper penny swimming in a nebulous haze. A penny flipped in desperation that had miraculously come heads. Part of the wonder he felt was due to his knowledge that he would soon be flying straight through the penny toward a tall white building he would have braved the sun to scale. Chapter 2. A grave-faced physician met Langford at the end of the corridor and beckoned him into a small white-walled room. The physician was not talkative. He didn't need to be. The girl who sat under the bright lamps, with her eyes swathed in bandages, told Langford all he cared to know. Her lips were smiling, and she held out her arms as her husband came into the room. Langford went up to her and kissed her tenderly on the cheek, his big awkward hands caressing her hair that lay in a tumbled dark mass on her shoulders. She had tried to keep back the tears, but they came now, so that her body quivered with the intensity of her emotion. "I'm going to see, darling," she whispered. "I know I'm going to see again. I wouldn't let them remove the bandages until you came." "Sure you are," Langford said gruffly, "and you'll have better sight than ever before. Both kinds of sight, just as you had before." "I was afraid you might be hurt, darling," Joan Langford whispered, running her forefingers down his wet cheek as she held his head close. "I use the other sight that makes me so different and terrifies people much more than it should." "You should not have done that," Langford said, scowling. "I was in no real danger." "You were being hunted like a criminal." She turned her head toward Dr. Crendon as she spoke. The physician looked away, feeling her gaze on him through the bandages. "The law of compensation, child," he said gently. "Mutants are clairvoyant. Their vision is piercingly sharp where vision matters most. When nature confers a priceless gift, she sometimes withdraws a lesser one. No one knows why, not even the biologists," he smiled. "There I go, personifying the impersonal again. Perhaps ordinary sight will someday be vestigial in all of us." Langford glanced up. The physician was pressing his finger to his lips and gesturing toward the door. Langford got quickly to his feet. A chill wind seemed to blow into the room, driving all the warmth from his mind. Just outside the door, Dr. Crendon turned and spoke in a cautious whisper. "I haven't given up hope," he said, "but the chances are not too good. We don't know why, but mutants have a defective vision from birth when their eyes are normal." Langford nodded. "I know that, Doctor." The physician's voice became gentler. "We know so little about mutants. 50,000 of them in the world, perhaps, born too early or too late. An inward vision that can pierce barriers of sense and see to the heart of things, and an outward vision that's defective, faltering, almost a blind man's vision. Clairvoyance and failing sight. It just doesn't make sense." "Joan makes sense," Langford said. "If she were stone blind, I'd still worship her." Dr. Crendon held his hands straight out before him and looked down at them. "I did my best," he said simply. "There were slight peculiarities of structure in the choroid, but I'm sure that the new cornea will adjust. It's the retina itself, the innermost nervous tunic of the eye, that I'm worried about." He paused, then went on quickly. "A mutant's retina is hypersensitive. It responds to light in a peculiar way and has a tendency to distort images. But that distortion vanishes when the mind becomes really active." Langford looked at him. "Just what are you trying to tell me?" "I'm not sure I know." There were little puckers between Crendon's eyes. "Put it this way. If she doesn't brood too much, if she leads an active life and has complete confidence in her inner vision, her sight may improve. I think the failure of a mutant's sight may be partly due to, well, a kind of fear. Mutants feel cut off from normal humanity, whatever that may be, and are tempted to use their inner vision as a means of escape. And when they do that, the outer vision dims to the vanishing point." "Then you think, make her feel that she can be of assistance to you in every moment of your waking life. Give her some important task to perform. Keep her with you, lad, as much as you can. She's missed you these many months. Make her realize that you can't get along without her." Langford's eyes held a dawning wonder. He seemed like a man from whom an immense weight had been lifted. "I was just about to tell you that I needed her inward vision," he said. "Not only the eyes you've done your best to restore, but her powers of clairvoyance." "You mean that?" "Why should I lie to you, Doctor?" For the second time, Crendon smiled. "No reason, I suppose. But I thought you might be deceiving yourself by pretending you needed her when you didn't. You've been under something of a strain." It was Langford's turn to smile. "You don't know the half of it." "Oh, yes, I do. She saw you crossing the skyport with scanner beams trained on you. She saw you playing hide-and-seek with Annihilation. I had to give her a sedative injection to quiet her." Langford did not move. Something in Crendon's face told him he was not expected to say anything. "So that makes me an accessory," Crendon said, the smile still on his lips. "Her vision went blank when I decided she'd seen enough for her own peace of mind." He nodded. "I didn't know whether you managed to escape or not. It kept me on the tetherhooks until you showed up in my office 20 minutes ago. I've always liked you, Langford, and I flatter myself I know an honest man when I see one." His hand went out and tightened on Langford's palm. "Come now, we've got to remove those bandages before she reads my thoughts and knows how scared I get when I operate. Mutants know what humbugs we all are, Langford. They can see all the flaws in us, and if they can still trust us and believe in us despite that, they must be the forerunners of a new humanity in more ways than we dream." If Joan Langford had eavesdropped, using her strange sight, she gave no sign when her husband returned to her side. The conversation in the corridor had taken him from her for the barest instant, but that instant had seemed like an eternity to Langford and the inner vision of his wife. For how could time be measured in minutes or hours by a woman wearing a blindfold, shut away in the dark and waiting a verdict that could cause the future to slow away into chill gulfs? And how could time have any meaning when the stars faded out of the sky and a sunset gun boomed farewell to the joys of the physical world? And to one who loved and hoped, could time be measured by the moving hands of a clock? Quickly Langford's fingers interlocked with those of his wife. "This is it, darling," he said. Crendon's fingers fumbled a little as he turned Joan's head gently from the light and began to unwind the bandages. "Don't open your eyes until I've removed the gauze pads," he warned. "And don't look directly at the light. At first you may not see at all. You must be prepared for that." Crendon hated himself for his sternness, but experience had taught him that it was best to arouse a faint antagonism in his patients. It prevented them from regarding him as a miracle worker. He wanted them to face reality with courage, for healing depended on many things and was often a matter of blind, fanatical trust. "Now then," he said. As he spoke, he raised the last fold of the bandage and carefully removed the small moist pads beneath, one from each eye. He straightened, his back to the light. Langford looked away quickly, as though from a great distance he heard Crendon say, "Now you may open your eyes. Remember, you may not see at all for 5 full minutes." Mentally he added, "Or ever. I shouldn't be discouraged. A man does what he can. 10 years of it, 10 years of trying to save human sight, and every day I learn something. And every day I envy men who endure merely the loneliness of space. Why pretend? I have never felt compassion for humanity in the abstract. It is only when I look into eyes that I have failed to heal and realize that I can do nothing at all. Dr. Crendon, I can see everything clearly." And so it was that Dr. Crendon, moody, skeptical Dr. Crendon, received the greatest shock of his life. He had anticipated an agonized outcry, or a joyous one. But Joan had spoken hardly above a whisper, in a tone of quiet assurance, as if she had known all along that she would see. And suddenly Crendon realized that she had known. For mutants can see into the most probable future. Not too clearly, but clearly enough. How could he have been so blind? As Crendon turned, he saw that Langford had fallen to his knees beside his wife and was sobbing convulsively, his head cradled in her arms. He tiptoed softly out of the room. He felt curiously hollow inside, as though all capacity for emotion had been burned out of him by the corroding acid of his own skepticism. Chapter 3. 5 minutes later, Langford was replacing the bandages on Joan's eyes. He felt like a man who was playing a game with a deadly unseen antagonist in a room full of crouching shadows. No, not a room. As he bent above his wife, his hand on her tumbled hair, the space about him seemed to fall away into darkness. And now he was gazing straight down the interplanetary deeps at a green world swimming in a nebulous haze. The haze dissolved, drifted away, and he saw the green hills of his native land. He saw the earth, and crouching shadows covered the face of the land. The crouching shadows of enormous insects. He could not escape from them because they were everywhere. When he broke into a run, the mantis shapes followed him. They towered above him, sinister, horrible. He felt like a man caught in an invisible trap, the sky hemming him in, the ground beneath his feet a dissolving quagmire. He shook the illusion off, for he did not want Joan to see the shadows as he saw them. What was it Crendon had said? She must be made to feel that you need her. Well, he did. He knew now that more than his own honor was at stake. If the alien ship could not be located, his fears would not remain subjective. The fate of humanity hung in the balance. His imagination had been stimulated abnormally by the events of the past few days. Now it was leaping ahead of developments. For all he knew to the contrary, the alien ship had foundered in the void or crashed on one of the inner planets in a red swirl of destruction. Interstellar exploration was not without its risks, and those risks would mount steadily to an alien intelligence as unfamiliar landmarks loomed up out of the void. "You do not need the bandages," Langford said, a deep solicitude in his voice. "If you simply shut your eyes, you would see the ship clearly. My thoughts would guide you to it." "My vision is sharper when my eyes are bandaged," Joan replied. "You must trust me, darling. I know. When my eyes are sealed, there is no emotional block and my inner vision has free play. I am prevented from using my eyes by an actual physical impediment. So I strain all of my faculties to see as far as I can in the dark. Call it a psychological quirk if you wish. I only know that it helps." "If it helps, that's all that matters," Langford assured her. "Forget I put my oar in." "Don't think about the ship for a minute," Joan said. "Make your mind a blank. Then visualize yourself standing before the viewport staring out, just as you stood when you first saw the alien ship. Visualize the ship coming toward you through the void. If you do visualize it clearly, I'll be able to locate it no matter where it is now." Joan paused as though she didn't quite know how to make the complexity of the problem clear to her husband. "I can't explain the power," she said. "I know so little about time, far less than the physicists think they know. Mutants, they tell us, can visualize time as a stationary dimension, freezing all event objects in the past and in the probable future. They can travel along time in either direction at will." "But you do not think of it as an actual journey?" Langford asked. "You merely shut your eyes and see?" Joan shook her head. "It isn't quite as simple as that. Clairvoyance is never simple. It's complicated by an intense inward illumination. It's a little like staring at something through a long vista of converging prisms. Objects get in the way, and there's doubt, uncertainty. Sometimes it's sheer torment. Sometimes I can't see at all, and even when I can see, there's a curious, almost terrifying sense of wrongness about it." "You mean you feel guilty?" Joan smiled slightly. "Did Alice feel guilty when she went through the looking glass? Perhaps she did, but I didn't mean that kind of wrongness, not moral wrongness. It's as though the strange tensions will get you if you don't watch out, rush in upon you and project you forcibly into another place, as though you were a jet of steam imprisoned in a bottle much too tight and forced in the wrong direction by a power you can't begin to understand. You keep fearing that you'll get caught in the neck of the bottle and wake up screaming." "Good Lord," Langford muttered. "I've never got caught," Joan said. "Now make your mind a blank, darling. We're going to find that ship." A moment later, Langford stood holding his wife's hand, a sharp apprehension in his stare. Joan seemed slightly agitated. She sat gripping the arms of her chair, her bandaged eyes turned from the light. Suddenly her lips moved. "Ralph, I can see the ship. It's coming straight toward the viewport. You didn't tell me it was so beautiful, so huge." "I was waiting for you to tell me," Langford said quickly. Well, I'm telling you, darling, I'm glad you didn't completely visualize it. Now I'm sure I'm not just reading your mind. It must be 300 feet long. It's hard to tell where the illumination comes from. Joan straightened suddenly. It's no longer just a ship, she said. I'm still outside, but I've moved closer to it, and I can sense a rustling deep inside the hull, a vague stir of activity that's not entirely physical. While Langford held his breath, Joan pressed her palms to her temples. The rustling is becoming clear. There are swift, abrupt movements accompanied by thoughts, but I'm not sure whether the thoughts come from one mind or many minds. The thoughts are swift, piercing, darting thoughts. That's the only way I can describe them. Her voice rose slightly. I can sense a living presence deep inside the ship. More than one, I think. There's a kind of swarming. Swarming? I'm not sure about that, Joan said quickly. I don't think they're moving about much. The thoughts seem to come from one direction. I can just make out a shape now. It's tall and very slender. Winged? Langford whispered. No, don't prompt me. Joan was excited. The important thing is that I can see it. I may never see it clearly. Gauzy, yes. It is winged. It has gauzy shining wings folded on its chest, 2 claw-like appendages raised in a praying attitude. Perhaps I saw that in your mind. You mustn't interrupt again. I won't, Langford promised. The creature is horribly agitated, Joan said. It looks upon your ship as a menace. Its brain is humming with fear. It is preparing to contact you, warn you. It's getting ready to warn you in a strange way. It has prepared something for just such an emergency, something small, glistening. I can't make it out, but it's putting the object into a luminous shell. That's right, Langford said, forgetting his promise. They shot the shell into the void. We picked it up with a magnetic trawl. There was a brief silence as Joan thought that out. Then her lips twisted in a strained smile. If you say another word... Sorry. It's bad. It hinders. She raised her arms in a gesture of grim urgency. Now the ship is moving swiftly away from your ship. I can dimly sense vast distances rushing past, and there's a feeling of loneliness, of utter desolation. No despair, exactly. It's as though I were sensing the utter desolation of deep space through a mind filled with a bitter nostalgia. If the feeling wasn't so intense, so strange and bewildering, I'd say it was a carry me back to old Virginia feeling. Does that make sense to you? It's like someone thrumming a guitar a billion miles from home, whistling to keep up his courage, remembering something very precious and beautiful lost forever. I can't explain it in any other way. She was silent for a moment. Then she said, Now a planet is taking shape in the darkness. It's pale green and crossed by a long wavering streamer of light. I can make out continents and seas. Joan stiffened. Ralph, there's only one planet in the solar system that catches the sunlight through great swarms of meteors in the plane of its ecliptic. The lights of the zodiac. It must be the Earth. Langford dared not speak for fear of breaking the spell. Joan was trembling now, as though thoughts from the past were impinging with a tormenting intensity on her inner vision. The ship's out of control, came suddenly. It's plunging down through the lower atmosphere toward a vast expanse of jungle, a tropical rainforest. A mist is rising over the trees, and a burst of flame is coming from the ship. It's zigzagging as it descends. Emotion seemed to quiver through her. For a moment she remained silent, her lips slightly parted. Then more words came in a rush. The ship lies on an island in a forking river. Above it the foliage is charred, blackened. There are 3 rivers, and just below the island the water is white with foam. There's a tremendous cataract about 5 miles below the island. It's the largest cataract I've ever seen. There was an eagerness on Langford's face, but he remained silent. There's a man swimming in the river above the cataract, Joan went on. A brown-skinned man with straggly hair, his shoulders gleaming in the sunlight. I'm going to try to read his mind." Langford did not move. For a moment there was no sound in the room save Joan's harsh breathing. Then suddenly she straightened and ripped the bandage from her eyes. "Brazil!" she exclaimed exultantly. "Darling, I've located the ship for you. That island is in the interior of Brazil, in the deep jungle, close to the headwaters of the Amazon." Langford stood very still, scarcely daring to breathe. In his mind's gaze he saw a slender space cruiser lying unguarded in a suburban hangar close to the dark waters of the great northwestern canal. Commander Gurney's own private cruiser, the White Hawk. How much of his mental audacity was inspired by sheer desperation Langford could not guess. But he suddenly saw himself climbing out of a thrumming jet plane in deep shadows and running straight toward the cruiser with Joan at his side. He saw the cruiser ascending, saw himself at the controls with the red disk of Mars dwindling beyond the viewport. He saw the myriad of stars of space and the rapidly expanding disk of the Earth pierced by wavering banners of light. And then it dawned on him that in one strange way Joan had seen the vision first and was sharing it with him. He knew then that he could not fail. Chapter 4. Beneath the descending cruiser, the roof of the forest gleamed in russet and emerald splendor above a labyrinth of wooded archipelagos. It still seemed a little like a dream to Langford, but he knew that it wasn't. The vision that he had experienced 3 days before, standing beside his wife in a white-walled room, had taken on the bright, firm texture of reality. He stood before the controls with a thrumming deck under him, and studied the shifting landscape through the White Hawk's viewport. He had never before flown directly over the Amazon basin, and a river of shining wonder seemed to flow into his mind as he stared. It was Joan who broke the spell. She tugged gently at his arm, her face anxious. "I don't see any sign of the 3 rivers," she exclaimed. "Do you?" Langford swung about. "We haven't passed the great cataract of Inner Morocco yet," he said. "It rushes straight along for 5 or 6 miles. Then it becomes the most impressive waterfall in South America. A few miles below the falls, the river spreads out into a lake." Langford turned back to the viewport. "When we see the lake, we can look for another branching in the island. The island is right in the middle of the 3 rivers you saw in your vision. But it's just a dot on the electrograph. Are you sure it is a distinctive shape?" "It has a high, rocky shoreline," Joan assured him. "The central tributary cuts it in half, and the other rivers flow around it. It's heavily forested, but the rent in the foliage where the ship came down is so wide, you should be able to see it from 10,000 feet. The treetops are charred over a half-mile radius." Langford smiled and squeezed her arm. "I'd bet you'd be happy mapping the Amazon in a bark canoe like a 20th century explorer," he said. He grinned wryly. "A big rock island, mysterious as a cave of vampire bats, bisects the largest tributary west of the Tocantins, and it's just a dot on an electrograph to us. We've explored every crevice of every world in the system, but sometimes I envy our ancestors. They had elaborate pictorial maps to guide them." After a moment, the ship leveled off, and the great cataract swept into view. It was a shining whiteness between 2 towering walls of foliage festooned with hanging vines, and flame-tongued flowers upon which the red sunlight seemed to dance. It foamed and cascaded over jagged rocks, swept around little clumps of submerged vegetation, and tore at sloping mud banks glimmering in the sunlight. Then the cataract became a receding blur, and the wide river split up. Langford heard Joan cry out. The island which loomed below was about 8 miles in circumference, and so heavily forested that it resembled a single shrub of wilderness proportions growing from a cyclopean stone flower-pot. Its high banks were almost vertical, its summit a charred mass of foliage cleft by an enormous rent which funneled the sunlight downward to a circular patch of bare, scorched earth. Something glittered on the forest floor far below the blackened foliage, but whether it was the alien ship or merely the glint of sunlight on the river which flowed completely through the island, Langford could not determine from his aerial vantage point. A divided island was really two islands, but Langford was in no mood for geological hair-splitting. Erosion had failed to efface that original hoary uniqueness of that towering mass of jungle, and for all practical purposes it was one island still, its high banks and far-flung aerial traceries hemming it in, and sealing its teeming life in eternal solitude. Langford turned and looked at Joan with eyes that were meshed in little wrinkles of confidence. "I'm going to gun her down through that gap," he said. "We could crash through anywhere, but the best way to locate a wreck is to hew close to the cinder line." He bent grimly over the controls, in his mind a vision of a great host of alien creatures rushing toward him through the forest, swarming over the ship, refusing to let him emerge. He feared their weapons, which he had never seen. He remembered the little statue with its suicidal impulses and its ability to shed forth shell replicas of itself. The ship thrummed as it swept downward, the lights in the control room blinking on and off. Lower it swept, and lower. The blood was pounding in Langford's temples when a black-rimmed funnel of swirling brightness yawned suddenly before the viewport. The same instant the cushioning pressure of the anti-gravity jets made itself felt, holding the ship suspended above the roof of the forest until its atomotors ceased to throb. The ship descended under its own weight amidst a slowly dissolving pressure field. Sweeping down between the fire-blackened trees, it circled slowly about and settled to rest on the soggy forest floor. When Langford and Joan emerged, a warm breeze laden with jungle scents swept toward them. They stood for an instant close to the airlock, staring about them. No sound broke the stillness except the insistent hum of insects and the rustling of the vegetation on both sides of the ship. A few yards from where they were standing, the ground sloped to the brown waters of a swift-running river, its surface flecked with white foam and studded with little whirlpools that swirled with a darkly writhing turmoil as dry leaves fluttered down, twisting and turning in the breeze. Twisting and turning above a limp form that lay sprawled on the riverbank, its bare shoulders horribly hunched, its head immersed in the muddy brown water. Joan screamed when she saw it. She broke from Langford's restraining clasp and went stumbling forward until she was knee-deep in the swirling current. She was stooping and tugging in desperation at the half-submerged figure when Langford's hand closed on her shoulder. "Let me handle this," he said firmly. "It's no job for a woman." On the bank, Joan swung about to face him. "It's a job for a mutant," she protested, her lips shaking. "You don't know how close he is to death. He's still breathing, but if we don't get him out—" She broke off abruptly when she saw that Langford needed no urging. He was already on his knees, tugging at the sprawled form. For a moment he tried to succeed from the bank, his knees sunk deep into the mud, his neck cords swelling. Then, with a gesture of fierce impatience, he waded deep into the water and lifted the unconscious man on his shoulders. Langford carried the man up the sloping bank, eased him to the ground, and rolled him over. A small, wiry man, darkly bearded, his mouth hanging open. Staring down at the familiar face, Langford experienced a sense of irony so sharp and overwhelming it interfered with his breathing. He leaned forward and started working the man's arms slowly up and down. He knelt in the soft mud, a murk of depth and shadow looming behind him, a grim anticipation in his stare. Suddenly the man on the riverbank stirred, groaned, and opened his eyes. "Hey, cut that out," he grunted. "What in blazes are you trying to do, you devil? Wrench my arms from their sockets?" "Good morning to you, Commander," Langford said, chuckling. "Langford!" Commander Gurney's eyes began to shine, as though lit by fires from unfathomable depths of space. A convulsive shudder shook him. Digging his fists into the mud, he sat up straight. "You stole my ship," he rasped, staring at Langford accusingly. "What made you think I couldn't trace my own cruiser? You can't rip out infraradiant alarm installations unless you know where to look. Didn't you know I'd follow you in a fast auxiliary cruiser and get here ahead of you?" "I was afraid you might, sir," Langford smiled ruefully. "But it was a chance I had to take." Gurney's eyes narrowed. "Your ship was sending out more automatic alarm rays than a chunk of radium. My men had orders to close in the instant you brought her down." "Just where are your men now, sir?" Langford asked. Something happened to Gurney's face. His features twitched, and the strange intensity of his stare increased so sharply he seemed to be staring right through Langford into space. "Those devilish things attacked us," he muttered, "exactly as that little statue did. There were dozens of them, 10 feet tall, and they kept coming. We blasted, but the charges went right through them. They lifted my lads up in their devilish praying arms and dumped them in the river." Sweat gleamed on Gurney's brow. "It was ghastly, Langford. In the river, like pieces of dead timber. The current carried them downstream. I was helpless. I kept blasting, but I couldn't save them." "How did you save yourself?" Langford asked. Gurney passed a dripping hand over his brow. "I was struggling with one of them when everything went blank. That's all I remember." Langford stood up. "I don't understand it. Why did that creature go away and leave you with your face submerged? Why didn't it make sure you would drift downstream too?" "I'm sure I don't know, Langford." Gurney jerked a tremulous hand toward the wall of foliage on the opposite bank. "Why don't you swim over to their ship and ask them? You'll find the ship in a clearing about 300 yards from the bank. They've cleared a path to it." "It's just what I intend to do," Langford said. Joan paled and moved swiftly to his side, her eyes wide with alarm. "Ralph, you're not going alone." Langford nodded. "I'm a pretty good swimmer," he said. Joan stared at him. "But why?" "It's a little hard to explain," Langford said. "You've got a picture in your mind of something pretty horrible happening to me. Somehow I feel that everything about that picture is wrong. I've got to cross that stream, darling. I'd be a pretty poor specimen of a man if I turned back now when we're so close to the answer." Joan said nothing. She would have argued and pleaded, but she knew that it would have been of no use. 5 minutes later, Langford was stripping on the riverbank. He slipped into the water quietly and struck out with powerful, even strokes. On the opposite bank, he turned an instant to flick a wet strand from his forehead and wave to his wife. Then he struck off into the forest. He was 100 feet from the bank, walking with his shoulders squared, when something bright and incredible swirled up from the forest floor directly in his path. "For your forbearance, your kindliness, thank you, Langford," a voice said. It was not a spoken voice. It was still and small and remote, and it seemed to come from deep inside Langford's head. Langford stopped advancing. He stood utterly rigid, his temples pounding, his eyes riveted in a darting shape of flame. "Don't be alarmed, Langford," the voice said. "I'm not a shape of flame, but I can wrap myself in blinding flame so that the human eye cannot see me as I am." "Who are you?" Langford heard himself asking. "A traveler blown from his course by ill cosmic winds," the voice said. "A lone and bewildered stranger from a universe so remote its light has not yet reached you, a genuine, frightened stranger, and a telepath, Langford." The voice paused, then it went on. "I made you come to me just now. A promise of medals could not have done it, but I got inside your mind and drew you to me. Medals, rewards, promotions, you prize them, don't you? What a pity that I cannot stay until your tunic gleams with ribbons." Another pause. Then the voice said, "It is difficult to get the intimate feel of your language. You must forgive me if my speech seems a little strained." "Your speech, You're not afraid of me, Langford. No, you mustn't be. You're the kindest of men. How can I convince you that I am— have you a phrase for it? Letting down my hair. I shall leave you soon, my friend. I have repaired my ship, and I must try to return to my own people. But before I go, I will tell you the truth." Another pause while the brightness pulsed. "You could have destroyed my ship when we met in the asteroid belt with a single blast, but you refused to do so, and I, not knowing you as I do now, tried to frighten you. There are so many worlds where intelligent life is cold and merciless that I was prepared for any emergency. I am rather proud of that little multiplying creature I shot out into the void. It was a child's bauble in my world, Langford, a toy. I am alone, my friend, alone in a ship that utterly dwarfs me. But you like large ships, too. We're curiously alike in some respects. We'd never be satisfied with mechanical mastery on a puny scale." Mechanical mastery? Langford's lips had gone cold. Just what kind of mastery? Why did you attack Commander Gurney and his men? The shape of flame seemed to pulse with a curious inward merriment. Langford could feel the merriment beating into his brain, waves upon waves of it. "I didn't attack them. I can no more divide my fission than you can. But when I saw them crouching by the river, their faces merciless, waiting to seize you, I got inside their minds and drove them into the river. Like chattering monkeys, they fled from the terrifying images I planted in their minds. They were prepared to believe I was not one, but many, a swarming multitude. They floundered and swam until their strength gave out. When they could no longer swim, they dragged themselves from the river and went floundering through the jungle, fleeing from shapes that had no real existence." "Good Lord," Langford muttered. "Their weapons are now at the bottom of the river. That stern and silly little man, who is nothing more than a jumble of bones, fell face down in the river. Before I could reach his side, you were lifting him up. You have won his undying gratitude. He will grumble and fume, but when he sees my ship disappearing into deep space, you will wear ribbons, my friend. You will become— yes, a senior commander." "A senior—" "Perhaps you'd like to see me as I really am, Langford, my friend. You'll promise not to laugh. I may look a little ridiculous to you." Langford's eyes were suddenly moist. "You couldn't possibly look ridiculous to me," he said. "Well, I wouldn't like to show myself to just anybody. Certainly not to Skin and Bones. But it's terribly important that you know how completely I trust you. How else can I prove my gratitude?" Slowly the shape of flame began to contract. Its edges became brighter, sweeping inward to become a small, dazzling circle of radiance that hovered in the air like a blazing signet ring. In the middle of the ring a tiny form appeared. Amidst Langford's rioting thoughts, one thing stood out with mind-numbing clarity. The form was minute, so tiny that the mantis shape it had shot into the void would have utterly dwarfed it. The form was minute, and yet it did resemble a mantis. Its arms were upraised, and its pinpoint eyes fastened on Langford with a blazing intensity that seemed to bore deep into his brain. But there was no enmity in that stare, only complete gratitude, trust, and friendship. Yes, and a certain greatness. "Now you see me as I really am," the voice said. "I am so small that you could crush me between your thumb and forefinger, but I would not hesitate to alight on your thumb, my friend." A strange wonder throbbed in Langford's brain, and suddenly he found himself thinking, Jimmy Cricket! Yes, that was it. The tiny shape was as friendly, as puckish, and noble in essence as that little nursery rhyme, Will-o'-the-Wisp, Jimmy Cricket. And it did look like a cricket, a chirping, gleeful, truly great cricket. Suddenly, down the long sweep of the years, Langford saw two small human figures advancing over a path of golden bricks toward a glittering distant palace. One of the forms was himself, the other his sister. They moved in awe and terror because the palace was inhabited by a mighty wizard with truly terrifying powers. But when they reached the palace, they met a human, likable little man who wasn't terrible at all. And they knew then that the mighty wizard was a humbug. But somehow, in his simple humanness, the wizard seemed even greater than he had been. Greater, but no longer terrifying. Jimmy Cricket was the Wizard of Oz, and he was something more. A lonely wayfaring stranger blown from his course by ill cosmic winds, taking reasonable precautions but seeking only a responsive friendliness in the gulfs between the stars. For a moment Langford felt a swirl of energy brush his fingertips, like the clasp of an intangible hand. Then the mental voice said, "Good heavens, Langford, you're dripping wet. See how the dry leaves of the forest cling to your feet." Startled, Langford lowered his eyes. When he looked up, the circle of radiance was gone. "Forgive me, Langford," a faint, diminishing voice said, "but partings would not be prolonged. Goodbye, my friend." When Langford emerged on the riverbank, sunlight struck down over his tall, straight body, giving him the aspect of a Greek god emerging from a forest glade in the morning of the world. He paused for an instant on the sloping bank to wave to his wife. Then he plunged into the river and swam straight toward her. End of The Miniature Menace by Frank Belknap Long. Recorded by Scotty Smith.
The Monster Maker by Ray Bradbury. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. The Monster Maker by Ray Bradbury. Suddenly, it was there. There wasn't time to blink or speak or get scared. Click Hathaway's camera was loaded, and he stood there listening to it rack spin film between his fingers, and he knew he was getting a damn sweet picture of everything that was happening. The picture of Marnigan, hunched huge over the control console, wrenching levers, jamming studs with freckled fists, and out in the dark of the forepart there was space, and a star sprinkling and this meteor coming like blazing fury. Click Hathaway felt the ship move under him like a sensitive animal's skin. And then the meteor hit. It made a spiked fist and knocked the rear jets flat, and the ship spun like a cosmic merry-go-round. There was plenty of noise. Too damn much. Hathaway only knew he was picked up and hurled against a lever bank, and that Marnigan wasn't long in following, swearing loud words. Click remembered hanging onto his camera and gritting to keep holding it. What a sweet shot that had been of the meteor. A sweeter one still of Marnigan beating hell out of the controls and keeping his words to himself until just now. It got quiet. It got so quiet you could almost hear the asteroids rushing up cold, blue, and hard. You could hear your heart kicking a tom-tom between your sick stomach and your empty lungs. Stars, asteroids, revolved. Click grabbed Marnigan because he was the nearest thing and held on. You came hunting for a space raider and you ended up cradled in a slab-sized Irishman's arms, diving at a hunk of metal death. What a fade-out. "Irish," he heard himself say. "Is this it?" "Is this what?" yelled Marnigan inside his helmet. "Is this where the big producer yells cut?" Marnigan fumed. "I'll die when I'm damn good and ready. And when I'm ready, I'll inform you, and you can picture me profile for Cosmic Films." They both waited, thrust against the ship's side and held by a hand of gravity, listening to each other's breathing, hard in the earphones. The ship struck once. Bouncing, it struck again. It turned end over and stopped. Hathaway felt himself grabbed. He and Marnigan rattled round, human dice in a croupier's cup. The shell of a ship burst, air and energy flung out. Hathaway screamed the air out of his lungs, but his brain was thinking quick, crazy, unimportant things. The best scenes in life never reach film, or an audience. Like this one, damn it! Like this one! His brain spun, racketing like the instantaneous flicking motions of his camera. Silence came and engulfed all the noise, ate it up and swallowed it. Hathaway shook his head, instinctively grabbed at the camera locked to his mid-belt. There was nothing but stars, twisted wreckage, cold, that pierced through his vac suit, and silence. He wriggled out of the wreckage into that silence. He didn't know what he was doing until he found the camera in his fingers, as if it had grown there when he was born. He stood there, thinking. Well, at least I'll have a few good scenes on film. A hunk of metal teetered, fell with a crash. Marnigan elevated 7 feet of bellowing manhood from the wreck. "Hold it!" cracked Hathaway's high voice. Marnigan froze. The camera whirred. "Low-angle shot! Interplanetary patrolman emerges unscathed from asteroid crack-up. Swell stuff. I'll get a raise for this." "From the toe of me boot!" snarled Marnigan brusquely. Oxen's shoulders flexed inside his vac suit. "I might have died in there, and you nursing that film contraption." Hathaway felt funny inside suddenly. "I never thought of that. Marnigan, die? I just took it for granted you'd come through. You always have. Funny, but you don't think about dying. You try not to." Hathaway stared at his gloved hand, but the gloving was so thick and heavy he couldn't tell if it was shaking. Muscles in his bony face went down, pale. "Where are we?" "A million miles from nobody." They stood in the middle of a pocked, time-eroded meteor plain that stretched off, dipping down into silent indigo and a rash of stars. Overhead, the sun poised, black and stars all around it, making it look sick. "If we walk in opposite directions, Click Hathaway, we'd be shaking hands the other side of this rock in 2 hours." Marnigan shook his mop of dusty red hair. "And I promised the boys at Luna Base this time I'd capture that Gunther lad." His voice stopped and the silence spoke. Hathaway felt his heart pumping slow, hot pumps of blood. "I checked my oxygen, Irish. 60 minutes of breathing left." The silence punctuated that sentence, too. Upon the sharp meteoric rocks, Hathaway saw the tangled insides of the radio, the food supply, mashed and scattered. They were lucky to have escaped. Or was suffocation a better death? 60 minutes. They stood and looked at one another. "Damn that meteor," said Marnigan hotly. Hathaway got hold of an idea, remembering something. He said it out. "Somebody tossed that meteor, Irish. I took a picture of it. Looked it right in the eye when it rolled at us. And it was poker hot. Space meteors are never hot and glowing. If it's proof you want, I've got it here on film." Marnigan winced his freckled square face. "It's not proof we need now, Click. Oxygen, and then food, and then some way back to Earth." Hathaway went on saying his thoughts. "This is Gunther's work. He's here somewhere, probably laughing his guts out at the job he did us. Oh, God, this would make great news release stuff if we ever get back to Earth. IPs, Irish Marnigan, temporarily indisposed by a pirate whose dirty face has never been seen. Gunther by name, finally wins through to a triumphant finish. Photographed on the spot, in color, by yours truly, Click Hathaway. Cosmic Films, please notice." They started walking fast over the pocked, rubbled plain toward a bony ridge of metal. They kept their eyes wide and awake. There wasn't much to see, but it was better than standing still waiting. Marnigan said, "We're working on margin, and we got nothing to sweat with except your suspicions about this not being an accident. We got 50 minutes to prove you're right. After that, right or wrong, you'll be Cosmic Film's prettiest unmoving, unbreathing genius. But talk all you like, Click. It's times like this when we all need words, any words, on our tongues. You got your camera and your scoop. Talk about it. As for me," he twisted his glossy red face, "keeping alive is me hobby, and this sort of two-bit death I did not order." Click nodded. "Gunther knows how you'd hate dying this way, Irish. It's irony clean through. That's probably why he planned the meteor and the crash this way." Marnigan said nothing, but his thick lips went down at the corners, far down, and the green eyes blazed. They stopped together. "Oops," Click said. "Hey," Marnigan blinked. "Did you feel that?" Hathaway's body felt feathery, light as a whisper, boneless and limbless suddenly. Irish, we lost weight coming over that ridge. They ran back. Let's try it again. They tried it. They scowled at each other. The same thing happened. Gravity should not act this way, Click. Are you telling me? It's man-made. Better than that. It's Gunther. No wonder we fell so fast. We were dragged down by a supergravity setup. Gunther'd do anything to... Did I say anything? Hathaway leaped backward in reaction. His eyes widened and his hand came up, jabbing. Over a hill ridge swarmed a brew of unbelievable horrors, progeny from Frankenstein's Ark. Immense crimson beasts with numerous legs and gnashing mandibles, brown-black creatures, some tubular and fat, others like thin white poisonous whips slashing along in the air. Fangs caught starlight white on them. Hathaway yelled and ran, Marnigan at his heels lumbering. Sweat broke cold on his body. The immense things rolled, slithered, and squirmed after him. A blast of light, Marnigan firing his proton gun. Then, in Click's ears, the Irishman's incredulous bellow. The gun didn't hurt the creatures at all. Irish! Hathaway flung himself over the ridge, slid down an incline toward the mouth of a small cave. This way, fella! Hathaway made it first, Marnigan bellowing just behind him. They're too big! They can't get us in here! Click's voice gasped it out, as Marnigan squeezed his 250 pounds beside him. Instinctively, Hathaway added, Asteroid monsters! My camera! What a scene! Damn your damn camera! Yelled Marnigan. They might come in! Use your gun! They got impervious hides. No use. That was a pretty chase, eh, Click? Yeah, sure. You enjoyed it, every moment of it. I did that. Irish grinned, showing white, uneven teeth. Now, what will we be doing with these uninvited guests at our door? Let me think. Lots of time, little man. 40 more minutes of air, to be exact. They sat staring at the monsters for about a minute. Hathaway felt funny about something. Didn't know what. Something about these monsters and Gunther and... Which one will you be having? Asked Irish, casually. A red one or a blue one? Hathaway laughed nervously. A pink one with yellow ruffles. Good God, now you've got me doing it. Joking in the face of death. My father taught me. Keep laughing and you'll have Irish luck. That didn't please the photographer. I'm Anglo-Swede, he pointed out. Marnigan shifted uneasily. Here now, you're doing nothing but sitting, looking like a little boy locked in a bedroom closet. So take me a profile shot of the beasties and myself. Hathaway petted his camera reluctantly. What in hell's the use? All this swell film shot? Nobody'll ever see it. Then, retorted Marnigan, we'll develop it for our own benefit, while waiting for the U.S. cavalry to come riding over the hill to our rescue. Hathaway snorted. U.S. cavalry. Marnigan raised his proton gun dramatically. Snap me this pose, he said. I paid your salary to trot along, photographing, we hoped, my capture of Gunther. Now the least you can do is record peace negotiations betwixt me and these pixies. Marnigan wasn't fooling anybody. Hathaway knew the superficial palaver for nothing but a covering over the fast, furious thinking running around in that red-cropped skull. Hathaway played the palaver too, but his mind was whirring faster than his camera as he spun a picture of Marnigan standing there with a useless gun pointed at the animals. Montage. Marnigan sitting, chatting at the monsters. Marnigan smiling for the camera. Marnigan in profile. Marnigan looking grim without much effort for the camera. And then a close-up of the thrashing death wall that holed them in. Click took them all, those shots not saying anything. Nobody fooled nobody with this act. Death was near and they had sweaty faces, dry mouths, and frozen guts. When Click finished filming, Irish sat down to save oxygen, and used it up arguing about Gunther. Click came back at him. Gunther drew us down here. Sure as Ceres. That gravity change we felt back on the ridge, Irish, that proves it. Gunther's short on men. So what's he do? He builds an asteroid base and drags ships down. Space war isn't perfect yet. Guns don't prime true in space. Trajectory's lousy over long distances, so what's the best weapon, which dispenses with losing valuable rare ships and a small bunch of men? Supergravity, and a couple of well-tossed meteors. Saves all around. It's a good front, this damn iron pebble. From it, Gunther strikes unseen. Ships simply crash, that's all. A subtle hand with all aces. Marnigan rumbled. Where is the dirty son, then? He didn't have to appear, Irish. He sent them. Hathaway nodded at the beasts. People crashing here die from air lack, no food, or from wounds caused at the crack-up. If they survive all that, the animals tend to them. It all looks like nature was responsible. See how subtle his attack is? Looks like accidental death instead of murder. If the patrol happens to land and finds us, no reason for undue investigation then. I don't see no base around. Click shrugged. Still doubt it? Okay, look. He tapped his camera, and a spool popped out onto his gloved palm. Holding it up, he stripped it out to its full 20-inch length, held it to the light while it developed, smiling. It was one of his best inventions, self-developing film. The first light struck film surface, destroyed one chemical, leaving imprints. The second exposure simply hardened, secured the impressions. Quick stuff. Inserting the film tongue into a micro viewer in the camera's base, Click handed the whole thing over. Look? Marnigan put the viewer up against the helmet glass, squinted. Click. Now, this is one lousy film you invented. Huh? It's a strange process. Will develop my picture and ignore the asteroid monsters complete. What? Hathaway grabbed the camera, gasped, squinted, and gasped again. Pictures in montage. Marnigan sitting down, chatting conversationally with nothing. Marnigan shooting his gun at nothing. Marnigan pretending to be happy in front of nothing. Then close-up of nothing. The monsters had failed to image the film. Marnigan was there, his hair like a red banner, his freckled face with the blue eyes bright in it. Maybe. Hathaway said it, loud. Irish, I think I see a way out of this mess. Here. He elucidated it over and over again to the patrolman, about the film, the beasts, and how the film couldn't be wrong. If the film said the monsters weren't there, they weren't there. Yeah, said Marnigan, but step outside this cave. If my theory is correct, I'll do it, unafraid, said Click. Marnigan scowled. You sure them beasts don't radiate ultraviolet or infrared or something that won't come out on film? Nuts. Any color we see, the camera sees. We've been fooled. Hey, where are you going? Marnigan blocked Hathaway as the smaller man tried pushing past him. Get out of the way, said Hathaway. Marnigan put his big fists on his hips. If anyone is going anywhere, it'll be me does the going. I can't let you do that, Irish. Why not? You'd be going on my say-so. Ain't your say-so good enough for me? Yes, sure, of course, I guess. If you say them animals ain't there, that's all I need. Now stand aside, you film-developing flea, and let an Irishman settle their bones. He took an unnecessary hitch in trousers that didn't exist except under an inch of porous metal plate. Your express purpose on this voyage, Hathaway, is taking films to be used by the patrol later for teaching junior patrolmen how to act in tough spots. First-hand education. Poke another spool of film in that contraption and give him a profile a scan. This is lesson number 7. Daniel walks into the lion's den. Irish, Shut up and load up. Hathaway nervously loaded the film slot, raised it. Ready, Click? I guess so, said Hathaway. And remember, think it hard, Irish, think it hard. There aren't any animals. Keep me in focus, lad. All the way, Irish. What do they say? Oh, yeah. Action, lights, camera. Marnigan held his gun out in front of him and, still smiling, took 1, 2, 3, 4 steps out into the open world. The monsters were waiting for him at the 5th step. Marnigan kept walking, right out into the middle of them. That was the sweetest shot Hathaway ever took. Marnigan and the monsters. Only now it was only Marnigan. No more monsters. Marnigan smiled a smile broader than his shoulders. Hey, Click, look at me. I'm in one piece. Why, hell, the damn things turned tail and ran away. Ran hell, cried Hathaway, rushing out, his face flushed and animated. They just plain vanished. They were only imaginative figments. And to think we let 'em hole us in that way. Click, Hathaway, you coward. Smile when you say that, Irish. Sure. And ain't I always smiling? Click, boy, are them tears in your sweet gray eyes? Damn, swore the photographer embarrassedly. Why don't they put window wipers in these helmets? I'll take it up with the board, lad. Forget it. I was so blamed glad to see your homely carcass in one hunk. I couldn't help. Look, now about Gunther. Those animals are part of his setup. Explorers who land here inadvertently are chased back into their ships, forced to take off. Tourists and the like. Nothing suspicious about animals, and if the tourists don't leave, the animals kill them. Shaw, now, those animals can't kill. Think not, Mr. Marnigan? As long as we believed in them, they could have frightened us to death, forced us maybe to commit suicide, if that isn't being dangerous. The Irishman whistled. But we've got to move, Irish. We've got 20 minutes of oxygen. In that time, we've got to trace those monsters to their source, Gunther's base, fight our way in, and get fresh oxy canisters. Click attached his camera to his mid-belt. Gunther probably thinks we're dead by now. Everyone else has been fooled by his playmates. They never had a chance to disbelieve them. If it hadn't been for you taking them pictures, Click. Coupled with your damn stubborn attitude about the accident. Click stopped and felt his insides turning to water. He shook his head and felt a film slip down over his eyes. He spread his legs out to steady himself and swayed. I don't think my oxygen is as full as yours. This excitement had me double breathing, and I feel sick. Marnigan's homely face grimaced in sympathy. Hold tight, Click. The guy that invented these fish bowls didn't provide for a sick stomach. Hold tight. Hell, let's move. We've got to find where those animals came from. And the only way to do that is to get the animals to come back. Come back? How? They're waiting, just outside the aura of our thoughts. And if we believe in them again, they'll return. Marnigan didn't like it. Won't they kill us if they come, if we believe in them? Hathaway shook a head that was tons, heavy and wary. Not if we believe in them to a certain point. Psychologically, they can both be seen and felt. We only want to see them coming at us again. Do we, now? With 20 minutes left, maybe less? All right, Click, let's bring him back. How do we do it? Hathaway fought against the mist in his eyes. Just think, I will see the monsters again. I will see them again, and I will not feel them. Think it over and over. Marnigan's hulk stirred uneasily. And what if I forget to remember all that? What if I get excited? Hathaway didn't answer, but his eyes told the story by just looking at Irish. Marnigan cursed. All right, lad, let's have at it. The monsters returned. A soundless deluge of them pouring over the rubbled horizon, swarming in malevolent anticipation about the two men. This way, Irish. They come from this way. There's a focal point, a sending station for these telepathic brutes. Come on. Hathaway sludged into the pressing tide of color, mouths, contorted faces, silvery fat bodies, misting as he plowed through them. Marnigan was making good progress ahead of Hathaway, but he stopped and raised his gun and made quick moves with it. Click! This one here, it's real! He fell back and something struck him down. His immense frame slammed against rock noiselessly. Hathaway darted forward, flung his body over Marnigan's, covered the helmet glass with his hands, shouting, Marnigan! Get a grip, damn it! It's not real! Don't let it force into your mind! It's not real, I tell you! Click! Marnigan's face was a bitter, tortured movement behind glass. Click! He was fighting hard. Sure now, sure. He smiled. It's only a shanty fake. Keep saying it, Irish. Keep it up! Marnigan's thick lips opened. It's only a fake, he said, and then irritated. Get the hell off me, Hathaway. Let me up to my feet. Hathaway got up shakily. The air in his helmet smelled stale, and the little bubbles danced in his eyes. Irish, you forgot the monsters. Let me handle them. I know how. They might fool you again. You might forget. Marnigan showed his teeth. Gah! Let a flea have all the fun. And besides, Click, I'd like to look at them. They're pretty. The outpour of animals came from a low-lying mound a mile farther on. Evidently, the telepathic source lay there. They approached it warily. We'll be taking our chances on guard, hissed Irish. I'll go ahead, draw their attention, maybe get captured. Then you show up with your gun. I haven't got one. Well, chance it then. You stick here until I see what's ahead. They probably got scanners out. Let them see me. And before Hathaway could object, Marnigan walked off. He walked about 500 yards, bent down, applied his fingers to something, heaved up, and there was a door opening in the rock. His voice came back across the distance into Click's earphones. A door! An airlock, Click! A tunnel leading down inside! Then Marnigan dropped into the tunnel, disappearing. Click heard the thud of his feet hitting the metal flooring. Click sucked in his breath, hard and fast. "All right, put him up," a new harsh voice cried over a different radio, one of Gunther's guards. 3 shots sizzled out and Marnigan bellowed. The strange, harsh voice said, "That's better. Don't try and pick that gun up now. Oh, so it's you. I thought Gunther had finished you off. How'd you get past the animals?" Click started running. He switched off his sending audio, kept his receiving on. Marnigan, weaponless. 1 guard. Click gasped. Things were getting dark. Had to have air. Air. He ran and kept running and listening to Marnigan's lying voice. "I tied them pink elephants of Gunther's in neat alphabetical bundles and stacked them up to dry, you louse," Marnigan said. "But damn you, they killed my partner before he had a chance." The guard laughed. The airlock door was still wide open when Click reached it, his head swimming darkly, his lungs crammed with pain fire and hell rockets. He let himself down in, quiet and soft. He didn't have a weapon. Oh, damn. A tunnel curved, ending in light, and 2 men silhouetted in that yellow glare. Marnigan, backed against a wall, his helmet cracked, air hissing slowly out of it, his face turning blue, and the guard, a proton gun extended stiffly before him, also in a vac suit. The guard had his profile toward Hathaway, his lips twisting. "I think I'll let you stand right there and die," he said quietly. "That's what Gunther wanted anyway. A nice sordid death." Hathaway took 3 strides, his hands out in front of him. "Don't move," he snapped. "I've got a weapon stronger than yours. 1 twitch and I'll blast you and the whole damn wall out from behind you. Freeze!" The guard whirled. He widened his sharp eyes and reluctantly dropped his gun to the floor. "Get his gun, Irish." Marnigan made as if to move, crumpled clumsily forward. Hathaway ran in, snatched up the gun, smirked at the guard. "Thanks for posing," he said. "That shot will go down in film history for candid acting." "What?" Keep your place. I've got a real gun now. Where's the door leading into the base?" The guard moved his head sullenly over his left shoulder. Click was afraid he would show his weak dizziness. He needed air. "Okay, drag Marnigan with you. Open the door and we'll have air. Double time, double!" 10 minutes later, Marnigan and Hathaway, fresh tanks of oxygen on their backs. Marnigan, in a fresh bulger and helmet, trussed the guard, hid him in a huge trash receptacle. "Where he belongs," observed Irish tersely. They found themselves in a complete inner world, an asteroid nothing more than a honeycomb fortress sliding through the void unchallenged. Perfect front for a raider who had little equipment and was short-handed of men. Gunther simply waited for specific cargo ships to rocket by, pulled them or knocked them down and swarmed over them for cargo. The animals served simply to ensure against suspicion and the swarms of tourists that filled the void these days. Small fry weren't wanted. They were scared off. The telepathic sending station for the animals was a great bank of intricate glittering machine, through which strips of colored film with images slid into slots and machine mouths that translated them into thought emanations. A damn neat piece of genius. "So here we are, still not much better off than we were," growled Irish. "We haven't a ship or a space radio, and more guards will turn up at any moment. You think we could refocus this doohingy? Project the monsters inside the asteroid to fool the pirates themselves?" "What good would that do?" Hathaway gnawed his lip. "They wouldn't fool the engineers who created them, you nut." Marnigan exhaled disgustedly. If only the U.S. cavalry would come riding over the hill." "Irish!" Hathaway snapped that, his face lighting up. "Irish! The U.S. cavalry it is!" His eyes darted over the machines. "Here, help me. We'll stage everything on the most colossal raid of the century." Marnigan winced. "You breathing oxygen or whiskey?" "There's only one stipulation I make, Irish. I want a complete picture of Marnigan capturing Raiders' base. I want a picture of Gunther's face when you do it. Snap it, now. We've got rush work to do." "How good an actor are you?" "That's a silly question." "You only have to do 3 things. Walk with your gun out in front of you, firing. That's number 1. Number 2 is to clutch at your heart and fall down dead. Number 3 is to clutch at your side, fall down, and twitch on the ground. Is that clear?" "Clear as the coal sack nebula." An hour later, Hathaway trudged down a passageway that led out into a sort of city street inside the asteroid. There were about 6 streets, lined with cube houses and yellow metal, ending near Hathaway in a wide green-lawned plaza. Hathaway, weaponless, idly carrying his camera in one hand, walked across the plaza as if he owned it. He was heading for a building that was pretentious enough to be Gunther's quarters. He got halfway there when he felt a gun in his back. He didn't resist. They took him straight ahead to his destination and pushed him into a room where Gunther sat. Hathaway looked at him. "So you're Gunther," he said calmly. The pirate was incredibly old. His bulging forehead stood out over sunken, questioningly dark eyes, and his scrawny body was lost in folds of metal link cloth. He glanced up from a paper file, surprised. Before he could speak, Hathaway said, "Everything's over with, Mr. Gunther. The patrol is in the city now, and we're capturing your base. Don't try to fight. We've 1,000 men against your 85. Gunther sat there, blinking at Hathaway, not moving. His thin hands twitched in his lap. "You are bluffing," he said finally with a firm directness. "A ship hasn't landed here for an hour. Your ship was the last. 2 people were on it. The last I saw of them, they were being pursued to the death by the beasts. One of you escaped, it seemed." "Both. The other guy went after the patrol." "Impossible." "I can't respect your opinion, Mr. Gunther." A shouting rose from the plaza. About 50 of Gunther's men, lounging on carved benches during their time off, stirred to their feet and started yelling. Gunther turned slowly to the huge window in one side of his office. He stared hard. The patrol was coming. Across the plaza, marching quietly and decisively, came the patrol. 500 patrolmen in one long, incredible line, carrying paralysis guns with them in their tight hands. Gunther babbled like a child, his voice a shrill dagger in the air. "Get out there, you men! Throw them back! We're outnumbered!" Guns flared, but the patrol came on. Gunther's men didn't run. Hathaway had to credit them on that. They took it, standing. Hathaway chuckled inside, deep. What a sweet, sweet shot this was. His camera whirred, clicked, and whirred again. Nobody stopped him from filming it. Everything was too wild, hot, and angry. Gunther was throwing a fit, still seated at his desk, unable to move because of his fragile, bony legs and their atrophied state. Some of the patrol were killed. Hathaway chuckled again as he saw 3 of the patrolmen clutch at their hearts, crumple, lie on the ground, and twitch. God, what photography! Gunther raged and swept a small pistol from his linked corselet. He fired wildly until Hathaway hit him over the head with a paperweight. Then Hathaway took a picture of Gunther, slumped at his desk. The chaos taking place immediately outside his window. The pirates broke and fled, those that were left a mere handful, and out of the chaos came Marnigan's voice. "Here!" One of the patrolmen stopped firing and ran toward Click in the building. He got inside. "Did you see them run, Click boy? What an idea! How do we do?" "Fine, Irish, fine." "So here's Gunther, the spalpeen. Gunther, the little dried-up pirate, eh?" Marnigan whacked Hathaway on the back. "I'll have to hand it to you. This is your best plan of battle ever laid out. And proud I was to fight with such splendid men as these." He gestured toward the plaza. Click laughed with him. "You should be proud. 500 patrolmen with hair like red banners flying, with thick Irish brogues and broad shoulders and freckles and blue eyes and a body as tall as your stories." Marnigan roared. I said, if there ever could be an army of Marnigans, we could lick the whole damn universe. Did you photograph it, Click?" "I did." Hathaway tapped his camera happily. Then won't that be a scoop for you, boy? Money from the patrol so they can use the film as instruction in classes, and money from Cosmic Films for the newsreel headlines. And what a scene, what acting! 500 duplicates of Steve Marnigan, broadcast telepathically into the minds of the pirates, walking across the plaza, capturing the whole shebang. How'd you like my death scenes?" "You're a ham. And anyway, 500 duplicates, nothing," said Click. He ripped the film spool from the camera, spread it in the air to develop, inserted it into the microviewer. "Have a look." Marnigan looked. Now, he said over and over. "There's the plaza, and there's Gunther's men fighting, and then they're turning and running, and what are they running from? One man, me, Irish Marnigan, walking all by myself across the lawn, paralyzing them, 1 against 100, and the cowards running from me. Sure, Click, this is better than I thought. I forgot that the film wouldn't register telepathic emanations, them other Marnigans. It makes it look like I'm a mighty brave man, does it not? It does. Look at me, Hathaway. I'm enjoying every minute of it. I am." Hathaway swatted him on the backside. "Look here, you egocentric son of Erin. There's more work to be done, more pirates to be captured. The patrol is still marching around, and someone might be suspicious if they looked too close and saw all that red hair. All right, Click, we'll clean up the rest of them now. We're a combination, we two, we are. I take it all back about your pictures, Click. If you hadn't thought of taking pictures of me and inserting it into those telepath machines, we'd be dead ducks now. Well, here I go." Hathaway stopped him. "Hold it, till I load my camera again." Irish grinned. "Hurry it up, here come 3 guards. They're unarmed. I think I'll handle them with my fists for a change. The gentle art of uppercuts. Are you ready, Hathaway?" "Ready." Marnigan lifted his big ham fists. The camera whirred. Hathaway chuckled to himself. What a sweet fade-out this was. End of The Monster Maker by Ray Bradbury.
Nobody Saw the Ship by Murray Leinster. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. It was only a tiny scout ship from somewhere beyond the stars. Only one alien creature occupied it, but the ship's mission spelled life to its fellow creatures and death to all living creatures on Earth. And against the super science of the raider stood one terrified old man and his dog. Nobody Saw the Ship by Murray Leinster. The landing of the Qual N ship, a tiny craft no more than 15 feet in diameter, went completely unnoticed, as its operator intended. It was armed, of course, but its purpose was not destruction. If this ship, whose entire crew consisted of one individual, were successful in its mission, then a great ship would come, wiping out the entire population of cities before anyone suspected the danger. But this lone Qual N was seeking a complex hormone substance which Qual N medical science said theoretically must exist, but the molecule of which even the Qual N could not synthesize directly. Yet it had to be found in great quantity. Once discovered, the problem of obtaining it would be taken up, with the resources of the whole race behind it. But first it had to be found. The tiny ship, assigned to explore the solar system for the hormone, wished to pass unnoticed. Its mission of discovery should be accomplished in secrecy if possible. For one thing, the desired hormone would be destroyed by contact with the typical Qual N ray gun beam, so that normal method of securing zoological specimens could not be used. The ship winked into being in empty space, not far from Neptune. It drove for that chilly planet, hovering about it, and decided not to land. It sped inward toward the sun and touched briefly on Io, but found no life there. It dropped into the atmosphere of Mars and did not rise again for a full week. But the vegetation on Mars is thin, and the animals mere degenerate survivors of once specialized forms. The ship came to Earth, hovered lightly at the atmosphere's very edge for a long time, and doubtless chose its point of descent for reasons that seemed good to its occupant. Then it landed. It actually touched Earth at night. There was no rocket drive to call attention, and by dawn it was well concealed. Only one living creature had seen it land, a mountain lion. Even so, by midday the skeleton of the lion was picked clean by buzzards, with ants tidying up after them. And the Qual N in the ship was enormously pleased. The carcass, before being abandoned to the buzzards, had been studied with an incredible competence. The lion's nervous system, particularly the massive tissue in the skull, unquestionably contained either the desired hormone itself or something so close to it that it could be modified, and the hormone produced. It remained only to discover how large a supply of the precious material could be found on Earth. It was not feasible to destroy a group of animals, say, of a local civilized race, and examine their bodies because the hormone would be broken down by the weapon which allowed for the search of it. So, an estimate of the available sources would have to be made by sampling. The Qual-N in the ship prepared to take samples. The ship had landed in a tumbled-down country some 40 miles south of Ensenada Springs, National Forest Territory, on which grazing rights were allocated to sheep ranchers after illimitable red tape. Within 10 miles of the hidden ship there were rabbits, birds, deer, coyotes, a lobo wolf or two, assorted chipmunks, field mice, perhaps as many as 3 or 4 mountain lions, 1 flock of 2,000 sheep, 1 man and 1 dog. The man was Antonio Mendez. He was ancient, unwashed, and ignorant, and the official shepherd of the sheep. The dog was Salazar, of dubious ancestry, but sound worth, who actually took care of the sheep and knew it. He was scarred from battles done in their defense. He was unweariedly solicitous of the woolly half-wits in his charge. There were whole hours when he could not find time to scratch himself because of his duties. He was reasonably fond of Antonio, and knew that the man did not really understand sheep. Besides these creatures, among whom the Qual-N expected to find its samples, there were insects. These, however, the tiny alien began discarding. It would not be practical to get any great quantity of the substance it sought from such small organisms. By nightfall of the day after its landing, the door of the ship opened, and the explorer came out in a vehicle designed expressly for sampling on its planet. The vehicle came out, stood on its hind legs, closed the door, and piled brush back to hide it. Then it moved away with the easy feline gait of a mountain lion. At a distance of 2 feet, it was a mountain lion. It was a magnificent job of adapting Qual-N engineering to the production of a device which would carry a small-bodied explorer about in a strange world without causing remark. The explorer nested in the small cabin occupying the space, in the facsimile lion, that had been occupied by the real lion's lungs. The fur of the duplicate was convincing. Its eyes were excellent, housing scanning cells which could make use of anything from ultraviolet far down into the infrared. Its claws were retractable and of plastic much stronger and keener than the original lion's claws. It had other equipment, including a weapon against which nothing on this planet could stand. And for zoological sampling, it had one remarkable advantage. It had no animal smell. It was all metal and plastic. On the first night of its roaming, nothing in particular happened. The explorer became completely familiar with the way the controls of the machine worked. As a machine, of course, it was vastly more powerful than an animal. It could make leaps no mere creature of flesh and blood could duplicate. Its balancing devices were admirable. It was, naturally, immune to fatigue. The Qual-N inside was pleased with the job. That night, Antonio and Salazar bedded down their sheep in a natural amphitheater, and Antonio slept, heavily snoring. He was a highly superstitious ancient, so he wore various charms of a quasi-religious nature. Salazar merely turned around 3 times and went to sleep. But while the man slept soundly, Salazar woke often. Once he waked sharply at a startled squawking among the lambs. He got up and trotted over to make sure that everything was all right, sniffing the air suspiciously. Then he went back, scratched where a flea had bitten him, bit, nibbling, at a place his paws could not reach, and went back to sleep. At midnight he made a clear circle around the flock, and went back to slumber with satisfaction. Toward dawn he raised his head suspiciously at the sound of a coyote's howl, but the howl was far away. Salazar dozed until daybreak. Then he rose, shook himself, stretched himself elaborately, scratched thoroughly, and was ready for a new day. The man waked, wheezing, and cooked breakfast. It appeared that the normal order of things would go undisturbed. For a time it did. There was certainly no disturbance at the ship. The small, silvery vessel was safely hidden. There was a tiny, flickering light inside, the size of a pinpoint, which wavered and changed color constantly, where a sort of tape unrolled before it. It was a recording device, making note of everything the roaming pseudo-mountain lion's eyes saw, and everything its microphone ears listened to. There was a bank of air-purifying chemical that proceeded to regenerate itself by means of air entering through a small ventilating slot. It got rid of carbon dioxide and stored up oxygen in its place, in readiness for further voyaging. Of course, ants explored the whole outside of the space vessel, and some went inside through the ventilator opening. They began to cart off some interesting, if novel, foodstuff they found within. Some very tiny beetles came exploring, and one variety found the air-purifying chemical refreshing. Numbers of that sort of beetle moved in and began to raise large families. A minuscule moth, too, dropped eggs lavishly in the nest-like space in which the quail ant explorer normally reposed during spaceflight. But nothing really happened. Not until late morning. It was 2 hours after breakfast time when Salazar found traces of the mountain lion, which was not a mountain lion. He found a rabbit that had been killed. Having been killed, it had been very carefully opened up, its various internal organs spread out for examination, and its nervous system traced in detail. Its brain tissue particularly had been most painstakingly dissected, so the amount of a certain complex hormone to be found in it could be calculated with precision. The quail ant in the lion shape had been vastly pleased to find the sought-after hormone in another animal besides the mountain lion. The dissection job was a perfect anatomical demonstration. No instructor in anatomy could have done better, and few neurosurgeons could have done as well with the brain. It was, in fact, a perfect laboratory job done on a flat rock in the middle of a sheep range, and duly reproduced on tape by a flickering, color-changing light. The reproduction, however, was not as good as it should have been, because the tape was then covered with small ants, who had found its coating palatable and were trying to clean it off. Salazar saw the rabbit. There were blowflies buzzing about, and a buzzard was reluctantly flying away because of his approach. Salazar barked at the buzzard. Antonio heard the barking. He came. Antonio was ancient, superstitious, and unwashed. He came wheezing, accompanied by flies who had not finished breakfasting on the bits of his morning meal that he had dropped on his vest. Salazar wagged his tail and barked at the buzzard. The rabbit had been neatly dissected, but not eaten. The cuts which opened it up were those of a knife or scalpel. It was definitely not, the work of an animal. But there were mountain lion tracks and nothing else. More, every one of the tracks was that of a hind foot. A true mountain lion eats what he catches. He does not stand on his hind paws and dissect it with scientific precision. Nothing earthly had done this. Antonio's eyes bulged out. He thought instantly of magic. Black magic. He could not imagine dissection in the spirit of scientific inquiry. To him, Anything that killed and then acted in this fashion could only come from the devil. He gasped and fled, squawking. When he had run a good 100 yards, Salazar caught up with him, very much astonished. He overtook his master and went on ahead to see what had scared the man so. He made casts to the right and left, then went in a conscientious circle all around the flock under his care. Presently he came back to Antonio, his tongue lolling out, to assure him that everything was all right. But Antonio was packing, with shaking hands and sweat-streaked brow. In no case is the neighborhood of a mountain lion desirable for a man with a flock of sheep, but this was no ordinary mountain lion. Why, Salazar, honest, stout-hearted Salazar, did not scent a mountain lion in those tracks. He would have mentioned it vociferously if he had. So this was beyond nature. The lion was un fantasmo, or worse. Antonio's mind ran to were-tigers, ghost lions, and sheer Indian devils. He packed while Salazar scratched fleas, and wondered what was the matter. They got the flock on the move. The sheep made idiotic efforts to disperse and feed placidly where they were. Salazar rounded them up and drove them on. It was hard work, but even Antonio helped in frantic energy, which was unusual. 2. Near noon, 4 miles from their former grazing ground, there were mountain peaks all around them. Some were snow-capped, and there were vistas of illimitable distance everywhere. It was very beautiful indeed, but Antonio did not notice. Salazar came upon buzzards again. He chased them with loud barkings from the meal they were reluctantly sharing with blowflies and ants. This time it wasn't a rabbit, it was a coyote. It had been killed and most painstakingly taken apart to provide at a glance all significant information about the genus Canis, species Latranus, in the person of an adult male coyote. It was a most enlightening exhibit. It proved conclusively that there was a third type of animal structurally different from both mountain lions and rabbits, which had the same general type of nervous system, with a mass of nerve tissue in one large mass in the skull, which nerve tissue contained the same high percentage of the desired hormone as the previous specimens. It had been recorded by a tiny colored flame in the hidden ship. The flame was now being much admired by small red bugs and tiny spiders. It would have been proof that the Qual N could find ample supplies on Earth of the complex hormone on which the welfare of their race now depended. Some members of the Qual N race, indeed, would have looked no further, but sampling which involved only 3 separate species and gave no proof of their frequency was not quite enough. The being in the synthetic mountain lion was off in search of further evidence. Antonio was hardly equipped to guess at anything of this sort. Salazar led him to the coyote carcass. It had been neatly halved down the breastbone. One half of the carcass had been left intact. The other half was completely anatomized, and the brain had been beautifully dissected and spread out for measurement. Antonio realized that intelligence had been at work, but again he saw only the pad tracks of the mountain lion, and he was literally paralyzed by horror. Antonio was scared enough to be galvanized into unbelievable energy. He would have fled gibbering to Ensenada Springs, some 40 miles as the crow flies, but to flee would be doom itself. The devils who did this sort of work liked, he knew, to spring upon a man alone, but they can be fooled. The Qual N in the artificial mountain lion was elated. To the last quivering appendage on the least small tentacles of its body, the pilot of the facsimile animal was satisfied. It had found good evidence that the desired nervous system and concentration of the desired hormone in a single mass of nervous tissue was normal on this planet. The vast majority of animals should have it. Even the local civilized race might have skulls with brains in them, and, from the cities observed from the stratosphere, that race might be the most numerous, fair-sized animals on the planet. It was to be hoped for, because large quantities of the sought-for hormone were needed. Taking specimens from cities would be most convenient. Long continued existence under the artificial conditions of civilization, 100,000 years of it no less, had brought about exhaustion of the qual-ens' ability to create all their needed hormones in their own bodies. Tragedy awaited the race unless the most critically needed substance was found. But now it had been. Antonio saw it an hour later and wanted to shriek. It looked exactly like a mountain lion, but he knew it was not flesh and blood because it moved in impossible bounds. No natural creature could leap 60 feet. The mountain lion shape did. But it was convincingly like its prototype to the eye. It stopped and regarded the flock of sheep, made soaring progression to the front of the flock, and then came back. Salazar ignored it. Neither he nor the sheep scented carnivorous animal life. Antonio hysterically concluded that it was invisible to them. He began an elaborate, lunatic pattern of behavior to convince it that magic was at work against it, too. He began to babble to his sheep with infinite politeness, spoke to blank-eyed creatures as Senor Gomez and Senor Ornata. He chatted feverishly with the wicked-eyed ram, who he called Senor Gutierrez. A clumsy, waddling lamb almost upset him, and he scolded the infant sheep as Pepito. He lifted his hat with great gallantry to a swollen ewe, hailing her as Senora Garcia, and observing in a quavering voice that the flies were very bad today. He moved about in his flock, turning the direction of its march, and acting as if surrounded by a crowd of human beings. This should at least confuse the devil whom he saw, and while he chattered with seeming joviality, the sweat poured down his face in streams. Salazar took no part in this deception. The sheep were fairly docile once started. He was able to pause occasionally to scratch, and once even to do a luxurious, thorough job on a place in his back between his hind legs, which was so difficult to reach. There was only one time when he had any difficulty. That was when there was a sort of eddying of the sheep ahead. There were signs of panic. Salazar went trotting to the spot. He found sheep milling stupidly, and rams pawing at the ground, defying they knew not what. Salazar found a deer carcass on the ground, and the smell of fresh blood in the air, and the sheep upset because of it. He drove them on past, barking where barking would serve, and nipping flanks where necessary. Afterward, disgusted, tonguing bits of wool out of his mouth. The sheep went on, but Antonio, when he came to the deer carcass, went ice-cold in the most exquisite of terror. The deer had been killed by a mountain lion. There were tracks about. Then it, too, had been cut into as if by dissector's scalpel, but the job was incomplete. Actually, the pseudo-mountain lion had been interrupted by the approach of the flock. There were hardly blowflies on the spot yet. Antonio came to it as he chatted insanely with a sheep with sore eyes and a halo of midges about its head, whom he addressed as Senorita Carmen. But when he saw the deer, his throat clicked shut. He was speechless. To pass a creature laid out for magical ceremony was doom, indubitably. but Antonio acted from pure desperation. He recited charms which were stark paganisms, and would involve a heavy penance when next he went to confession. He performed other actions, equally deplorable, when he went on. The deer was quite spoiled, for the neat demonstration of the skeletal, circulatory, muscular, and especially of the nervous system, and brain structure of the genus Cervus, species Dama, specimen, an adult doe. Antonio had piled over the deer all the brush within reach, had poured over it the kerosene he had for his night lantern, and had set fire to the heap with incantations that made it a wholly impious sacrifice to quite non-existent heathen demons. Salazar trotted back to the front of the flock after checking on Antonio and the rear guard, wrinkled his nose, and sneezed as he went past the blaze again. Antonio trotted on after him. But Antonio's impiety had done no good. The tawny shape bounded back into sight among the boulders on the hillside. It leapt with infinite grace for impossible distances. Naturally, no animal can be as powerful as a machine, and the counterfeit mountain lion was a machine vastly better than man could make. The qual N now zestfully reached the flock of sheep. It looked upon Salazar and Antonio with no less interest. The qual N explorer was an anatomist and organic chemist rather than a zoologist proper, but it guessed that the dog was probably a scavenger and that the man had some symbiotic relationship to the flock. Salazar, the dog, was done a grave injustice in that estimation. Even Antonio was given less than he deserved. Now he was gray with horror. The blood in his veins was turned to ice as he saw the false mountain lion bounding back into the hillside. No normal wild creature could display itself so openly. Antonio considered himself both doomed and damned. Stark despair filled him. But with shaking hands and no hope at all, he carved a deep cross on the point of the bullet for his ancient rifle. Licking his lips, he made similar incisions on other bullets in his reserve. The qual N vehicle halted. The flock had been counted, now to select specimens and get to work. There were 6 new animal types to be dissected for the nervous organ yielding the looked-for hormone. 4 kinds of sheep, male and female, an adult and immature of each kind, the biped, and the dog. Then a swift survey to estimate the probable total number of such animals available, and Antonio saw that the devil mountain lion was still. He got down on one knee, fervently crossed himself, and fed the cross-marked bullet into the chamber of his rifle. He lined up the sights on the unearthly creature. The lion facsimile watched him, interestedly. The sight of the rifle meant nothing to the qual N, naturally, but the kneeling position of the man was strange. It was part, perhaps, of that pattern of conduct which had led him to start that oxidation process about the deer specimen. Antonio fired. His hands trembled and the rifle shook. Nothing happened. He fired again and again, gasping at his fear, and he missed every time. The cross-marked bullets crashed into the red earth and splashed from naked rock all about the qual N vehicle. The pilot of the mountain lion realized that there was actual danger here. It could have slaughtered man and dog and sheep by the quiver of a tentacle, but that would have ruined them as specimens. To avoid spoiling specimens it intended to take later, the qual N put the mountain lion shape into a single, magnificent leap. It soared more than 100 feet uphill and over the crest of its top. Then it was gone. Salazar ran barking after the thing at which Antonio had fired, sniffing at the place from which it had taken off. There was no animal smell there at all. He sneezed, and then trotted down again. Antonio lay flat on the ground, his eyes hidden, babbling. He had seen irrefutable proof that the shape of the mountain lion was actually a fiend from hell. 3. Behind the hill crest, the qual-en moved away. It had not given up its plan of selecting specimens from the flock, of course, nor of animatizing the man and dog. It was genuinely interested, too, in the biped's novel method of defense. It dictated its own version of the problems raised on a tight beam to the wavering, color-changing flame. Why did not the biped prey on the sheep, if it could kill them? What was the symbiotic relationship of the dog to the man and the sheep? The three varieties of animal associated freely. The qual-en dictated absorbed speculations. Then it hunted for other specimens. It found a lobo wolf and killed it, verified that this creature also could be a source of hormones. It slaughtered a chipmunk and made a cursory examination. Its ray beam had pretty well destroyed the creature's brain tissue, but by analogy of structure, this would be a source also. In conclusion, the qual-en made a note via the wavering pinpoint of flame that the existence of a hormone-bearing nervous system, centralized in a single mass of hormone-bearing nerve tissue inside a bony structure, seemed universal among the animals of this planet. Therefore, it could merely examine the 4 other types of large animal it had discovered and take off to present its findings to the center of its race. With a modification of the ray beam to kill specimens without destroying the desired hormone, the qual-en could unquestionably secure as much as the race could possibly need. Concentrations of the local civilized race in cities should make large-scale collection of the hormone practical, unless that civilized race was an exception to the general nervous structure of all the animals so far observed. This was dictated to the pinpoint flame, and the flame faithfully wavered and changed colors to make the recording. But the tape did not record it. A rather large beetle had jammed the tape reel. It was squashed in the process, but it effectively messed up the recording apparatus. Even before the tape stopped moving, though, the recording had become defective. Tiny spiders had spun webs. Earwigs got themselves caught. The flame actually throbbed and pulsed restlessly in a cobwebbery coating of gossamer and tiny insects. Silverfish were established in the plastic lining of the qual-en ship. Beetles multiplied enormously in the air-refreshing chemical. Moth larvae already gorged themselves on the nest material of the intrepid explorer outside. Ants were busy on the food stores. Mites crawled into the ship to prey on their larger fellows, and a praying mantis or so had entered to eat their smaller ones. There was an infinite number of infinitesimal flying things dancing in the dark. Larger spiders busily spun webs to snare them, and flies of various sorts were attracted by odors coming out of the ventilator opening, and centipedes rippled sinuously inside. Night fell on the world. The pseudo-mountain lion roamed the wild, keeping in touch with the tide of buying sheep now headed for the lowlands. It captured a field mouse and verified the amazing variety of planetary forms containing brain tissue rich in hormones. But the sheep flock could not be driven at night. When the stars came out, to move them further became impossible. The qual-en returned to select its specimen in the dark, with due care not to allow the man to use his strange means of defense. It found the flock bedded down. Salazar and Antonio rested. They had driven the sheep as far as it was possible to drive them that day. Though he was sick with fear and weak with horror, Antonio had struggled on until Salazar could do no more. But he did not leave the flock. The sheep were in some fashion a defense, if only a diversion, against the creature which so plainly was not flesh and blood. He made a fire, too, because he could not think of staying in the dark. Moths came and fluttered about the flames, but he did not notice. He tried to summon courage. After all, the unearthly thing had fled from bullets marked with a cross, even though they missed. With light to shoot by, he might make a bullseye. So Antonio sat shivering by his fire, cutting deep crosses into the points of his bullets, his throat dry, and his heart pounding while he listened to the small noises of the sheep and the faint, thin sounds of the wilderness. Salazar dozed by the fire. He had had a very hard day, but even so he slept lightly. When something howled very far away, instantly the dog's head went up, and he listened. But it was nowhere near. He scratched himself and relaxed. Once something hissed, and he opened his eyes. Then he heard a curious, strangled "Bah!" Instantly he was racing for the spot. Antonio stood up, his rifle clutched fast. Salazar vanished. Then the man heard an outburst of infuriated barking. Salazar was fighting something, and he was not afraid of it. He was enraged. Antonio moved toward the spot, his rifle ready. The barking raced for the slope beyond the flock. It grew more enraged, and more indignant still. Then it stopped. There was silence. Antonio called, trembling. Salazar came, padding up to him, whining and snarling angrily. He could not tell Antonio that he had come upon something in the shape of a mountain lion, but which was not. It didn't smell right, carrying a mangled sheep away from its fellows. He couldn't explain that he'd given chase, but the shape made such monstrous leaps that he was left behind, and pursuit was hopeless. Salazar made unhappy, disgusted, disgraced noises to himself. He bristled. He whined bitterly. He kept his ears pricked up, and he tried twice to dart off on a cast around the whole flock, but Antonio called him back. Antonio felt safer with the dog beside him. Off in the night, the qual-N, operating the mountain lion shape, caused the vehicle to put down the sheep and start back toward the flock. It would want at least 4 specimens besides the biped and the dog, but the dog was already on the alert. The qual-N had not been able to kill the dog because the mouth of the lion was closed on the sheep. It would probably be wisest to secure the dog and the biped first. The biped with due caution, and then complete the choice of sheep for dissection. The mountain lion shape came noiselessly back toward the flock. The being inside it felt a little thrill of pleasure. Scientific exploration was satisfying, but rarely exciting. One naturally protected oneself adequately when gathering specimens, but it was exciting to have come upon a type of animal which would dare to offer battle. The qual-N in the mountain lion shape reflected that this was a new source of pleasure, to do battle with the fauna of strange planets in the forms native to those planets. The padding vehicle went quietly in among the woolly sheep. It saw the tiny blossom of flame that was Antonio's campfire. Another high-temperature oxidation process. It would be interesting to see if the biped was burning another carcass of its own killing. The shape was 200 yards from the fire when Salazar scented it. It was upwind from the dog. Its own smell was purely that of metals and plastics, but the fur now was bedabbled with the blood of the sheep, which had been its first specimen of the night. Salazar growled. His hackles rose. Every instinct for the defense of his flock. He had smelled that blood when the thing which wasn't a mountain lion left him behind with impossible leapings. He went stiff-legged toward the shape. Antonio followed in a sort of desperate calm, born of utter hopelessness. A sheep uttered a strangled noise. The qual-an had come upon the second specimen, which was exactly what it wished. It left the dead sheep behind for a moment, while it went to look at the fire. It peered into the flames, trying to see if Antonio, the biped, had another carcass in the flames, as seemed to be a habit. It looked. Salazar leaped for its blood-smeared throat in utter silence and absolute ferocity. It would not have dreamed of attacking a real mountain lion with such utter lack of caution, but this was not a mountain lion. His weight and the suddenness of his attack caught the operator by surprise. The shape toppled over. Then there was an uproar of scared bleatings of the sheep nearby, and bloodthirsty snarlings from Salazar. He had the salty taste of sheep blood in his mouth, and the yielding plastic throat between his teeth. The synthetic lion struggled absurdly. Its weapon, of course, was a ray gun, which was at once aimed and fired when the jaws opened wide. The being inside tried to clear and use that weapon. It would not bear on Salazar. The qual-an would have to make this device lie down, double up its mechanical body, and claw Salazar loose from its mechanical throat with the mechanical claws on its mechanical hind legs. At first, the qual-an inside concentrated on getting its steed back on its feet. That took time, because whenever Salazar's legs touched ground, he used the purchase to shake the throat savagely. In fact, Antonio was within 20 yards when the being from the ship got its vehicle upright. It kept the mechanical head high, then, to keep Salazar dangling while it considered how to dislodge him. And it saw Antonio. For an instant, perhaps, the qual-an was alarmed. But Antonio did not kneel. He made no notion which the pilot, seeing through infrared-sensitive photocells in the lion's eyeballs, could interpret as offensive, so the machine moved boldly toward him. The dog dangling from its throat could be disregarded for the moment. The killing ray was absolutely effective, but it did spread, and it did destroy the finer anatomical features of the tissues it hit. Especially, it destroyed nerve tissue outright. So, the closer a specimen was when killed, the smaller the damaged area. The being inside the mountain lion was pleasantly excited and very much elated. The biped stood stock still, frozen by the spectacle of a mountain lion moving toward it with a snarling dog hanging disregarded from its throat. The biped would be a most interesting subject for dissection, and its means of offense would be most fascinating to analyze. Antonio's fingers, contracting as the shape from the ship moved toward him, did an involuntary thing. Quite without intention, they pulled the trigger of the rifle. The deeply cross-cut bullet seared Salazar's flank, removing a quarter-inch patch of skin. It went on into the shape of plastic and metal, hit a foreleg. Although that leg was largely plastic, what metal it contained being mostly magnesium for lightness, there were steel wires embedded for magnetic purposes. The bullet smashed through plastic and magnesium, struck a spark upon the steel. There was a flaring, sun-bright flash of flame, a dense cloud of smoke. The mountain lion's shape leapt furiously, and the jerk dislodged the slightly singed Salazar and sent him rolling. The mountain lion vehicle landed and rolled over and over, one leg useless and spouting monstrous white actinic fire. The being inside knew an instant's panic. Then it felt yielding sheep bodies below it, thrashed about violently and crazily, and at last the qual end jammed the flame-spurted limb deep into the soft earth. The fire went out, but that leg of its vehicle was almost useless. For an instant, deadly rage filled the tiny occupant of the cabin where the mountain lion's lungs should have been. Almost it turned and opened the mouth of its steed and poured out the killing beam. Almost. The flock would have died instantly, and the man, and the dog, and all things in the wild for miles. But that would not have been scientific. After all, this mission should be secret. And the biped. 4. The qual end ceased the thrashing of its vehicle. It thought coldly. Salazar raced up to it, barking with a shrillness that told of terror valorously combated. He danced about, barking. The qual end found a solution. Its vehicle rose up on its hind legs and raced up the hillside. It was an emergency method of locomotion for which this particular vehicle was not designed, and it required almost inspired handling of the controls to achieve it. But the qual end inside was wholly competent. It guided the vehicle safely over the hilltop, while Salazar made only feigned dashes after it. Safely away, the qual end stopped and deliberately experimented until the process of running on 3 legs developed. Then the mountain lion, which was not a mountain lion, went bounding through the night toward its hidden ship. Within an hour, it clawed away the brush from the exit port, crawled inside, and closed the port after it. As a matter of pure precaution, it touched the takeoff control before it even came out of its vehicle. The ventilation opening closed, very nearly. The ship rose quietly and swiftly toward the skies. Its arrival had not been noted, its departure was quite unexpected. It wasn't until the qual end touched the switch for the ship's system of internal illumination to go on that anything appeared to be wrong. There was a momentary arc and blackness. There was no interior illumination. Ants had stripped insulation from essential wires. The lights were shorted. The qual end was bewildered. It climbed back into the mountain lion shape to use the infrared sensitive scanning cells. The interior of the ship was a crawling mass of insect life. There were ants and earwigs, silverfish and mites, spiders and centipedes, mantis and beetles. There were moths, larvae, grubs, midges, gnats, and flies. The recording equipment was shrouded in cobweb and hooded in dust which was fragments of the bodies of the spider's tiny victims. The air refresher chemicals were riddled with the tunnels of beetles. Crickets devoured plastic parts of the ship and chirped loudly. And the controls. Ah, the controls. Insulation stripped off here, brackets riddled or weakened or turned to powder there. The ship could rise, and it did, but there was no control at all. The qual end wanted to rage deadly enough to destroy the insects of itself. The whole future of its race depended on the discovery of an adequate source of a certain hormone. That source had been found. Only the return of this one small ship, 15 feet in diameter, was needed to secure the future of 100,000-year-old civilization, and it was impeded by the insect life of the planet left behind. Insect life so low in its nervous organization that the Qual-N had ignored it. The ship was 20,000 miles out from Earth when the occupant of the Mountain Lion used its ray beam gun to destroy all the miniature enemies of its race. The killing beam swept about the ship. Mites, spiders, beetles, larvae, silverfish, and flies. Everything died. Then the Qual-N crawled out and began to make repairs, furiously. The technical skill needed was not lacking. In hours, this same being had made a perfect counterfeit of a mountain lion to serve as its vehicle. Tracing and replacing gnawed-away insulation would be merely a tedious task. The ship would return to its home planet. The future of the Qual-N race would be secure. Great ships, many times the size of this, would flash through emptiness and come to this planet with instruments specifically designed for collecting specimens of the local fauna. The cities of the civilized race would be the simplest and most ample source of the so desperately needed hormone, no doubt. The inhabitants of even one city would furnish a stopgap supply. In time, why, it would become systematic. The hormone would be gathered from this continent at this time, and from that continent at that, allowing the animals and the civilized race to breed for a few years in between collections. Yes, the Qual-N worked feverishly. Presently, it felt a vague discomfort. It worked on. The discomfort increased. It could find no reason for it. It worked on feverishly. Back on Earth, morning came. The sun rose slowly, and the dew lay heavy on the mountain grasses. Faraway peaks were just beginning to be visible through the clouds that had lain on them overnight. Antonio still trembled, but Salazar slept. When the sun was fully risen, he rose and shook himself. He stretched elaborately, scratching thoroughly, shook himself again, and was ready for a new day. When Antonio tremblingly insisted that they drive the flock on toward the lowland, Salazar assisted. He trotted after the flock and kept them moving. That was his business. Out in space, the silvery ship suddenly winked out of existence. Enough of its circuits had been repaired to put it in overdrive. The Qual-N was desperate by that time. It felt itself growing weaker, and it was utterly necessary to reach its own race and report the salvation it had found for them. The record of the flickering flame was ruined. The Qual-N felt that itself was dying. But if it could get near enough to any of the planetary systems inhabited by its race, it could signal them, and all would be well. Moving ever more feebly, the Qual-N managed to get lights on within the ship again. Then it found what it considered the cause of its increasing weakness and spasmodic, gasping breaths. In using the killing ray, it had swept all the interior of the ship, but not the mountain lion shape. Naturally. And the mountain lion shape had killed specimens and carried them about. While its foreleg flamed, it had even rolled on startled, stupid sheep. It had acquired fleas, perhaps some from Salazar, and ticks. The fleas and ticks had not been killed. They now happily inhabited the Qual-N. The Qual-N tried desperately to remain alive until a message could be given to its people, but it was not possible. There was a slight matter the returning explorer was too much wrought up to perceive, and the instruments that would have reported it were out of action because of destroyed insulation. When the ventilation slit was closed as the ship took off, it did not close completely. A large beetle was in the way. There was a most tiny but continuous leakage of air past the crushed chitinous armor. The Qual-N in the ship died of oxygen starvation without realizing what had happened, just as human pilots sometimes black out from the same cause before they know what is the matter. So the little silvery ship never came out of overdrive. It went on forever, or until its source of power failed. Fleas and ticks, too, died in time. They died very happily, very full of qual and body fluid, and they never had a chance to report to their fellows that the qual n were very superior hosts. The only entity who could report told his story and was laughed at. Only his cronies, ignorant and superstitious men like himself, could believe in the existence of a thing not of earth, in the shape of a mountain lion that leapt hundreds of feet at a time, which dissected wild creatures and made magic over them, but fled from bullets marked with a cross, and bled flame and smoke when such a bullet wounded it. Such a thing, of course, was absurd. The end of Nobody Saw the Ship, by Murray Leinster.
The Silver Key, by H.P. Lovecraft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan Gurzynski. The Silver Key, by H.P. Lovecraft. When Randolph Carter was 30, he lost the key to the Gate of Dreams. Prior to that, he had made up for the prosiness of life by nightly excursions to strange and ancient cities beyond space, and lovely, unbelievable garden lands across ethereal seas. But as middle age hardened upon him, he felt these liberties slipping away little by little, until at last he was cut off altogether. No more could his galleys sail up the river Okranos, past the gilded spires of Thran, or his elephant caravans tramp through perfumed jungles and Cled, where forgotten palaces with veined ivory columns sleep lovely and unbroken under the moon. He had read too much of things as they are and talked with too many people. Well-meaning philosophers had taught him to look into the logical relations of things and analyze the processes which shaped his thoughts and fancies. Wonder had gone away, and he had forgotten that all life is only a set of pictures in the brain, among which there is no difference betwixt those born of real things and those born of inward dreamings, and no cause to value the one above the other. Custom had dinned into his ears a superstitious reverence for that which tangibly and physically exists, and had made him secretly ashamed to dwell in visions. Wise men told him his simple fancies were inane and childish, and he believed it, because he could see that they might easily be so. What he failed to recall was that the deeds of reality are just as inane and childish, and even more absurd, because their actors persist in fancying them full of meaning and purpose, as the blind purpose grinds aimlessly on from nothing to something, back to nothing again, neither heeding nor knowing the wishes or existence of the minds that flicker for a second now and then in the darkness. They had chained him down to things that are, and had then explained the workings of those things till mystery had gone out of the world, when he complained and longed to escape into twilight realms where magic molded all the little vivid fragments and prized associations of his mind into vistas of breathless expectancy and unquestionable delight. They turned him instead toward the new-found prodigies of science, bidding him find wonder in the atom's vortex and mystery in the sky's dimensions. And when he had failed to find those boons in things whose laws are known and measurable, they told him he lacked imagination and was immature because he preferred dream illusions to the illusions of our physical creation. So Carter had tried to do as others did, and pretended that the common events and emotions of earthly minds were more important than the fantasies of rare and delicate souls. He did not dissent when they told him that the animal pain of a stuck pig or dyspeptic plowman in real life is a greater thing than the peerless beauty of Narath with its 100 carven gates and domes of chalcedony, which he dimly remembered from his dreams. And under their guidance he cultivated a painstaking sense of pity and tragedy. Once in a while, though, he could not help seeing how shallow, fickle, and meaningless all human aspirations are, and how emptily our real impulses contrast with those pompous ideals we profess to hold. Then he would have recourse to the polite laughter they had taught him to use against the extravagance and artificiality of dreams, for he saw that the daily life of our world is every inch as extravagant and artificial, and far less worthy of respect because of its poverty in beauty and its silly reluctance to admit its own lack of reason and purpose. In this way he became a kind of humorist, for he did not see that even humor is empty in a mindless universe, devoid of any true standard of consistency or inconsistency. In the first days of his bondage, he had turned to the gentle churchly faith endeared to him by the naive trust of his fathers, for thence stretched mystic avenues which seemed to promise escape from life. Only on closer view did he mark the starved fancy in beauty, the stale and prosy triteness, and the owlish gravity and grotesque claims of solid truth, which reign boresomely and overwhelmingly among most of its professors, or feel to the full the awkwardness with which it sought to keep alive as literal fact the outgrown fears and guesses of a primal race confronting the unknown. It wearied Carter to see how solemnly people tried to make earthly reality out of old myths which every step of their boasted science confuted, and this misplaced seriousness killed the attachment he might have kept for the ancient creeds, had they been content to offer the sonorous rites and emotional outlets in their true guise of ethereal fantasy. But when he came to study those who had thrown off the old myths, he found them even more ugly than those who had not. They did not know that beauty lies in harmony, and that loveliness of life has no standard amidst an aimless cosmos, save only in its harmony with the dreams and the feelings which have gone before, and blindly molded our little spheres out of the rest of chaos. They did not see that good and evil and beauty and ugliness are only ornamental fruits of perspective, whose sole value lies in their linkage to what chance made our fathers think and feel, whose fine details are different for every race and culture. Instead, they either denied these things altogether or transferred them to the crude, vague instincts which they shared with the beasts and peasants, so that their lives were dragged malodorously out in pain, ugliness, and disproportion, yet filled with a ludicrous pride at having escaped from something no more unsound than that which still held them. They had traded the false gods of fear and blind piety for those of license and anarchy. Carter did not taste deeply of these modern freedoms, for their cheapness and squalor sickened his spirit-loving beauty alone, while his reason rebelled at the flimsy logic with which their champions tried to gild brute impulse, with a sacredness stripped from the idols they had discarded. He saw that most of them, in common with their cast-off priestcraft, could not escape from the delusion that life has a meaning apart from that which men dream into it, and could not lay aside the crude notion of ethics and obligations beyond those of beauty, even when all nature shrieked of its unconsciousness and impersonal unmorality in the light of their scientific discoveries. Warped and bigoted with preconceived illusions of justice, freedom, and consistency, they cast off the old lore and the old ways with the old beliefs, nor ever stopped to think that that lore and those ways were the sole makers of their present thoughts and judgments, and the sole guides and standards in a meaningless universe, without fixed aims or stable points of reference. Having lost these artificial settings, their lives grew void of direction and dramatic interest, till at length they strove to drown their ennui in bustle and pretended usefulness, noise and excitement, barbaric display and animal sensation. When these things palled, disappointed, or grew nauseous through revulsion, they cultivated irony and bitterness, and found fault with the social order. Never could they realize that their brute foundations were as shifting and contradictory as the gods of their elders, and that the satisfaction of one moment is the bane of the next. Calm, lasting beauty comes only in dream, and this solace the world had thrown away when its worship of the real had threw away the secrets of childhood and innocence. Amidst this chaos of hollowness and unrest, Carter tried to live as befitted a man of keen thought and good heritage. With his dreams fading under the ridicule of the age, he could not believe in anything, but the love of harmony kept him close to the ways of his race and station. He walked impassive through the cities of men and sighed because no vista seemed fully real, because every flash of yellow sunlight on tall roofs and every glimpse of balustraded plazas in the first lamps of evening served only to remind him of dreams he had once known, and to make him homesick for ethereal lands he no longer knew how to find. Travel was only a mockery, and even the Great War stirred him but little, though he served from the first in the Foreign Legion of France. For a while he sought friends, but soon grew weary of the crudeness of their emotions and the sameness and earthiness of their visions. He felt vaguely glad that all his relatives were distant and out of touch with him, for they could not have understood his mental life. That is, none but his grandfather and great-uncle Christopher could, and they were long dead. Then he began once more the writing of books, which he had left off when dreams first failed him. But here, too, was there no satisfaction or fulfillment, for the touch of earth was upon his mind, and he could not think of lovely things as he had done of yore. Ironic humor dragged down all the twilight minarets he reared, and the earthly fear of improbability blasted all the delicate and amazing flowers in his fairy gardens. The convention of assumed piety spilt mawkishness on his characters, while the myth of an important reality and significant human events and emotions debased all his high fantasy into thin-veiled allegory and cheap social satire. His new novels were successful as his old ones had never been, and because he knew how empty they must be to please an empty herd, he burned them and ceased his writing. They were very graceful novels, in which he urbanely laughed at the dreams he lightly sketched, but he saw that their sophistication had sapped all their life away. It was after this that he cultivated deliberate illusion, and dabbled in the notions of the bizarre and the eccentric as an antidote for the commonplace. Most of these, however, soon showed their poverty and barrenness, and he saw that the popular doctrines of occultism are as dry and inflexible as those of science, yet without even the slender palliative of truth to redeem them. Gross stupidity, falsehood, and muddled thinking are not dream, and form no escape from life to a mind trained above their level. So Carter bought stranger books, and sought out deeper and more terrible men of fantastic erudition, delving into arcana of consciousness that few have trod, and learning things about the secret pits of life, legend, and immemorial antiquity, which disturbed him ever afterward. He decided to live on a rarer plane, and furnished his Boston home to suit his changing moods. One room for each, hung in appropriate colors, furnished with befitting books and objects, and provided with sources of the proper sensations of light, heat, sound, taste, and odor. Once he heard of a man in the South who was shunned and feared for the blasphemous things he read in prehistoric books and clay tablets smuggled from India and Arabia. Him he visited, living with him and sharing his studies for 7 years, till horror overtook them one midnight in an unknown and archaic graveyard, and only one emerged where 2 had entered. Then he went back to Arkham, the terrible, witch-haunted old town of his forefathers in New England, and had experiences in the dark amidst the hoary willows and tottering gambrel roofs which made him seal, forever, certain pages in the diary of a wild-minded ancestor. But these horrors took him only to the edge of reality, and were not of the true dream country he had known in youth, so that at 50 he despaired of any rest or contentment in a world grown too busy for beauty and too shrewd for dream. Having perceived at last the hollowness and futility of real things, Carter spent his days in retirement, and in wistful, disjointed memories of his dream-filled youth. He thought it rather silly that he bothered to keep on living at all, and got from a South American acquaintance a very curious liquid to take him to oblivion without suffering. Inertia and force of habit, however, caused him to defer action, and he lingered indecisively among thoughts of old times, taking down the strange hangings from his walls and refitting the house as it was in his early boyhood, purple panes, Victorian furniture, and all. With the passage of time, he became almost glad he had lingered, for his relics of youth and his cleavage from the world made life and sophistication seem very distant and unreal. So much so that a touch of magic and expectancy stole back into his nightly slumbers. For years those slumbers had known only such twisted reflections of everyday things as the commonest slumbers know. But now there returned a flicker of something stranger and wilder, something of vaguely awesome imminence, which took the form of tensely clear pictures from his childhood days, and made him think of little inconsequential things he had long forgotten. He would often awake, calling for his mother and grandfather, both in their graves a quarter of a century. Then one night his grandfather reminded him of the key. The gray old scholar, as vivid as in life, spoke long and earnestly of their ancient line, and of the strange visions of the delicate and sensitive men who composed it. He spoke of the flame-eyed crusader who learnt wild secrets of the Saracens that held him captive, and of the first Sir Randolph Carter, who studied magic when Elizabeth was queen. He spoke, too, of that Edmund Carter who had just escaped hanging in the Salem witchcraft, and who had placed in an antique box a great silver key, handed down from his ancestors. Before Carter awaked, the gentle visitant had told him where to find that box, that carved oak box of archaic wonder, whose grotesque lid no hand had raised for 2 centuries. In the dust and shadows of the great attic he found it, remote and forgotten, at the back of a drawer in a tall chest. It was about 1 foot square, and its Gothic carvings were so fearful that he did not marvel no person since Edmund Carter had dared open it. It gave forth no noise when shaken, but was mystic with the scent of unremembered spices. That it held a key was indeed only a dim legend, and Randolph Carter's father had never known such a box existed. It was bound in rusty iron, and no means was provided for working the formidable lock. Carter vaguely understood that he would find within it some key to the lost gate of dreams, but of where and how to use it, his grandfather had told him nothing. An old servant forced the carven lid, shaking as he did so at the hideous faces leering from the blackened wood, and at some unplaced familiarity. Inside, wrapped in a discolored parchment, was a huge key of tarnished silver, covered with cryptical arabesques, but of any legible explanation there was none. The parchment was voluminous, and held only the strange hieroglyphs of an unknown tongue written with an antique reed. Carter recognized the characters as those he had seen on a certain papyrus scroll belonging to that terrible scholar of the South who had vanished one midnight in a nameless cemetery. The man had always shivered when he read this scroll, and Carter shivered now. But he cleaned the key and kept it by him nightly in its aromatic box of ancient oak. His dreams were meanwhile increasing in vividness, and those showing him none of the strange cities and incredible gardens of the old days were assuming a definite cast, whose purpose could not be mistaken. They were calling him back along the years, and with the mingled wills of all his fathers were pulling him towards some hidden and ancestral source. Then he knew he must go into the past and merge himself with old things, and day after day he thought of the hills to the north, where haunted Arkham and the rushing Miskatonic, and the lonely rustic homestead of his people lay. In the brooding fire of autumn, Carter took the old remembered way past graceful lines of rolling hill and stone-walled meadow, distant vale and hanging woodland, curving road and nestling farmstead, and the crystal windings of the Miskatonic, crossed here and there by rustic bridges of wood or stone. At one bend he saw a group of giant elms among which an ancestor had oddly vanished a century and a half before, and shuddered as the wind blew meaningly through them. Then there was the crumbling farmhouse of old Goody Fowler the witch, with its little evil windows and great roof sloping nearly to the ground on the north side. He speeded up his car as he passed it, and did not slacken until he had mounted the hill where his mother and her fathers before her were born, and where the old White House still looked proudly across the road at the breathlessly lovely panorama of rocky slope and verdant valley, with the distant spires of Kingsport on the horizon and hints of the archaic, dream-laden sea in the farthest background. Then came the steeper slope that held the old Carter place he had not seen in over 40 years. Afternoon was far gone when he reached the foot, and at the bend halfway up he paused to scan the outspread countryside, golden and glorified in the slanting floods of magic poured out by a western sun. All the strangeness and expectancy of his recent dreams seemed present in this hushed and unearthly landscape, and he thought of the unknown solitudes of other planets as his eyes traced out the velvet and deserted lawns, shining undulant between their tumbled walls, the clumps of fairy forest, setting off far lines of purple hills beyond hills, and the spectral wooded valley dipping down in shadow to dank hollows, where trickling waters crooned and gurgled among swollen and distorted roots. Something made him feel that motors did not belong in the realm he was seeking, so he left his car at the edge of the forest, and putting the great key in his coat pocket, walked up on the hill. Woods now engulfed him utterly, though he knew the house was on a high knoll that cleared the trees, except to the north. He wondered how it would look, for it had been left vacant and untended through his neglect since the death of his strange great-uncle Christopher 30 years before. In his boyhood he had reveled through long visits there, and had found weird marvels in the woods beyond the orchard. Shadows thickened around him, for the night was near. Once a gap in the trees opened up to the right, so that he saw off across leagues of twilight meadow and spied the old Congregational steeple on Central Hill in Kingsport, pink with the last flush of day, the panes of the little round windows blazing with reflected fire. Then, when he was in deep shadow again, he recalled with a start that the glimpse must have come from childish memory alone, since the old white church had long been torn down to make room for the Congregational Hospital. He had read of it with interest, for the paper had told about some strange burrows or passages found in the rocky hill beneath. Through his puzzlement a voice piped, and he started again at its familiarity after long years. Old Benijah Corey had been his Uncle Christopher's hired man, and was aged even in those far-off times of his boyhood visits. Now he must be well over 100, but that piping voice could come from no one else. He could distinguish no words, yet the tone was haunting and unmistakable. To think that old Benji should still be alive! Mr. Randy, where be ye? Do you want to scare your Aunt Marthy plumb to death? Ain't she told you to keep nigh the place in the afternoon and git back afore dark? Randy! Randy! He's the beatin'est boy for running off in the woods I ever see. Half the time a settin' moon and round that snake den in the upper timber lot. Hey, you! Randy! Randolph Carter stopped in the pitch darkness and rubbed his hand across his eyes. Something was queer. He had been somewhere he ought not to be, had strayed very far away to places where he had not belonged, and was now inexcusably late. He had not noticed the time on the Kingsport steeple, though he could easily have made it out with his pocket telescope. But he knew his lateness was something very strange and unprecedented. He was not sure he had his little telescope with him, and put his hand in his blouse pocket to see. No, it was not there. But there was the big silver key he had found in a box somewhere. Uncle Chris had told him something odd once about an old, unopened box with a key in it, but Aunt Martha had stopped the story abruptly, saying it was no kind of a thing to tell a child whose head was already too full of queer fancies. He tried to recall just where he had found the key, but something seemed very confused. He guessed it was in the attic at home in Boston, and dimly remembered bribing Parks with half his week's allowance to help him open the box and keep quiet about it. But when he remembered this, the face of Parks came up very strangely, as if the wrinkles of long years had fallen upon the brisk little cockney. "Randy! Randy! Hi! Randy!" A swaying lantern came around the black bend, and old Benijah pounced on the silent and bewildered form of the pilgrim. "Durn ye, boy! So there ye be! Ain't ye got a tongue in your head that ye can't answer a body? I've been calling this half hour, and ye must have heard me long ago. Don't ye know your Aunt Marthy's all a fidget over you being off after dark? Wait till I tell your Uncle Chris when he gets home. Ye'd order these round here woods ain't no fitting place to be traipsin' this hour. They's things abroad what don't do nobody no good, as my grandsir knowed afore me. Come, Mr. Randy, or Hannah won't keep supper no longer." So Randolph Carter was marched up the road, where wandering stars glimmered through high autumn boughs, and dogs barked as the yellow light of small paned windows shone out at the farther turn, and the Pleiades twinkled across the open knoll where a great gambrel roof stood black against the dim west. Aunt Martha was in the doorway, and did not scold too hard when Benijah shoved the truant in. She knew Uncle Chris well enough to expect such things of the Carter blood. Randolph did not show his key, but ate his supper in silence and protested only when bedtime came. He sometimes dreamed better when awake, and he wanted to use that key. In the morning, Randolph was up early, and would have run off to the upper timber lot if Uncle Chris had not caught him and forced him into his chair by the breakfast table. He looked impatiently around the low-pitched room with the rag carpet and exposed beams and corner posts, and smiled only when the orchard boughs scratched at the little leaded panes of the rear window. The trees and the hills were close to him, and formed the gates of that timeless realm which was his true country. Then, when he was free, he felt in his blouse pocket for the key, and, being reassured, skipped off across the orchard to the rise beyond, where the wooded hill climbed again to heights above even the treeless knoll. The floor of the forest was mossy and mysterious, and great lichened rocks rose vaguely here and there in the dim light, like druid monoliths among the swollen and twisted trunks of a sacred grove. Once in his ascent, Randolph crossed a rushing stream whose falls a little way off sang runic incantations to the lurking fauns and agipans and dryads. Then he came to the strange cave in the forest slope, the dreaded snake den, which country folk shunned, and away from which Benijah had warned him again and again. It was deep, far deeper than anyone but Randolph suspected, For the boy had found a fissure in the farthermost black corner that led to a loftier grotto beyond, a haunting sepulchral place whose granite walls held a curious illusion of conscious artifice. On this occasion, he crawled in as usual, lighting his way with matches filched from the sitting-room match-safe, and edging through the final crevice with an eagerness hard to explain even to himself. He could not tell why he approached the farther wall so confidently, or why he instinctively drew forth the great silver key as he did so, but on he went. And when he danced back to the house that night, he offered no excuses for his lateness, nor heeded in the least the reproofs he gained for ignoring the noontide dinner horn altogether. Now it is agreed by all the distant relatives of Randolph Carter that something occurred to heighten his imagination in his 10th year. His cousin, Ernest B. Aspinwall, Esquire, of Chicago, is fully 10 years his senior, and distinctly recalls a change in the boy after the autumn of 1883. Randolph had looked on scenes of fantasy that few others can ever have beheld, and stranger still were some of the qualities which he showed in relation to very mundane things. He seemed, in fine, to have picked up an odd gift of prophecy, and reacted unusually to things which, though at the time without meaning, were later found to justify the singular impressions. In subsequent decades, as new inventions, new names, and new events appeared, one by one in the book of history, people would now and then recall wonderingly how Carter had, years before, let fall some careless word of undoubted connection with what was then far in the future. He did not himself understand these words, or know why certain things made him feel certain emotions, but fancied that some unremembered dream must be responsible. It was as early as 1897 that he turned pale when some traveler mentioned the French town of Belloy-en-Santerre, and friends remembered it when he was almost mortally wounded there in 1916 while serving with the Foreign Legion in the Great War. Carter's relatives talk much of these things because he has lately disappeared. His little old servant Parks, who for years bore patiently with his vagaries, last saw him on the morning he drove off alone in his car with a key he had recently found. Parks had helped him get the key from the old box containing it, and had felt strangely affected by the grotesque carvings on the box and by some other odd quality he could not name. When Carter left, he had said he was going to visit his old ancestral country around Arkham. Halfway up Elm Mountain, on the way to the ruins of the old Carter place, they found his motor set carefully by the roadside, and in it was a box of fragrant wood with carvings that frightened the countrymen who stumbled on it. The box held only a queer parchment whose characters no linguist or paleographer has been able to decipher or identify. Rain had long effaced any possible footprints. The Boston investigators had something to say about evidences of disturbances among the fallen timbers of the Carter place. It was, they averred, as though someone had groped about the ruins at no distant period. A common white handkerchief found among the forest rocks on the hillside beyond cannot be identified as belonging to the missing man. There is talk of apportioning Randolph Carter's estate among his heirs, but I shall stand firmly against this course, because I do not believe he is dead. There are twists of time and space, of vision and reality, which only a dreamer can divine, and from what I know of Carter, I think he has merely found a way to traverse these mazes. Whether or not he will ever come back, I cannot say. He wanted the lands of dreams he had lost and yearned for the days of his childhood. Then he found a key, and I somehow believe he was able to use it to strange advantage. I shall ask him when I see him, for I expect to meet him shortly in a certain dream city we both used to haunt. It is rumored in Ulthar, beyond the river Sky, that a new king reigns on the opal throne of Ilikvad, that fabulous town of turrets, atop the hollow cliffs of glass, overlooking the twilight sea, wherein the Beard and Infinitori build their singular labyrinths. And I believe I know how to interpret this rumor. Certainly, I look forward impatiently to the sight of that great silver key, for in its cryptical arabesques there may stand symbolized all the aims and mysteries of a blindly impersonal cosmos. End of The Silver Key.
Six Frightened Men by Randall Garrett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganandh. Six Frightened Men. It was an unexplored planet, and anything could happen. Yet none of us expected to face a creature impossible to fight, let alone kill. You put your life on the line when you join the exploratory wing of the Space Course. They tell you that when you sign up. The way they told it to me, it went like this. You will be out there on alien worlds where no human being has ever set foot. Worlds which may or may not have been inhabited by hostile alien creatures. You take your life in your hands every time you make a planet fall out there. Still interested? That's old stuff, I said. You don't think I'd join up if it was an old ladies' tea party, do you? Which was how I happened to be crouching behind a fantastically sculptured spiraling rock out on the yellow wind-blasted desert of Pollux 5, huddling there with a fierce sweep of sand against my faceplate, looking at the monster that barred my path. The thing was at least 60 feet tall, and all eyes and mouth. The mouth yawned, showing yellow daggers a foot long. As for the eyes, well, they burned with the cold luminosity of an intelligent and inimical being. I didn't know what the thing was. 1 minute, I had been examining an interesting rock formation. A second later, I was hiding behind it, watching the ravening thing that had appeared out of nowhere. Other members of the expedition were sprawled here and there on the desert too. I could see Maxwell, our paleontologist, curled in a tight, plump little ball under an outcropping of weathered limestone, and there was Roy Lawrence, the biochemist, flat on his stomach, peering at the thing incredulously. Back behind me were 3 others, Ton Foster, Leo Mickens, Clyde Hamner. That made 6. The 2 remaining members of the team, medic Howard Graves and anthropologist Lyman Donaldson, were back at the ship. We always left a shift of 2 back there in case of trouble. And trouble had sure struck now. I saw Lawrence swivel in the sand and stare goggle-eyed at me. His lips moved, and over my helmet radio came. What the hell is that, Phil? Where did it come from? I'm a morphologist. I'm supposed to know things like that. But I could only shrug and say, a thing like that could only come from the pits of hell. I've never seen anything like it before. I hadn't. We had been fine-combing the broad windswept plain in front of the ship, looking for archaeological remains. The planet was uninhabited, or so we thought after running a quick check. But Maxwell had discovered relics of a dead race, an exciting find, and we had all fanned out to help him in his search for more. We had been heading toward a flat mountain wall that rose abruptly from the desert about a mile from the ship, when from nowhere the creature appeared, towering above the desert like a dinosaur dropped from the skies. But no dinosaur ever looked like this one. 60 feet high, its skin a loathsome grey-green quivering jelly with thick hairy cilia projecting, its rat-like mouth gaping toothily, its cold, hard eyes flicking back and forth, searching for us as we flattened ourselves out of sight. It was an utterly ghastly being. Evolution had gone wild on this planet, and we were cut off from the ship, hemmed between the mountain wall and the creature. What are we going to do? Clyde Hamner whispered. He's going to smell us out pretty soon. As he spoke, the monster began to move, flowing, it seemed, like some vast protozoan. I'm going to blast it, I said as it oozed closer to us. Cautiously, I lifted my Webley from its shoulder holster, turned the beam to full, began to squeeze the firing stud. A bright, white-hot beam of force leaped from the nozzle and speared the creature's eye. It howled, seemed to leap in the air, thrashed around, and changed. It became a boiling mass of amorphous protoplasm, writhing and billowing on the sand. I fired again into the mass, again and again, and the alien creature continued to shift its form. I was cold with horror, but I kept up the firing. My bolts seemed to be absorbed into the fluid mass without effect, but at least I had halted the oozing advance. It reached one final hideous stage, a giant mouth opening before us like the gate of hell. A mouth, nothing more. It yawned in front of us, then advanced. I felt noxious vapor shoot out, bathing my thermosuit, and I saw a gargling larynx feet across. I fired, again and again, into the monster's throat. My companions were firing too. We seemed to have halted the thing's advance. It paused some 20 feet from us, a wall of mouth. Then it disappeared. It blinked out of sight the way it had come, instantaneously. For a moment I didn't realize what had happened, and fired 3 useless charges into the space where the monster had been. "It's gone!" Hampton exclaimed. My hands were trembling. Me, who had stood up to Venusian mudworms without a whimper, who had fought the giant fleas of Rigel 9, I was shaking all over. Sweat was running down my entire body, and the wiper of my faceplate was going crazy, trying to blot my forehead. Then I heard dull groans coming from up ahead. One final grunt, then silence. They had been coming from Max Feld. Looking around cautiously, I rose to my feet. There was no sign of the creature. I ran to where Max lay. The plump paleontologist was sprawled flat in the sand, face down. I bent, yanked him over, peered in his face mask. His eyes were open, staring, and lifeless. It was until we got back to the ship that we could open his spacesuit and confirm what I thought I saw on his face. Doc Graves pronounced it finally. "He's dead. Heart attack. What the devil did you see out there anyway?" Quickly, I described it. When I was finished, the medic shivered. Lord, no wonder Max had an attack. What a nightmare. Donaldson, the anthropologist, appeared from somewhere in the back of the ship. Seeing Max's body, he said, "What happened?" "We were attacked in the desert. Max was the only casualty. The thing didn't touch us. It just stood there and changed shape. Max must have died of fright." Donaldson scowled. He was a wry, taciturn individual with a coldness about him that I didn't like. I could pretty well guess what he would say. No expression of grief or anything like that. "It's going to look bad for you, Doc, when it is discovered we had a man with a weak heart in the crew." The medic stiffened. "I checked Max's heart before we left. It was as good as anyone's. But the shock of seeing that thing?" "Yeah," Don Foster said angrily. "You would have been shivering in your boots too if that thing had popped out of nowhere right over your left shoulder." "Keep your remarks to yourself, Foster. I signed on for the exploratory team with the same understanding any of you did, that we are going into alien, uncharted worlds and could expect to meet up with anything at all. Fright's a mere emotional reaction. Adults, as you supposedly are, should be able to control it." I felt like hitting him, but I restrained myself. That ordeal out on the desert had left me drained, nerves raw and shaken. I shrugged and looked away. "Well," Hampton said, "what do we do? Go home?" It was said half as a joke, but I saw from the look on young Leo Mickens' face that he was perfectly willing to take the suggestion seriously and get off Pollux 5 as fast as he could. To forestall any trouble, I said, "It's a tempting idea, but I don't think it would look good on our records." "You're right," Hampton agreed. We stay until we know what the thing is, where it came from, and how we can lick it." We stayed. We spent the rest of the day aboard ship, having called off the day's explorations in memory of Max. The bright orb of Pollux set about 2000 ship time, and the sky was filled with a glorious sight. A horde of moons whirling above. The moons of Pollux 5 were incredible. There were 100 of them, ranging in size from a hunk of rock the size of Mars Deimos to one massive high-albedo satellite almost 1,000 miles in diameter. They marched across the sky in stately order, filling the Polluxian night with brightness. We didn't feel much sense of wonder. We buried Max in a crude grave, laid him to rest under the light of 100 moons, and then withdrew to the ship to consider a problem. "Where had it come from?" Doc Graves asked. "Nowhere," I said. "Just nowhere. One second it wasn't there. Next second it was. It vanished the same way." "How could that be?" Donaldson asked. "Matter doesn't work that way." "It's flatly impossible." Holding myself in check, I said, "Maybe so, Donaldson, but the thing was there." "How do you know?" The anthropologist persisted, sneering a little. "You sure it wasn't a mass illusion of some kind?" "Damn you," Foster shouted. "You weren't there. We were, and we saw it. Max saw it. Ask Max if it was there." Evenly, Donaldson said, "On the basis of a description, I'm convinced it must have been an illusion. I'm willing to go out there and have a look first thing in the morning, either alone or with any of you, if you can work up the courage." "Fair enough?" "Fair enough," I said. "I'll go with you." The next morning we left the ship, clad in thermosuits, armed to the teeth. At least, I was. I carried a sub-force gun and a neural disruptor. Donaldson scornfully packed only the prescribed blaster. We crossed the flat plain together without speaking. I led the way, looking back nervously every few paces, but there was nothing behind me but Donaldson. We made a complete reconnaissance of the area, picked up a few interesting outlying fossils. Donaldson thought they might be relics of the dead race of Pollux 5, and reached the bare face of the mountain without any difficulties. "Well?" Donaldson asked sneeringly. "Where's your monster this time? He afraid of me?" "So he didn't show up," I snapped. "That doesn't prove anything, for we all know it might jump us on the way back to the ship." "So it might, but I doubt it. For one thing, I've been checking footprints in the sand. I've counted 6 tracks, one each for you, Feld, Hamner, Lawrence, Foster, and Mickens. Unfortunately, that doesn't leave any for your monster. There's no sign of him anywhere." I was a little startled by that. I glanced around. "You're right," I admitted, frowning. Licking dry lips, I said, "There ought to be some trace, unless the wind's covered it." "The wind hasn't fully covered the traces of U6 yet," Donaldson pointed out with obstinate logic. "Why should it obliterate only those of your nemesis?" I scowled but said nothing. Donaldson was right again. But I still found it hard to convince myself that what we had seen was only an illusion. On the way back to the ship, I formulated all sorts of theories to explain the creature. It was a monster out of subspace generated by etheric force. It was a radiation creature without tangible physical body. It was... I had half a dozen conjectures, each as unlikely as the next. But we returned to the ship safely without any trouble whatever. I was sure of one thing. The creature was real, no matter what hell void had spawned it. When we returned, I saw the tense faces of the men in the ship ease. "All right," Donaldson said. "We have both been out there and come back. I say we ought to investigate this place fully. There's been a high-level civilization here at one time, and suppose it's this monster that killed off that civilization?" Foster suggested. "Then it is our duty to investigate it," I had to say, even at the cost of our lives. Here I agreed with Donaldson. Monster or no, it was our job to fathom the secrets of this dead world. We agreed to explore in twos, rather than risk the customary complement of 6 all at once. 2 men would go out. 5 remained with him, 3 of them space-suited and ready to leave the ship to answer any emergency call. Mickens and Foster drew the first assignment. They suited up and left. Tensely, we proceeded about our shipside duties, cataloguing information from our previous stops, performing routine tasks, busying ourselves desperately in unimportant work to take our minds off the men who were out on the desert together. An hour later, Foster returned, alone. His face was pale, his eyes bulging, and almost before he stepped from the airlock, we knew what must have happened. "Where's Mickens?" I asked, breaking the terrible hush in the cabin. "Dead," he said hollowly. We got to the mountain. And God, it was awful." He sank down in an acceleration cradle and started to sob. Doc Grace fumbled at his belt, drew out a neurotab, forced it between the boy's quivering lips. He calmed. Color returned to his face. "Tell us about it," Hamner urged gently. We reached the back end of the plain, and Leo suggested we try the mountain. He thought he saw a sort of cave somewhere back in there, and wanted to have a look. We had to go over that sharp rock shelf to get in there, so we started to scale the cliff. We were about 100 feet up, and going along a path maybe 4 feet wide, when, he shuddered, then forced himself to go on. The monster appeared. It popped out of nowhere right in front of Leo. He was taken by surprise and toppled over the edge. I managed to hang on. "Were you attacked?" I asked. "No, it vanished right after Leo fell off. I went down to look at him. His face mask had broken. I left him there." I glanced around at the tight-jawed, hard faces of my crewmates. No one said a word, but we all knew the job that faced us now. We couldn't leave Pollux 5 until we had discovered the nature of the beast that menaced us, even if it cost us our lives. We couldn't go back to Earth and send some of the guys in to do the job. That wasn't the way the exploratory wing operated. We had a tradition to uphold. We drew lots, and Hamner and Donaldson went out there to recover Micken's body. They encountered no hazards and brought young Micken's shattered body back. We buried it next to Max's. The monster had taken a toll of 2 already, without actually touching either. It was almost like some evil plan unfolding to wipe us out one by one. I didn't like it. But I didn't have anything too concrete to base it on, not till the 5th day. I was teamed with Donaldson again, and I felt strangely confident about our safety. So far, the monster had yet to materialize any time Donaldson was out on the plain. That fact had been in the back of my mind for quite a while. It was the only clue I had. We prowled over the plain, which by now had been pretty well fine-toothed, and then I suggested we try the cave where Mickens had met his fate. "I don't like the idea," Donaldson said, eyeing the narrow shelf of rock we would have to walk across. "You remember what happened to Mickens and—" I laughed harshly. "Don't tell me you're beginning to believe in this monster of ours." "Of course not. Mickens simply had an attack of vertigo and toppled off. Foster's active imagination supplied the monster. But that shelf looks treacherous. I'd just as soon not go up there." "You're not talking like an exploratory wingman, Donaldson. But it's okay with me if you want to wait down here. That cave might be a goldmine of artifacts. We ought at least to have a look." His hard face dropped within his mask. "No, I couldn't let you go alone." "You win," he said. "Let's try the cave." We began the climb, and it was, I saw, a deadly road. It narrowed dizzyingly, and while the drop was only 100 feet, which a man could survive if he landed right, spacesuits weren't made to take falls of that sort. And without a suit, a man was instantly dead on this methane ammonia atmosphere world. We were about 10 feet out on the ledge, I in the lead and Donaldson behind me, when I heard him gasp, "Great God! There it is!" I felt him lurch against me in sudden terror, nearly heaving me into the abyss, but somehow I steadied myself, dropped to my knees, hung on. I turned. He had avoided a fall too, but I saw no monster. "Where is it?" I asked. "It came out of the air right next to me, just popped out of the void and vanished again." "I saw it though." His voice was hoarse. "I apologize for everything I've said. The thing is real. If it weren't for your sure footing, we'd both have gone the way Mickens did." He seemed almost hysterical. There was no sign of the monster, but I wasn't going to take any chances out on this ribbon of rock with a hysterical man. "Let's go back," I said. "We'll try to get to the cave some other time." "All right." Donaldson was shaken. We turned and inched our way back along the shelf to safety and half ran to the sanctuary of the ship. But once we were inside and I was thinking clearly again, I began to sprout some suspicions. I reasoned it out very carefully. Every time Donaldson had gone out previously, the monster had failed to show. There wasn't another man aboard ship who hadn't had some encounter with the thing, and some of them were remarking about Donaldson's apparent luck. So this time we're out on the shelf and the monster does show up, but Donaldson's the only one who sees him after staunchly denying its existence all along. It seemed to me that it might only have been pretense, that he had faked seeing the monster for some reason of his own. I didn't know what that could be, but I had some ideas. Donaldson, after all, had been a member of the first party to explore Pollux 5, the day before the exploration that killed Max. I had remained on ship while that group had been out. Suppose, I thought, Donaldson had found something on that first trip, something that he hadn't bothered to tell the rest of us about, something he might want badly enough to kill all of us for. It was pretty far-fetched, but it was worth a try. I decided to explore Donaldson's cabin. Ordinarily, we respected privacy to an extreme degree aboard the ship. I had never been in Donaldson's cabin before. He never invited anyone in, and naturally I never went uninvited. But this was a special case, I felt. The door was locked, but it is not hard to coerce a magnet plate into opening if you know how they work. Donaldson was in the ship's lab, and I hoped he'd stay out of my way till I had a good look around. The room was just like any of us, filled with the usual things. A shelf of reference books, a file of music tapes, some mini-films, other things to help to pass away the long hours between planets. It seemed neat, precise, uncluttered, just as Donaldson himself was crisp and reserved. I moved around the room very carefully, looking for anything out of the ordinary. And then I found it. It was a black box, nothing more, about 4 inches square. It was sitting on one of his shelves. Just a bare black box, a little cube of metal. But what metal? Beyond the blackness was a strange, unearthly shimmer, an eye-teasing pattern of shifting molecules within the metal itself. The box had a sleek, alien appearance. I knew it hadn't been in the cabin when we left Earth. With a sudden rush of excitement, I realized my mad guess had been right. Donaldson had found something and kept news of it back from the rest of us. And perhaps it was linked to the deaths of Max Feld and Leo Mickens. Cautiously, I reached out to examine the box. I lifted it. It was oddly heavy and strange to touch. But no sooner did I have it in my hands when the door opened behind me. Donaldson had come back. "What are you doing with that?" he shouted. He crossed the cabin at top speed and seized the box from my hands. And suddenly the monster appeared. It materialized right in the cabin, between Donaldson and me, its vast bulk pressing against the walls. I felt its noisome breath on me, sensed its evil reek. Donaldson! But Donaldson was no longer there. I was alone in the cabin with the creature. I backed away into the far corner, my mouth working in terror. I tried to call for help, but couldn't get a word out, and the beast squirmed and changed like a vast amoeba, writhing and twisting from one grey oily shape to another. I sank to the floor, numb with horror, and then realized that the monster wasn't approaching. It was just staying there, making faces at me. Making faces, like a bogeyman. It was trying to scare me to death. That was how Max Feld had died, and that was how Leo Mickens had died. But I wasn't going to die that way. I rose and confronted the thing. It just remained in the middle of the cabin, blotting everything out behind it, stretching from wall to wall and floor to ceiling, changing from one hell shape to another, and hoping I'd curl up and die. I stepped forward. Cautiously, I touched the monster's writhing surface. It was like touching a cloud. I sank right in. The monster changed, took the dragon form again, much smaller, of course, to fit the cabin. Teeth gnashed to the air before my nose, but didn't bite into my throat as they promised to do. Nervelessly, I stood my ground. Then I waded into the heart of the monster, right into its middle, and the grey oiliness billowing out all around me. There seemed to be nothing material, nothing to grapple hold of. It was like fighting a dream. But then I hit something solid. My groping hands closed around warm flesh. I started to squeeze. I had a throat, a living core of flesh within the monster? It might be. I constricted my fingers, dug them in, heard strangled gasps coming from further in. I couldn't see, but I hung on. Then a human voice said, "Damn you, you're choking me!" And the monster thinned. Through the diminishing smoke of the dream creature, I saw Donaldson, and I was clutching his throat. He still held the black box in his hand, but it was slipping from his grasp. Slipping. He dropped it. It clattered to the floor, and I kicked it far across the cabin. The monster vanished completely. It was just the two of us there in the cabin. I heard fists pounding on the door from outside, but I ignored them. This was between me and Donaldson. "What is that thing?" I asked, facing him, tugging at his throat. I shook him. "Where did you find that hell thing?" "Wouldn't you like to know?" he wheezed. My fingers tightened. Suddenly he drew up his foot and lashed out at my stomach. I let go of his throat and fell back, the wind knocked out of me. As he staggered backward, he darted for the fallen box, but I recovered and brought my foot down hard on his outstretched hand. He snarled in pain. I felt his other fist crash into my stomach again. I was almost numb, sick, ready to curl up in a knot and close my eyes, but I forced myself to suck in breath and hit him. His head snapped back. I hit him again, and he reeled soggily. His neat, precise lips swelled into a bloody mass. His fists moved hazily. I blackened one of his eyes, and he groaned and slumped. Fury was in my fists. I was avenging the honor of the exploratory wing against the one man who had broken its oaths. Enough! Enough! But I hit him again and again, till he sagged to the floor. I picked up the black metal box, fondled it in my hands. Then tentatively, I threw a thought at it. Monster. The monster appeared in all its ugliness. Vanish. It vanished. "That's how it works, isn't it?" I said. "It's a thought projector. That monster never existed outside your mind, Donaldson." "Don't hit me again," he whined. I didn't. He was beneath contempt. I threw open the door and saw the other crewmen huddled outside, their faces pale. "It's all over," I said. "Here's your monster." I held out the black box. We held court on Donaldson that night, and he made full confession. That first day, he had stumbled over an alien treasure in the cave beyond the hill. That and the thought converter. The idea came to him that perhaps, as sole survivor of the expedition, he could turn some of the treasure to his own uses. So he utilized the thought converter in a campaign to pick us off one by one without aiming suspicion at himself. Wally, his clumsy way of pretending to see the creature himself, had given him away. Else he might have killed us all. Our rule book gave no guide on what to do about him, but we reached a decision easily enough. When we left Pollux 5, taking with us samples of the treasure and other specimens of the long-dead race, including the thought converter, we left Donaldson behind on the bare, lifeless planet with about a week's supply of food and air. No one ever learned of his treachery. We listed him as a casualty along with Max and Leo when we returned to Earth. The exploratory wing had too noble a name to tarnish by revealing what Donaldson had done, and none of us will ever speak the truth. The wing means too much to us for that, and I think they're going to award him a posthumous medal. The end of 6 Frightened Men.